of cases in my county. And I didn't think Philly was open yet. And when you start to open, you're yellow, and I don't think personal care places. Oh, there you go. County. Oh, and that's my volume. Sorry. All right, done. But as far as I understand, personal care places like barbers or hair salons or nail salons aren't open in the yellow phase. So I don't know where they went.
Yeah, I'll find out. I'm starting to look at my wife, and I look like Prince Valiant now.
So
we also want to be careful.
You're on, Adam.
Yeah, so
you're live now.
Yeah,
Adam is there.
I'm here.
Live.
And so if you looked at my hair, so Meredith actually got brave and she tried to just cut the back of my hair, but she's afraid to actually touch anything else. So
that looks.
So
oh, it looks good.
I have like 5 pounds of product in it to prevent it from like.
Well.
So, yeah.
I still maintain that cutting guy hair is easier than cutting girl hair.
Oh, absolutely. And there's no commitment, right? Because, you know, guy hair is short, it grows back, right? Like every time Meredith is going to get to the point where I'm sure she's going to want me to try to do something, or maybe not. Maybe she'll just let it, you know, grow all the way down to the, you know, all the way down her back because it's scary. With me, I mean, what's the worst that'll happen, right? Just shave it all off. Who cares?
Meredith and I have the same hair, and curly hair is really tough to do. And yeah, I cut Troy's hair. Well, Alex did it more, but we did Troy's hair a couple of weeks ago. And in fact, my hairdresser even said that she would Zoom with Alex in order to try to trim my bangs because I get kind of moppy on top, and that's where I am right now. And yeah, none of us are looking pretty, that's for sure.
Yeah. I guess I didn't appreciate how difficult curly hair was until I realized that like there's like curly hair specialists that you have to go to, right? They like subspecialize. Meredith was telling me all about this, and I'm like, yeah, I'm not going to try to cut your hair.
Yeah, she doesn't want you to try to cut her hair. Trust me.
She does not. That is for sure. Well, anyway, welcome everyone. I guess the live stream's working here. Certainly on YouTube, Facebook. It's supposed to start at 8. I don't know if it's actually going to start on its own or what kind of nonsense they have there. I guess we can check in a little while. To see.
Let's see. Look.
But let me let everyone know what's going on here today.
Yeah, Facebook isn't started yet.
It hasn't started yet because I don't know.
You're chock full.
Yeah,
you got chock full of speakers today. There won't be too many breaks.
Yeah, no, it's going to be really busy today. Yeah, and with Facebook, I don't even know. I mean, I think it's just you set it for a time, and then it's supposed to start at a certain time, and I think. You know, let me see how that
goes. Well, on all the Facebook pages, if they click the link, it goes to the live stream anyway, if they want to watch it.
Yeah.
Adam.
Well, it's coming up to 8 o'clock. So at 8 o'clock, we have Mark Friedberg doing 2 hours on OCT. Our own Steve here has a class on epigenetics. Sue Resnick is going to be talking about launching a specialty contact lens practice. And Charles, I can never pronounce his last name.
Shidlowski
is going to be talking about acquired brain injury and concussion, what primary eye care ODs need to know. So that's what's coming up.
All right, good deal. So we'll be checking in with those folks soon, and we'll go from there. And hopefully these feeds will continue working throughout the day. We will see.
Yep. Well, my first entry into my room, I'm here now, is Jennifer Garner. So I have to sound good. Maybe I'll get a Hollywood lead.
Oh, my goodness.
That's pretty funny.
So today, by the way, let me just remind everyone, by the way, just, you know, as we're getting started here, as people are coming into the rooms, remember that in order to get your credits, this is one of the big things yesterday. You have to fill out that little form where you attest. And Steve, I know you're going into all the rooms and letting people know about it.
Yeah. Doing right now.
Cool. Yeah, because that's just a little hacky workaround that we have to do for a little while at least, while we, you know, are dealing with COPE changing the rules on us midstream here, so that you can actually get credit. So.
And there's no quiz. If it says, we're trying to change the verbiage, but if it says there's a quiz that you passed, that means you just attested properly. So don't worry about that.
Yep. And of course, you can always go look at your transcript to make sure that it's correct and you are getting the credit for it. And again, if there's a problem, you can always just contact us, go to support, and we'll make sure that the credits are on there because the system does record everything. So, and next year it'll be much easier to deal with, since we'll have time, assuming this emergency change, isn't permanent. And even if it is, then we'll come up with a better system of doing it next year. And in fact, we were just talking about it before we went on the air. Will this emergency continue in terms of allowing live CE to be done online? We know that COPE wants to end it on June 30th, right? We can see the rules change here. So allowing live CE to be taken online, but they've told me that this is really going to end on June 30th, so you got to get in as much as you can before then. But the question is that true? As the fall comes and possibly meetings are going to be canceled, will they allow this stuff to be online again and get live credit for it is the big question.
Well, I don't want to speak for Arbo and COPE, but I'm thinking if Expo and Academy are canceled, they'll almost have to do that because doctors may be in danger of losing licensure because they aren't maintaining their continuing education. And if there aren't options, what would they do? So it's going to be tough for sure. And once again, it's just a great unknown for everybody.
You have to wonder how much power the state boards have to make rulings without the legislature in many states. And in many states, I think their hands are tied. So they have to stick to whatever legislation is there. So that could be very interesting. Because if
Right.
the state board will each say is, hey, let's eliminate the courses for this year, or let's extend it to next year. But they may not be able to do that without the legislature's permission. And if California is any example, the head of the California board isn't an optometrist, it's a lawyer. So they like to stick to the law rather than make it easier for optometrists. Steve had good experience there, being Steve is gone now, I think, because of his course, but he had to testify in front of the California board because they would like to change their rules for continuing education as far as online. So we'll see what, the way the old expression is California goes, so goes the nation.
Right.
So maybe a more liberal board in California will wake up the more conservative boards. We'll see.
Yeah. And it's just that great unknown. These decisions just can't be made yet. And that's difficult. And I think that if we were able to make decisions, or if we had information, then we could plan and move forward, but we just can't. And that's what's creating a lot of anxiety and uncertainty for everybody just because nobody knows.
Yep.
Imagine the equipment vendors, though, as far as decisions. They got to plan way in advance for these conventions.
Right.
They must have their hands full.
Yeah, it's a challenge, I'm sure. And in fact, we're going to be speaking today. We have a chock full schedule here of interviews. We're going to be speaking with the president of Advancing Eye Care. So that's the Marco Lombard EMS Alliance that has all come together. So we're going to be speaking to their corporate president. And then later in the day, we're going to also be speaking to the president at Luno, another equipment vendor who you know and love. So, we're basically going to be speaking to the presidents of two of the companies who make a lot of the equipment that people are going to be using to sort of distance themselves, right? So just so-called social distancing, you can see up on the screen these refraction systems that they have where you can stay really far away from the patient. And always before, they've been selling these things for years, right? Like I'm bringing up the Marco one right now so people can look. Marco has been selling these systems for I don't even know how long. What has it been? A couple decades already, even? And for the most part, the remote capabilities weren't that important to people, but now suddenly they are very important. So we're going to talk to them about that today.
Yeah, it's just we're just going to have to wait and see, and it's just tough. That's all. It's just tough to do.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, it's tough for everyone, right? I know that despite the fact that we run a virtual conference here, I really miss going out and seeing everyone. It's a challenge. It's, it feels like the rhythm of your life just totally gets thrown off, right? Like you're in limbo. You think about all the meetings that we miss. Actually, I was thinking about CECO the other day, how, I missed my opportunity. That was like the last meeting, right? And I bagged it at the last second because, this is when all this stuff was just starting. And I'm like, I don't really want to travel right now. But that really was the last one. And I'm kind of regretting, like, oh, well, I could have seen everyone one last time.
Right.
But, you never know when it's the last time. If you were in CECO, were you even sure that this would happen? CECO was the first week in March this year?
Yep.
The country was still being reassured that it's nothing.
Yeah.
The first week in March, so if he would have had a kid, said he wouldn't get by.
Yeah, we were talking about it at CECO, but it wasn't where it was 2 weeks later. I mean, a lot changed in those 2 weeks.
A huge amount. I mean, I made my plane reservations actually for Expo, I think even that week. I'm like, oh, it'll be okay, no worries. New York, yeah, it'll be fine. Little did I know. Right?
Wow, sorry, my lecture started, and I love listening to this guy. I'll mute myself.
All right, see you later, Steve. Oh my gosh.
Okay,
Yeah, and I remember at CECO, I was in my room trying to, I was having a problem with reservations, not going through plane reservations, something screwed up for me to go to the Twin Cities Ocular Surface Disease meeting in Minneapolis. And that ended up being canceled. And something just told me, don't fix those plane reservations. The reservation didn't go through, and something told me not to rebook, and I didn't. And
you were right.
I didn't, because it's a pain in the butt.
Yep.
To go through and cancel all that. So.
Okay, your e-blast just came through, Ed.
Oh, that's cool.
So everyone's joining us for day 2. So
Excellent.
We may get some more people. I wonder if anyone's listening to us out here. If you're listening, why don't you just put a little note saying that you're here, so we know who we're talking to.
Sure. Yeah. We do have some people coming, and again, they're going to be coming from multiple sources right now. So we're going to have people on Facebook, we're going to have people on YouTube, or people on ODwire, so from all different places. So it'll be interesting to see if we get any interaction. I think I'm going to be following the YouTube one here locally. I can only look in so many places at once, so we'll see how it goes. Obviously, Gretchen, you're out there, and you can look around as well and see if anyone's watching.
Yep.
It's really disturbing, actually, seeing the closed captions coming through, too. So there's closed captions being done by, it looks like, they have an AI system set up that's doing it. And it's actually getting most of the words right, which is really scary because it's near real time.
So the closed caption is for deaf people? Why is there closed caption?
So for the way a lot of people use the internet these days, there's closed captions obviously for the hearing impaired, but also a lot of people don't like to leave their audio on when they're sitting there watching something. They'll put it in a little corner of the screen. And this is a way where you can actually watch without having to listen.
Ah, that's great.
Yep.
Well, I like that because I can read much faster than people usually speak. So I am one of those few people who don't like to watch videos. I'd rather read something.
Yep.
So yeah, I'd rather that.
Yep.
The problem with closed caption, though, anytime I watch it and it's live news, it's always behind.
Yeah.
So that can distract. Is it possible to change languages?
I don't know.
Closed caption?
I don't know how their system is doing it, and it's also not going to lag at all because what's happening here, again, we already have like a 30-second delay. So what's happening is that it's taking the output that's coming out of here from the studio, looking and analyzing the data, and slapping the captions on in between from the time it actually takes the data to the time it streams it out. So it's got about 30 seconds to actually figure out those closed captions, and it looks like it's doing it in near real time. So for people who are watching this, say on Facebook, they're seeing closed captions right now, beneath the video, and I think they're coming out, as my mouth is moving. I have a feeling, but I'm
going to take a look, and I think our guest is here. I think we've got Scott Hausworth on the line. Scott, are you here?
Yeah. Good morning, everybody. How are you doing?
Good. How's it going, Scott?
Good morning.
Yeah, really good. Thank you for asking.
So Scott, I think we spoke to each other, maybe it was like a month ago or something. We were drinking on camera or doing something similar.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah. That wine at that time, it's coffee for me this morning. So.
yeah, same here, same here. But I remember at that point you were back at work, but just doing telemedicine, right? You weren't doing anything sort of in person. How's it been going for you
Yeah,
since?
for those of us
Yeah,
that don't
so
know Scott, can you introduce him?
sure, I can actually give you a little bit of background if you'd like.
Oh, sure.
So I'm at the University of Colorado School of Medicine. I'm assistant professor, but probably still about 90% of what I do is clinical work, and then the other 10% is research and running the dry eye center. So yeah, when everything started to go kind of funky, they never really stopped our clinical services, although they were drastically cut back. So I was still going to clinic probably about probably about 50 to 60% of kind of normal full time. And was seeing primarily urgent, emergent, and then critical follow-up. So with our dry eye center, a lot of it is tertiary care. A lot of patients are on at least some level of steroids and high-risk medications, and so we have to kind of have some of them come in for pressure checks and that sort of thing. So my clinical volume was low, but I never really stepped away from it. But then they added virtual health, for some patients who wanted to have access to us. So we enrolled that or rolled it out probably about a week after clinical volumes decreased. So it was right at the very end of March. So throughout April and May, virtual health became kind of a regular part of the clinical services, as well as towards the end, we were doing a little bit of triage or helping out with the triage services for the call center. Which was not definitely my favorite part of the job, but it really kind of helped kind of streamline where patients, whether they needed to be seen and where they could be fit in. So now we're back up to full volume. We actually just went back up to normal this last week, and that's been kind of a relief. I wasn't sure if I was really ready to see patients, in that capacity, but it's actually gone really well. The university has done an excellent job, and the leadership of the eye center has done an excellent job on making sure that patient flow is still very efficient, and patients are escorted essentially from the front door into an exam room. They have minimal contact with any other patients in the building, as well as minimal contact with staff. So it's actually been a really, really good experience so far.
And
so how's your exam changed? As far as
the exam changed,
dealing with patients?
Yeah, from the provider side, the main thing is just safety protocols. I mean, we have masks 100% of the time, eyewear. And then for any patient contact, we're donning gloves. Most of the time, we're only in the exam rooms probably with patients for it's probably 10 minutes max. So unless we're doing like a procedure or something. So in those cases, the university we have, as much PPE as we need, but essentially it's just like a surgical mask and then gloves. We do minimal charting in the room though. So we really try to assess the patient as quickly as we can and as efficiently as we can, and then finish up with the charting once we exit the room.
Right.
We also do patient checkouts, which this part is a little bit different too. It involves more of like how the staff and the patient flow is managed rather than the provider side. But we do our patient checkouts, including like any follow-up appointments, etc. All of that is done in the same room, and so the patient, again, they're not really in the waiting room for any length of time. They're really, everything that we do now is in an individual exam room, and I guess we're probably a little bit blessed because we have space to be able to do that, and it's really required only just maybe one or two more full-time employees, because we're utilizing all of the people that we're doing check-in and check-out to do escorting and in-room, patient follow-up scheduling, that sort of thing.
Right.
Right. Do you supply masks to the patients, or do you trust
We
them
do.
that they're going to have a clean mask on?
Yeah, so we request that they bring one in for their appointment. We do like the day before the appointment, we do a call because they have to do COVID screening within 5 days of the appointment. And we do request that they bring a mask with them. But for those that are unable to do that, we do provide them for them.
So,
And how about staff, Scott? Is your staff back up full, and how are they feeling about all of this?
Yeah, so a lot of our staff had been repurposed to other areas of the hospital because we do have, it's a hospital system. We have inpatient, we have an inpatient hospital, and we have outpatient services. The outpatient stuff had been pretty dramatically cut back, obviously. And a lot of the inpatient areas had been repurposed to handle what we were expecting to be an extremely high COVID population. And that did materialize to some extent, but our census has been going down. And so many of the staff now are coming back in. Because it's an academic training institution for ophthalmology as well, many of the residents had been repurposed into, emergency department roles and to support other areas of the hospital that were dealing with the influx of COVID patients. And we're getting them back now, which is, that's a good thing. I mean, it's a really good sign, I think, that things are really starting to stabilize and we're moving in the right direction from a population standpoint.
Right. You were doing some telehealth for a while there now, and I kind of wonder, since now you have experience with it, is that something that's going to become sort of routine in your setting? Are you going to be taking the time now to do it as part of your daily routine, or is this something that's going to go away as things get back to normal?
Yeah, we're still discussing that. It's a really good question because I know that the feedback we got from patients was that they really enjoyed it. They liked having at least some, quote unquote FaceTime with the doctors, even if it wasn't something that we're like trying to reassess, what the patient is having, especially if they have a history of dry. I mean, it's really difficult to do. It's not impossible, but it's difficult to do through a virtual health service. But that being said, they get to have direct contact with you, and they really like it. What I found is that while it can be really helpful from a patient standpoint, it's a lot of talking, and I feel like a lot of times I could get probably about the same amount of information to the patient done over the phone. And it's very difficult to go back and forth between a live clinic setting where we have actual patients and then work in a virtual health, because invariably, even with the good efficiency that we have now, patient visits don't always run exactly on schedule. And so trying to plan in a time where you and a patient who's in their home for you both to be on, a webinar together. Sometimes I'm 15 minutes late for that part of it. So it's difficult to do that. If we're going to go forward with it and make it a routine part of our practice, I think it would be helpful to designate like maybe a half clinic once a week where we could address those patients in a little bit more organized fashion.
Yeah, and that's, the local healthcare system here, by me out here in Portland, that's what they're doing. The primary care docs are blocking off their schedule for like half days, and they actually have staff members who do a pre-call to make sure that all the tech is lined up and working properly, so the doctor can just go in and bang, bang, bang it out, and not have to deal with any of the sort of setup nonsense. So they're trying to cordon that off into certain times of day to get it done. So I just find it really fascinating, the different approaches that the different systems are taking.
Yeah, and I would agree. That's probably, just based on my experience, that's probably the best way to do it, honestly. It's just too difficult to try to do it and see real patients at the same time.
Yep.
Scott, you mentioned that the ophthalmology residents started to do emergency work with the COVID patients. Did they actually recruit them to go into the ER?
Yeah, actually, when it was about mid-March, I was actually not even in Colorado when they really started to change a lot of those protocols. But they went into basically an all-hands-on-deck mode where, particularly the PGY1 and PGY2, which are now PGY1, which is the first year after medical school. That's typically primarily an internal medicine training. But now what they're starting to do is incorporate more ophthalmology into that. And so all of them were repurposed into EDs or ED support roles. And then even some of the, like what we consider a first-year ophthalmology resident, a lot of them had been moved over, or at least rotated through those services as well. The ones that were nearing the end of their ophthalmology training, where it's more and more surgical stuff, they were still with us, but we saw a lot of the younger ones repurposed back over into more internal medicine and emergency medicine roles.
Right, and I know my alma mater at Michigan, they did the same thing. It's sort of like the fourth-year students were even recruited, so it's like, welcome to medicine. Here's your trial by fire. You know, it's going to be interesting, actually, July 1st, right? That's, the date of maximal incompetence, as they say. It's going to be interesting to see what happens this year and how they're going to be moving staff around in places where COVID is still a major problem.
Yeah, and it's really interesting now as things have started to open up from a society standpoint. Like our local communities here in Colorado, we've started to open up some businesses, and I think in some counties they're even opening up some restaurants and bars in limited capacities as well. It'll be interesting to see what happens over the next month or two, and whether or not that changes the approach that we're taking for the rest of the year. So a lot of it is sort of wait and see, but I've been surprised. I mean, institutions typically aren't super nimble, and they don't typically move very quickly, but I've been very pleasantly surprised with how my institution's been able to work its way through this in a relatively fast fashion. So,
Well, that's good to hear. That you're right, that the bigger the institution, the slower it is to move. It's like trying to turn a ship around. And that's heartening to hear that the University of Colorado has been able to really take a look at what's out there and make decisions and implement them in a timely fashion, because with this, stuff is changing week by week, sometimes day by day, depending upon new data that's coming out. And it's really hard to react to that.
Yeah, and I do have to give, I'm not here to promote, obviously, my institution, but I do have to give them props as well, because your optometric team there is relatively small, and we have about 11 optometrists that are on staff. And not one of us really was asked to step down or to be furloughed. I mean, they really have made exceptional room to make sure that we were included in, being able to maintain clinic time and take care of patients. So that's really good. Especially coming from, like I said, an academic institution. So.
That's great news. That's really great to hear. And I'm sure it makes all of you feel like optometry is valued and you as providers are valued as well. And that's never a bad thing.
Absolutely.
Cool.
So what about your research? Has your research been backburnered, or I guess it depends on what you were doing, if it was involving patients. So was that continuing, or are you just simply waiting to get that back up and running as well?
Yeah, so that's a good question, because so the bulk of what I do obviously is clinical based. So we're dealing directly with patients, and what was asked of us in March, again, when all of this started to change, was that we suspend all of our clinical research because they wanted to really minimize patient exposure. So our research staff has been doing all of their work from home, including epidemiology and all of that. And so we have not gotten our clinical research back up and running yet, although I think that's going to start happening again pretty soon. Then there's the basic science stuff that were taking place, like on retinal cells and that sort of thing. And what they were allowing was basically one person to come in and maintain cell culture lines, but everything else was put on hold, at least through March and April. And I think we were up to 25% through the week before last, and I think last week we went up to 50% capacity in basic science research, at least in ophthalmology. I'm not really aware of what's happening in other subspecialty research areas, but that's what was happening in our department.
One question I have about academic optometry, you're in I assume it's a university setting, right? Is it part of a university?
Yes,
are
University
you on
of
the
Colorado.
track with professorships as an optometrist, or are you considered adjunct? How does it work for optometry?
Yeah, so I'm at the level, I've only been there for 3 years, and typically when you're hired on unless you have a long academic record. And I came from a private practice where I'd been for 17 years, so in tertiary care ophthalmology, optometry. So I'm assistant professor status right now. I am on track to apply for my associate professor status. In fact, our chief of cornea is helping me kind of assemble my dossier for that. Hopefully we'll be able to do that sometime in the next year. And then we'll see where it goes from there. The jump from associate professor to full professor is pretty high. It's the bar for that is quite high. So most of our faculty, even in ophthalmology, are at assistant or associate professor status, and we have about 55 faculty members right now.
Right. That's great information for people that want to go into academic optometry. What's being done. I think that's terrific that it's happening.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to take a look and see. I know that there are other institutions that are very optometry friendly that allow for faculty status. That's essentially equivalent to what the ophthalmology or the ophthalmologists are doing. I don't think every place is like that, but I do know that there are a fair number that are moving in that direction too. And I think as we kind of learn to be a little bit more collaborative, the more progressive institutions definitely are embracing that aspect of it. So,
great.
Scott, when you moved from your private practice to academia, how was that transition? I mean, obviously you moved as well because you were in Minnesota and now you're in Colorado. So not only did you physically move, but you went into a bigger institution. How was that transition?
Yes. Thanks for asking that question. It was definitely a learning process. I mean, we had a large private practice with approximately 22 optometrists and ophthalmologists, and my move at that time was because the university was looking for someone to really kind of help formalize the dry eye center and then also work in a collaborative setting for cataract care. And that's pretty much what I had done most of my career with the ophthalmologists that I'd worked with in Minnesota. Getting used to it, though, the speed at which things change, as we talked about earlier, especially when it comes to equipment requests and clinical flow and organizing staff, it's a much more methodical process. They have, SOPs for everything, and there's also within the department, they were super receptive to my suggestions. But then you have another layer of the hospital and the institution itself also okaying everything that you're doing. So like, say if I was to put in a request, one of the asks that I had was for an intense pulse light machine, because we had been doing that in Minnesota for a number of years, and the department okayed it pretty much immediately. But then it goes into essentially several different layers of approval requests from, people just looking at it from a budgetary standpoint, but then also supply chain, and you never really know where your request is at for, at any real length of the time. Once it leaves the department, it's sort of a black hole until you get approval. So, and that process can take
frustrating.
Yeah, that process can take anywhere from 6 months on the fastest requests to even like 2 years.
Oh my God.
And I've been there for 3. So.
Oh my God.
So that's been probably the biggest adjustment. But on the plus side, though, you get a ton of support for any research ideas. You have people that you can talk to. We have epidemiologists and statisticians on staff. The interdepartmental aspect is really fun too, because one of my patients was pretty high up in the pharmacology department. We have a pharmacy school there as well, and so we got to talking about different ideas on medications and how to study this and that. So it's really a fun environment to be in from an idea standpoint. It's just execution of those ideas can sometimes take a little while.
Sure.
Right. Well, Scott, we've been talking to folks just very casually about what the fall is going to look like. We should start a betting pool. So do you think Expo West will take place? And do you think Academy will take place in person? I say take place in person.
Yeah, boy, that's a tough one. Boy, I think if they do happen, assuming we don't get hit with another wave of COVID, assuming they do happen, I have to think that the attendance volume is going to be quite low compared to what we've seen recently. And at that point, there's a lot of questions. Adam, I know you and I have had this conversation before. What happens to vendors? What happens to our relationships with the industry?
Right.
How are those things supported? And right now, I don't think I could conjecture whether or not we're gonna have anything. I think there's probably going to be a movement towards more online things. That makes sense because people don't have to leave their homes. There's a lot less travel involved. You don't have to take as much time away, if any at all. So those make sense for a lot of people, but the networking and the relationships with industry and all of those things could be negatively impacted by not having in person to some extent at least. So I hope we figure out a way to move forward with those, and I know that eventually we'll probably get back to some semblance of that. But I think in the short term, we're probably going to be seeing more and more of these meetings taking place online, just because I think attendance is going to be negatively impacted by this.
Yep.
I agree.
Absolutely. All right. Well, Scott, thank you so much for coming out today and hanging out with us. It's always good to hear a friendly voice. It's kind of a strange thing. You can see on the screen here, I have my little stuffed animal next to me instead of Gretchen, and it's just kind of weird, not being able to actually see everyone in person, despite the fact that we obviously love doing the virtual meetings, but it is still rather strange not actually seeing everyone.
Yeah, I agree. I mean that we still have the human voice, but just being close to one another is an important part of society, and it's an important part of just being human. So it's great to talk to you guys, but yeah, I'd much rather be there in person.
Absolutely. All right, Scott, well, have a great day.
Thanks,
All right,
Scott.
you too.
Talk to you soon.
Enjoy your weekend.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
All righty. So we have 5 minutes to go. Let me actually unmute Paul, who was making tremendous amount of noise.
Poor Paul.
I keep muting me because I don't want to make noise if I'm grunting. I had a question of Scott, but we were cut off. Where's Aurora, Colorado? It sounds wonderful. It sounds
It's
like
not far from Denver.
the sunrise and.
Hey, Paul,
Where is it?
you're feeding back there. I think you have other things on in your room.
Oh, I think so too. Let me get. I was watching.
You're being
listening
muted
to-
again. I'm getting rid of you for good.
I don't know. Oh, okay, it was me.
Yes.
I was listening to Beethoven's Piano Concerto No. 5 last night. And I was about to turn it down. So, okay, so now it's off. Okay.
What am I going to do with him? But
Ooh,
we have in 3 minutes we have Tony, the president at Advancing Eye Care, coming. But before we do that, I want to just remind everyone that there's a big breaking news story this morning that you need to be aware of. Did you know that TLC
right.
declared bankruptcy?
who did?
The Laser Center,
Yeah.
TLC.
Well, it's their parent company.
Oh,
Yes. Well, so apparently they're going to try to sell off all their assets, right? So it's basically Chapter 11. So they're going to shed their debt, sell
Good.
the locations, and so
good
I
on
guess.
them.
Well, so I mean, I guess this is going to be the way of the world, right? So they're blaming it on COVID, but I can't help but wonder if things might not have been healthy beforehand. So they're selling it off, and it will be in a new owner. It looks like the freestanding centers are going to be running as they had before, just under new ownership and free of debt. So that's the big story of the day, I guess, in eye care. And I can't help but wonder if this is just sort of the first of the dominoes, because you think about these places that do have debt, who haven't been able to operate now for months. What are they doing? How are they surviving?
Well,
Right.
we're going to have Ben Chudner on later this afternoon, and we're going to hear about private equity.
Yep. Yeah, so Ben, I'm sure will have some interesting stories for us. Or he's been toughing it out over the last several months, and he's going to let us know if the deals are coming again and so forth. So that'll be an interesting call.
Ben is always fun to talk to because he has interesting things to share.
He does, and he'll always give it to you straight. He doesn't sugarcoat stuff, so it's always a fun talk. And in fact, even if you're not thinking about selling to private equity, it's really good to listen to him now anyway. As we learned, actually, we did a webinar with Craig Steinberg a couple months ago, talking about getting your practice ready if you're thinking about selling. Apparently, you got to get your books cleaned up like 18 months beforehand or something if you're even thinking about it. So before you even approach these companies, you have to have at least a year, probably more, of actually getting your practice ready to even show to them, to present. So it's in some sort of presentable form to get a decent deal. So I found that really interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, you can't just wake up one morning and decide you want to sell. I mean, there's a lot of work you have to go through. So it's better to start preparing before you think you're going to, just so that you're ready.
Yep. And when is Ben's talk today? Actually, I haven't looked at the schedule yet. Let me.
1 moment.
He's on at 4 p.m. Eastern time.
Oh, there you go.
1 o'clock
Paul is on the spot.
Pacific.
Let me.
No, he is on.
No, he is not.
He's on at 5 o'clock Eastern, 2 o'clock Pacific.
Well, I got the Adam's latest list here, and he's on. I got him on at 4 here.
Oh,
So.
Paul is doing the fax thing again. The fax/Pony
That's
Express. No, the latest one is up on
wrong.
the latest one is up on the screen right now, and it's 5 o'clock Eastern.
Paul,
I just took
his
this off.
interview is at 4. He'll be joining us at 4, but his talk is at 5. That's what Adam
right.
asked.
Oh, okay.
Yep. So you can see it up on the screen. This is when his talk actually is. So
Yeah, so
Okay.
join us at 4 o'clock Eastern to hear Ben chat with us, and then go to
Right.
his class at 5.
yes,
So you can get both.
he's always got interesting stuff to say. The class is interesting too, right? Because if you wanted to learn the differences between the different private equity groups, he goes through it pretty exhaustively, so you can learn the differences between them and what each one means. So because certain practices definitely fit better in different models. So kind of cool stuff.
And I think, Tony, have you joined us?
Yes, I have.
I thought I saw somebody else on there. Good morning.
How's it going,
Good morning.
Tony?
How are you today? Good, Dr. Farkas. How are you?
Doing well, doing well. We're just getting it cranked up here this morning. We're talking about sort of business stuff that's going on too. I don't know if you caught the Wall Street Journal this morning talking about TLC, the Laser Center, and their parent declaring bankruptcy. So going through Chapter 11 things. So even on the weekend, it never stops.
No, I have not heard that.
Yeah. So it's kind of I almost wonder in this environment that we're in if that's not the last one. Certainly in eye care that's going to go through that.
Unfortunately, I think there will be a few more due to the leverage of growth and that leverage that went into COVID. So hopefully that's not the case, but unfortunately, I think the times we're in, we will see a few more of these.
Yeah, I think so too. But let's talk about happier stuff, right? So advancing eye care.
Sure.
So I think people, if they're not familiar with the name yet, they probably will be. I'll put it up on the screen for everyone. So some of the sort of longtime favorite brands that everyone has, come to know and love, you've sort of all combined them together, right, into one organization. So I'm kind of curious. Maybe you could tell us a little bit about how everything's coming together.
Sure. As you can see, there's about 5 companies that have come together. We basically created a corporate umbrella known as Advancing Eye Care. So what's very nice about this is we bring a different level of basically consulting to the individual practitioner. What's nice is traditionally, if you take Lombard, if they're selling a piece of capital equipment into an office, they had nowhere to go with a trade value, a true fair market value. And that's kind of where EMS fit the fold, is that we were, basically the majority of our business was evaluating and reselling, refurbishing pre-owned. So it allowed us to give a greater pre-owned value to the private office. Therefore, it would drive them to be able to continue to stay on the cutting edge of equipment in their office. And then it also allowed us to drive a fair market value, whether it was resold in the US, but now we have offices in Latin America that allows us to even bring value to stuff that you would think that never had very much value. Then on the other side of it, as we filled out Lombard and Marco, it put about 75 service technicians out into the marketplace. So it allowed us to instantly drape over the US, bringing in services at a much higher level, and therefore also being able to service multi-products across even portfolios that we currently don't even represent, like Carl Zeiss Meditech, Heidelberg Engineering, Optos, and so on and so on. It just allowed us to really push our engineering team to get more versed, even on products that they're not familiar with. And so it's just allowed us to cross-train at a very high level. With that, then it also brings us into the Marco side of it. It brought us into an exclusive product with the NIDEC. And so it really allows us to come in and really customize for each office out there, whether it's somebody that is very price sensitive, low cost budget. We have an essential line. We have our pre-owned certified. If it's more about, hey, I'd like more of this brand new OCC, but I'm trying to save money on lane 1 and 2, then that drives into the S4 Optics. So S4 Optics is our own manufacturing plant out of Toronto in Canada. And it allows us to basically bring directly to the customer versus multiple different markups before it's distributed to the US market. So we can basically bring that into a much more cost-effective, more value to the end user. And so by doing this, it has allowed us to have 12 regional offices very strategically placed across the US. It allows us to keep loaner equipment there. We can also house the offices, a lot of big offices when we're talking about private equity, for example, they consolidate a lot of practices and they also grow a lot of practices. So we're managing those assets for them on off sites, being able to redistribute those, and then also having a real-time report through our service software that says basically if you have 400 offices, you have a lot of assets all over the place. We know real time where each one of those units are on a daily basis. So that's kind of the 1 and 1 minute and a half info commercial, and I'll just kind of throw it back to you guys on questions, and we can kind of walk through it.
Yeah,
Okay.
I guess you mentioned Canada, which I think was an important thing, right? Because so many people at CEwire today are also in the Canadian market. So is that something you guys service?
Absolutely service. So there's a company up there as well that added to the portfolio. It's called Innova Medical, and Innova is the largest distributor in Canada. So they sell even more lines because they're part of the international. So they actually represent lines like Heidelberg Engineering and a few others that we don't in the US. But they have a large service team and a large sales team that drape over the entire market. They have about a 60% market share in Canada.
Oh, wow.
So it allows us to be the largest in North America, basically, whether it's all new or all pre-owned. We just have that breadth of portfolio.
So Tony, on ODwire, there was a discussion about the problem of not being able to go to live meetings. And one of the people said that, it's great to hear all about these instruments, but I like to touch it and feel it. Is there a way for practitioners, if the God forbids happen and there is no meetings in October, is there a way for a practitioner to go somewhere to see all this equipment under a single roof so they can test it out?
There is no question. We do that all the time to answer. We can do that out of our St. Louis office, our Norfolk, Virginia office, Jacksonville office. We have one strategically placed in Colorado, and then we have one in California. So we could either one or two things. What we do a lot of times when we customize a full build out, we will have all that equipment set up in a showroom for that particular doctor to come in and see exactly what they're purchasing. Or if they're looking at 2 or 3 diagnostic equipment, we could also schedule an in service where we come in and we demo those units inside the office. So again, if they can't come to us, then we're going to bring it to them. And that's why it's very nice with our 12 regional offices. It makes us very efficient, and we can adjust to what the doctor's needs are just because of we're so spread out, and now we're having strategic equipment in each one of those regional locations.
Right.
Great.
And people are starting to obviously open up right now, and they're sort of dipping their toes back into the water. I'm kind of curious, as people are getting started, coming back into the office, what have you guys done to try to sort of help out with getting the offices running again after COVID?
This is one of the things I think is setting us apart really rapidly. Again, one thing we learned through the market is the individual offices just need help on service. But it's very costly to, keep adding to your service team and service arm. But what they've done is again, we do preventative maintenance across all lanes and then also through the diagnostic equipment. So now we've really elevated on cross-training on sanitation services across all the diagnostic equipment, lane equipment, the breast shields that we basically have customized ourselves to, whether it's on a manual phoropter, slit lamp, but it also goes into that same conversation as we start speaking through digital refraction. So it's led into multiple different things, but it's also education. It's a big jump from a manual phoropter to a digital refraction unit, but for distancing purposes and so forth. So I think more we've just been able to help is just being there to listen and saying, if someone says, hey, we like a full cleaning, I just feel like to reopen it, that's something I want to let my patient base know, that they can feel very confident that we've taken the precautionary measures for COVID-19. But we just send in, whether it's a large practice to a medium, 2 to 3 service technicians that now have been trained and understand the sanitation to the next level that we need to provide in order to make the patients feel that much more confident coming back to that practice.
Right, and you mentioned digital refraction. I have up on the screen right now the TRS-6100, and what was really funny, I've been speaking about this all weekend, is these devices have this remote capability. Most people didn't really take advantage of it before. It was kind of there, it was sort of nice, but now all of a sudden this feature has become incredibly important. The idea that you can really distance yourself from the patient. So I think suddenly, even though these devices have been around for a while, now all of a sudden it's like, whoops, this is probably something I really do want in my office.
Yeah, it's something looked at totally different. Digital refraction's been around for quite some time now, and I wasn't even over that familiar with it. I was always selling on the diagnostic equipment side, and now with this, it serves a whole different purpose for that telemedicine, remote refraction. It also making it a lot more efficient. Before, I just looked at it was a nice to have if the budget warranted that and to move into that direction. But now, as people are starting to, again, as COVID-19 is going to reshape our industry to what level, no one really knows. One thing is, it is going to change to some level. And it's more, I think, it's just precautionary measures of distancing, sanitation, and therefore that digital refraction unit has really become the centerpiece of what the discussions have been. I mean, really, that segment in our business and in our advancing eye care portfolio is the fastest growing product right now.
Yep, I believe it, and also you don't think about it, but OCT has that remote capability too. A lot of the units, or even with the slit lamp, right? You're seeing imaging systems, which were always cool, and they were interesting when you go to trade shows and you'd see some really great pictures and great output. But now all of a sudden, people are like, oh yeah, this is something I actually need. That
is correct. Yes, and again, it's people until those patient levels come back. Staff is going to struggle a little bit on, you're probably going to have a half staff until the revenue comes back to a certain point. Therefore, remote refraction on any of these devices, remote telemedicine, is just going to continue to grow. As you have these satellite offices, it's very nice. I've talked to a large private equity firm. Now they're really looking at in 2021 on how they really move towards doing telerefraction, telemedicine. It's just, I think that's what's really going to start to reshape the eye care industry. So it'll be interesting. A lot of conversations around the software is what's coming and how do we continue to be on the cutting edge of that.
Right. And speaking of which, a lot of folks do have the Marco units out there, probably never really took advantage of a lot of the remote capabilities, and even with Lombard and all the other products that you sell, like OCT, well, again, they have the remote capabilities. What if somebody wants to tap into those now? Do you have any support where people can actually, talk to you guys about how to set that up to make it work?
We have plenty of support. That's what's really helped us. So what we can do is, for example, let's just say somebody's willing to say, we'd like to see remote capability on an auto refractor, an OCC, and digital refraction. And we can set that up, and we can just do a go-to meeting and walk them through exactly how that does it and how the software processes that. So we have the support system in place to be able to do that, and that's what we've been working around the clock for in the last 90 days to be able to do that. It's without, again, as the patients are coming back, I think it's going to be a slower ask for, the sales forces across all of eye care just to allow more and more people back to the office. I think where the doctors are feeling more comfortable with is sitting on a live webinar and asking all of these questions and starting to see that live training, live, software you can go through, even the reimbursement rates and ROIs of those products. Is just sit there and let them now go back. They have all the information to make the best decision that fits their budget and where they are today.
Absolutely, and it's great that you're actually allowing people to have these meetings, remotely using GoToMeeting and other technologies versus having somebody come on site. That certainly makes it easier, and I'm sure it actually makes it easier for you guys too, right, in terms of having the capacity to service everybody.
Yes, it makes a lot. It's a big difference. I mean, just prior to all this, even myself is, getting on a plane and flying to California for an hour meeting, and I'm, 2 days out in the field or in the travel for just to catch an hour meeting. And now with that, where we are today, these accounts are saying, hey, let's just, do a Zoom or a GoToMeeting and let's meet over that. And we're just getting a lot more accomplished. And the data that's being able to be shared now along on the web is actually the conversations and the breadth of what goes on in that hour to an hour and a half is more effective, because instead of speaking for 30 minutes about not eye care, just catching up, it's really, you just turn it on, you have the questions and you go right into it. And so what's really nice is the success rate of, hey, how soon can we do this again? We're going to have a follow-up. I'd like to bring in some staff members and other people in my practice to see basically how the fluentness of this all works. And then we can now continue that. So it's been really, really well received, and it's promising.
Speaking of airplanes, one of the perks you should have is, does David Marco put you on the plane to get you places?
That's true. I didn't even think about that. You have your own private shuttle service. You don't have to worry about
Yeah. I think I need to get closer to Jacksonville. I'm not in the Clinton VIP pass yet, so I have to work on that.
Yeah, for those that are listening that don't know David Marco, he was president of Marco, but his life seems to be that he loves airplanes. And last time I was on it, it was a 2-engine type. I don't know what he has now, but I'm sure he's still flying though. Is that right?
He does. He still flies all the time. He's just been a champion of the Marco Nidec line. He's just been an incredible ambassador to the industry. And that's just basically where you were speaking before, is how do the doctors come in, whether they come to one of the regional offices or we bring it to the doctor. David would basically fly in 2 or 3 people that were the experts in that product line, and then we'd have that product shipped in, and they would do full 2 days of training. This is more when you go into the full-blown Epic system, a full refraction unit, and you're doing that in multiple lanes and locations. And that's kind of what we've taken that, because he's really just been, he is the Marco brand. I mean, he's just been that brand champion that's been out for many, many years. And we want to continue doing that on a consultant basis, because we just have now so much to offer on basically giving you a pre-owned trade-in, giving you pre-owned options, giving you our own product line options, and also being able to, recommend the best brands in the industry that we still carry through all of our Lombard brands. So he's been an incredible ambassador, and I'm glad that he's stayed on. He's more of an advisory role, but he's vital to what we're trying to grow here.
Absolutely. He's like a fixture. One of the funny things about this industry, right, is how it's still very much a family-run industry. And when you go to the trade shows, should the trade shows ever start up again, it's always funny just seeing him, hanging around the booth, at the Marco booth. It's like, there's continuity here. Like this, the Marco family's been doing this for how many years now, right? So it's kind of amazing to see.
Us fixtures can still walk to the places, I guess.
Oh my gosh. All right. Well, Tony, thanks so much for being here today. And I think we all learned a lot. And as things get cranked up again, I'm really glad to see how you guys are evolving and taking advantage of all this internet technology to help people get on back on their feet quicker.
Absolutely. Thanks again. This has always been very helpful, and thank you for all you guys do and bring to the industry. So I'm just glad that was able to share some information about advancing eye care.
All right,
Yeah.
great. Well, have a great rest of your weekend, and I'm sure we'll be in touch.
Talk to you
Sounds
soon,
good. Thanks
Tony.
again. Take care.
Thanks, Tony.
You too. Take care. You're welcome. Thank you. Bye-bye.
All righty.
That's great to see, though,
Yeah.
and how these companies, those of us that are innocent don't even know how these companies consolidate this way. But it sure makes sense once they do it.
Yeah, well,
And,
so sure. I mean, obviously, the reach here that this company has is now much greater, right? Because they have all these the sales force and the service teams all over the country now. So it made perfect sense that they would do this. And it is interesting too, by the way. If you've never been down to Jacksonville to visit Marco's facility, it's fascinating going down there just to see it. It's sort of like a little wonderland of equipment.
When you were down, did they still have? They used to have a P-51 fighter plane hanging up there.
See, I'm not
At
that important.
Marco's.
I'm not that important, so I didn't get to see that room, I guess. But so,
Yeah, so it was always very interesting. That was one of the perks of being a speaker for them. We get picked up at a local airport. It was picked up at Boca Raton and taken down to wherever I had to speak.
yeah, I fly commercial, usually at the back, so, out on the wing maybe. I'm just not that important. So, but no,
But it's good to see that David is still with the industry there. And
Yep.
He's a real piece of the whole picture. But the most important part, however, was what he said, that basically they will have hands-on for people.
Well,
Because,
sure.
for the downsides of what we're doing, we're certainly exhibiting to a large number of people, but you can't touch the equipment. But if they're convinced that this is what they like, they have a chance to kick the tires,
Yep.
and they can go somewhere to do it.
Again, having
That makes a big difference.
multiple facilities around the country definitely helps them. And I know that if I was investing in 2 or 3 lanes or something, you're not talking about a small amount of money, and it would be worth
Nope.
my while to get to a place where I could actually see a lot of the stuff at least once, for sure. So that is a good thing that they still have the capability. I still like my idea, by the way, of setting up just a general showroom in a few of the major
Yep, I
metro
was thinking
areas
about overnight.
where all the
Yep.
companies just sort of kick in a little bit of money and have their stuff sitting there and just let people
And just
kick the
have
tires.
an optical week
Yeah.
and just be there. Yeah,
So.
sure.
All right. Well, we have coming up, Sue Resnick will be back with us as always at 9 o'clock, so in about 10 minutes. We'll talk to her and see what's going on in her world. So.
You haven't introduced any of our sponsors.
Yeah, I haven't done the sponsors yet today, have I? That's probably a really terrible
Well,
thing. Isn't
you
it?
got 10. You got 10
I got
minutes.
10 minutes.
So
Let
why
me-
don't you
let
say
me-
hello.
Let me pull it up and show everybody, and I also have something to say to everybody who's here, and that would be thank you for attending. And let me pull this on up so we can all see that clearer. So thank you everybody for attending. We couldn't do it without you, and that is absolutely true, whether it's this live stream or actually doing all the courses. Without people showing up, this obviously wouldn't work. The optometrists who come here have actually made CEwire the largest conference in optometry. We have about 5,000 ODs who've taken the course so far. And just to compare and contrast, Expo, when it did run last time, was 3,200 ODs. So you guys have smashed that record. Obviously, you have very little to do at home right now. So you're coming here, and we're appreciative, to get your CE hours in. So thank you so much for showing up. And again, so you can download the course schedule at the CEwire site if you want to plan your day. And again, plan your day in June as well. The course schedule for June is up as well, so you can take a look at it. And again, remember to enter your tracker number when you leave. When you go into a classroom, Steve is actually giving everyone instructions, so there's a chat window so you can see everything. So it's very straightforward. But thank you to our sponsors. Obviously we couldn't put on the show without them. They provide us with the kick we need in the beginning to actually get everything set up and get the speakers on board and get the tech ready and everything else. So you can see all the sponsors up there right now of the conference. This is the most sponsors we actually ever had at a CEwire. So definitely go to the exhibit hall and check them out. If you've never been in the exhibit hall, it's real easy to get to. Just right from the lobby, click Exhibition Hall, and you'll end up in there. And go to each booth. You'll see a lot of the companies are offering discounts and exclusive stuff that you can't get anywhere else, but just at the show. And there are some, that have huge menus of discounts. I'm thinking of like La Rivera, where you can go and just download this gigantic list of discounts that they're having just for the show. So check them out. And I could run through everybody one by one. Obviously, we have a lot of them today on the schedule. So again, thank you to Marco, or should I say Advancing Eye Care now? I never know how they want us to brand it at this point. Marco, part of Advancing Eye Care? So again, we just obviously got off with the president of Advancing Eye Care, talking all about what's going on there. So definitely check Marco out. Optos, we had a wide field lecture yesterday where you saw some really incredible pictures that actually came from one of their devices. Again, they have discounts, so check them out in the booth. Conan Medical, and yesterday I actually showed a movie about the RET eval device, this VEP device that Craig Thomas was showing off, and it was a webinar that we did at ODwire, I guess maybe a month ago, 2 months ago, but I figured what the heck, we had it here, so why not show it again during our break? And I might do that again today because it's a really cool new device. So Conan's constantly coming out with these new instruments. What's cool about them too is that they are a pretty small company, so they're very easy to work with. You can easily get a hold of some of the senior level folks there if you have questions about the product, or even if you want to make suggestions about how they can be improved. They're always there to listen. So they're really, really great to work with. So Conan. MacuHealth, Steve, who's, I don't know where he is. He's probably still in his class or
I'm here now.
Oh,
Here.
there you go. So I was just talking about MacuHealth, Steve.
He just pops up.
Yeah, he just pops up. He's like a gopher out of the gopher hole. So we're just talking about our sponsors, talking about MacuHealth and how you're one of their customers, and you use their supplements in your office.
It's a great product because it has all three of the pigments, including mesozeaxanthine, and John Nolan, who's a PhD expert in this, says how much better it does. When you do genetic testing, you combine that with some people have the genome that is good to have zinc and some without. So combining the MacuHealth with that, number one, it's win-win. The patient gets a better outcome, hopefully. It's a great income source, and it ties your practice differently than other practices. So great product. It flies off the shelves, and I've actually seen people with significant drusen with OCTs, and over the course of 6 months, 9 months, they either disappear or they go down dramatically using this product. So it really does work.
Excellent. And Luno Technology, we're going to be, we spoke with some folks at Luno yesterday. We're going to be speaking to more folks today. And in fact, we're going to be speaking to the president of Luno USA today. So we're going to have the head honcho here talking to us about what they're doing with their instruments. And again, Luno is another one of those companies. It's like a tie-up, I guess, like Advancing Eye Care, right? Where they have all these different brands that they purchased. Some of them might be familiar to you, like Brio. That's around, since way back in Paul's era, right? Brio's been around forever. And then there are also much newer technologies as well, and we're going to talk about those in terms of distancing from patients. So definitely check out their booth as well. So they have the wide variety of tech that you can go look at. Haag, as you know, the makers of equipment that you all know and love, go into their booth. They have discounts as well on a variety of their products. Excuse me. The Neurovisual Medicine Institute. These folks are all about Prism. And using Prism to correct problems. And Steve, have you had time to actually go in and check out their booth and what they're offering?
Yeah, they didn't have a person there, so I was able to look at the videos and stuff. So it's pretty impressive, and something I would have loved to incorporate into my practice. So I tell you, when you go into this, we used to have a lobby or an exhibit hall with 6 or 7. Now it's so robust that you don't know where to go first. So the answer is I just scratched the surface, but if I have time later on, I will go in more. Yeah.
Excellent. Yeah. So NVM, they actually have an entire program. It's not just learning about small things. This is about how to integrate this into your practice. So they not just talk about the science and the clinical aspect of it, but also from a practice management standpoint, how do you integrate this Prism into your practice? So kind of cool stuff. Whoops.
It's better to watch the lecture first and know what questions to ask, because a lot of the information is not what you learn in optometry school directly. So get a working knowledge first, and then talk to them, because I think you can incorporate it in.
Right. And so TearCare, so they had a big announcement for us yesterday about this study. What was it? The Olympia study, right? Where they compared the efficacy of their device versus another leading device, whose brand shall remain nameless, right? But they wanted to assess basically, was the TearCare device as efficacious as this other more expensive device? And the answer is it was equally efficacious, according to their study of several hundred patients, and it was a blind study as well. So this was a legit study that they undertook, and I think that was the first blind study that they've done, or at least that I've seen, that showed equivalency. So good for them. You can check out more in their booth all about the study, and we'll have links as well. So science. So Natural View, VTI Natural View. So again, these are soft lenses, multifocal lenses that come in a wide variety of parameters. Importantly, people are using them for myopia management, even though, again, it's off-label, but we can talk about it here. Why not? And Steve, I know you use them in your practice as well.
Yep, and to quote off-label, we do so many things in optometry that are off-label, and we've been doing myopia control for more than a decade off-label. Yes, there's a company, CooperVision, that finally MiSight lens has been approved, but my opinion, and it's just my opinion, is that this product does actually what the MiSight lens is supposed to do better. So I think it's a good product to incorporate as a multifocal lens in general. So it's a daily lens for people with presbyopes, but also I think it'll work better. The outcome will be better with this lens versus other products which have FDA approval.
Well, so we're all among friends here, right? No one's listening that's an active enemy of the conference, right? So among friends, the idea of getting something through the FDA is great. However, for a lot of the smaller companies, it's a very expensive proposition, right? And so I'm certain that there are a lot of companies that, if they went through the process, they could make it, but I can only imagine how much money and time it actually takes to do.
Well, as a really good example, all ODs and ophthalmologists use certain drugs, Besavance, Vigamox, Zymaxid, for the treatment of corneal ulcers. They're not approved for that. They're approved for bacterial conjunctivitis. But the science of the field has suggested that it's more effective than one of the two other approved things. So that's an example of off-label use that we all do, and most of the time we don't even know it. So you're correct as far as this product also.
Yep. Okay, so Zeiss, obviously a major supporter of the site, so thank you, Zeiss. So they have obviously a whole bunch of instruments, and they've been pushing a lot of their educational material too on their own website. So if you go to Zeiss's website, you can actually see a whole number of webinars that they have, even around social distancing, right? And Zeiss has actually been giving away these breath shields for slit lamps. They're sort of generic in that they'll fit on anybody's brand. It's not just Zeiss. So definitely check out their booth. They have all the information about it in there. You can easily go to their website from the booth and order one of these shields. It's free, and they'll send it on to you. So good stuff from Zeiss. Definitely go check them out. AB Max, and again, so this is like, how did I describe it? It was as a Dremel tool. So this is for anterior blepharitis, right? So you can see sort of in the even in the illustration there, you can see it's got a tip that you put on, and it kind of removes all the cruft from people's eyes to get them started for folks with anterior blepharitis. This is a new generation device. The folks who created it actually created the original device, right? The Generation 1, which has a different brand name that you may or may not know. But this is a second generation device, and they have good deals in their booth right now. If you have one of the older devices, you can trade them in as well. And this is not only just as effective as the older one, but it also is a lot cheaper. The consumables are cheaper, so definitely go check it out. Neuralens, again, we were talking about Prism before, and we'll talk about it again. So they have this special product that they make that builds Prism into the lenses that they manufacture. They have a device that helps you measure what that prism should be, and then they take the output from the device and can create lenses from it. And I know, Gretchen, you have a pair that you had made up. I don't even know if you're wearing them right now.
I'm wearing them right now.
So
absolutely.
There you go. So you wear them as a sort of computer lens, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Over my multifocal contact lenses.
Yep. So definitely check them out and check out the technology. I am in no way qualified to talk about how it works, but you might want to go to their booth and try to look at the science behind it so you can really learn more. So it's pretty neat stuff. Oculus, again, makers of the Pentacam, among many other devices. That's sort of the Swiss Army knife If you have it in your office, you can use it for a million different things. People are really using it a lot these days, though, for specialty lenses, for scleral lenses. It helps you really accurately draw up the lens. You can actually take the output of the Pentacam, put it into the lens design programs, like for wave contact lenses, and within 2 or 3 days, you have yourself a custom scleral lens that's made highly accurately. It's not like the bad old days when Paul used to do this before they had any sort of device to measure how a lens should be made, and they stuck moldite in your eye and stuff like that. So things.
In my day, we had manufacturers that say our lenses are works of art. No two are alike.
That's not a good thing. Yeah.
For sure not.
So things have changed a great deal. So definitely check out Oculus's booth. If you're into specialty lenses, I kind of almost wonder how people are working these days, without something like a Pentacam, without something like OCT, without all of these tools. You're just sort of rummaging around in the dark, I guess. Science-Based Health, and I believe we're going to have Zach from Science-Based Health. Is that right, Gretchen?
Yep. Zach will be on, let's see, at 4:30 Eastern, 1:30 Pacific. So he'll be on to talk with us about what's going on with SBH.
Excellent. So they obviously make supplements like a Hydro Eye. And again, as their name implies, they're science-based. So Zach can really talk a good science game with us. When they create their supplements, they always look to the literature before they put anything in. So it's kind of it's a nice approach, right? Not sort of marketing driven, more science driven. So
right.
Always looking forward to talking to Zach. Covalent Careers. So this is actually the largest job site in eye care. If you're looking for a new position or if you're looking to hire ODs or opticians into your practice, definitely go to their site and check them out. And they also have really good advice about what's been going on with COVID. So these are some very smart folks, and they've been keeping on top of the government programs that have been in place, as well as you can get sort of best practices for them about what other people are doing around the country. So highly recommend going over there. iCare Live, we're going to have Beth from iCare Live later. She's in charge of their marketing and talking all about sort of telemedicine and what they've been doing over the last 3 months. And I sneak preview, they're going crazy, of course, because this again went from sort of something that was nice to have to something that everyone wants and needs. So, Beth, I'm sure, is going to sound a little bit tired when we speak to her because they've been doing a lot, and I can't wait to hear what's been going on with their platform. And iCare Pros, so if you have a website, and you should, and you have a social media presence, and you should, and certainly if you have Google reviews, and you do, whether you realize it or not, you probably want to retain a company like iCare Pro to help you manage all this. So that you're sort of putting your best foot forward online. It's something these days where you shouldn't just leave it to chance or your ability to do it in a spare time. So definitely check them out as well. Lac Rivera, they make punctal plugs, and as I mentioned, they have huge discount lists in their booth. This gigantic PDF, this huge menu of discounts that they're offering at the show. So definitely go check them out as well. Optometry Times. What more can we say about Optometry Times, Gretchen?
Oh, I can always say plenty, but I'll keep it brief because I know that Sue Resnick has joined us. So Optometry Times, we are here for you. We deliver the content in a way you want to consume it, whether it's print, whether it's email, whether it's on our website. We always want to hear from you. If there's something that you think we should be covering and we're not, drop us a line. If you love something, let us know. If you hate something, definitely let us know. If you want to write for us, I want to hear from you. So we're here for you, and we design our content to be easily consumed and easily digested. And thank you for reading.
All right. Good and concise. I can't believe we're making Sue wait. So let me just say, Vision Equipment Inc., our last sponsor, purveyors of refurbished equipment, of which they have many new units coming in for better or worse, obviously, because of what's been happening around the country. Definitely check out their booth and talk to Leo at Vision Equipment, because their stuff is changing every single day, right, based on what they have coming in. But if you're looking to outfit your office and not sort of break the bank, it's a great way to go to work with Leo. He stands behind everything that he refurbishes and sells. So that is about it for our sponsors. And Sue, are you there?
I am, and I want to say that I love consuming Optometry Times because it's the only thing that I haven't gained weight from over this whole 8-week ordeal.
You know that we live to
It's a pleasure to be with you. How's everybody?
Yeah, we're
We're hanging in.
hanging in there.
But more important, how are you doing at the epicenter of this coronavirus? What's happening?
So we are doing as well as can be expected. Yeah, I mean, for us, it's really a matter of, more of the time lag to get up and running. So New York City has just been propelled into phase one, not until actually June 8th. And out on Long Island, it was about a week earlier. So, the thing is, here in New York State, optometrists were considered essential for the whole time. But the problem is patients are obviously going by the guidance of local authorities, the CDC, and certainly Governor Cuomo. And if they are saying stay home, the good news is they're staying home. So while we may be open, patients are still, kind of quarantining. But things are starting to loosen up, and it's just really a matter of time. And every day we are doing, well, not we, our wonderful bookkeeper is generating another 20 Excel spreadsheets to see what our money burn rate is. That's been keeping us busy.
Sure.
But, she's her head is spinning, and oh my God, this woman is she's a godsend. But we're getting through it, and I have to say that as I'm speaking with colleagues and seeing posts online, I'm encouraged by the fact that, look, this thing has been horrible in every sense of the word, but the good coming out of it, and Adam alluded to it a few minutes ago, is that technologies and things which were probably not due to come to fruition for maybe a year or two now are being consumed, quickly. And I know for us and in many of the practices, the things that we instituted to get us through this are things we probably should have done a while ago. At least I know our practice. And we are certainly going to make more robust as things go on, because they're beneficial to not only pre-COVID, post-COVID, but, down the line, things that will help us grow, help us be more efficient. Processes, even just the mentality now is different. For instance, Adam was talking about telemedicine, and we were all kind of poo-pooing it, and it was sort of like when online ordering first came out, a lot of us were like, oh, maybe we'll wait. It was a wait and see thing, and now it's not like a wait and see. We needed this yesterday. So we are now, those phone calls you get from patients who haven't been in 3 years and are having a problem, and you would have maybe returned the call and done everything at no charge and try to guess, and it's like, no way now. We'll help you, but we'll help you via this, and there will be a fee for it. And, so we have everything to gain. The patient will have everything to gain, and it just makes so much sense. And you look at yourself and go, well, why didn't I do that years ago? And that's happening with a lot of things. We made our systems for ordering online more robust. And, Adam just went through all of the sponsors, and, ironically or not ironically, I'm a client of most of them. And so, for instance, iCare Pro has been so instrumental in helping us make our digital business, so much better and so much more efficient for patients, as well as promoting the safety for the patients. So there's a saying in our office, and this is what I think is key. So the problem now is as we ramp up, it's not that we're changing what we're doing, but we're seeing far fewer patients. So the question is, how do you monetize or keep your financial outlook good, seeing fewer patients? And we've always said in our practice, there were some days we were seeing so many patients, we were too busy to make money. And we now understand that you can see, and that was Barry's saying over the years, and it was just so true. So now we are obviously limiting the number of patients so that everybody's very safe, our staff, our patients. It's really very much, we always called ourselves a concierge practice. Well, now it's really concierge. You have the whole office to yourself while you're there. But the bottom line is, the good news is that our daily ledgers are looking not terribly different from what it was before. And that's because the patients coming in are spending more money. First of all, they have the money because there's nowhere else to spend it. They're so happy to come in. We have far fewer cancellations or no-shows. So the efficiency has increased incredibly, and we're able to do things, not postpone them. So for instance, if you have a busy day and you were busy examining a patient, and let's say it was an ocular surface, a dry eye patient, you might have said, okay, we want to do all this, come back, we'll reschedule. Well, now we are actually doing everything on the same day. And we actually sent out an email when we announced our reopening. We said to the patient, come prepared to do everything. A, it's more convenient. B, we get the information we need faster. And C, you don't have to come back. And so for most of the technologies we're using, we're doing that now. An example would be something like tear care. We now, on the very same visit, if they have dry eye, we're performing the tear care. We have the time, we have the personnel. What's nice about that kind of thing is it's almost like a pampering thing. Patients haven't been able to get their hair cut or their nails done, so just having their glands expressed feels good. So we're able to kind of parlay it and keep it. I mean, no joke. We're actually, they love the human contact. I know, there's been so much social distancing. So just, going near them and putting the things on their lips, they're so, I guess hungry for human contact. And of course we're doing it safely. I mean, these patients are coming in and, they have the masks on and we are totally, in our spacesuits and whatnot. We're not in spacesuits. I'm kidding. But,
yesterday I gave the story of the fire of 1989 and how we had to go into a tiny office and we expanded our hours from 7 in the morning to 7 at night for the single lane.
Right, because you could see one. Yes. Right. So, Paul, this is very similar, unfortunately, to that. And you guys kept the practice alive. And, that's essentially what we're doing now. We're expanding. So our rate of patient isn't changing, but we're trying to keep the volume up per day by expanding the hours, not by seeing as many patients per hour. And we're limiting it very similarly to what you guys had to do. One exam. So, well, actually not one exam room, but we're alternating. So we only have one patient in an exam room at a time. And we only, typically as one patient is leaving, the next is coming in. So, it is unfortunately similar, but the learnings from that carried us through.
Right. Sue, I got a question for you. How are you handling stuff like pre-testing and so forth, right? Because obviously you see a lot of specialty cases as well, a lot of specialty lens folks and, rather complicated cases. How is that working with your patient flow? Because I know that a single patient can take quite some time, right, to go through the entire process.
Well, actually, so I see that a lot, and I'm getting that question, and maybe we're doing something wrong, but we are fast. So I'm scheduling one patient every half hour. And so the patient comes in, and in terms of pre-testing, our technician just brings them right in, and most of our patients are well, I shouldn't say most, but it's probably 50-50, contact lens, primary care, maybe 75-25, but everybody gets an auto refract. And then other than that, nothing is done because each patient requires, I don't have every patient going through every test. That's just not the way we work. So the only thing every patient has done is an auto refract, either without their lenses or over their lenses. Then they're put right into an exam room and I do my exam. And then our pre-testing is really more like post-testing because if they need something done, it's typically after their contact lenses come off. Let's say a topography or an optomap, or if I need tear chemistry done, I might not remove the lenses, but I would just send them out. So it's literally, our staff is so well trained. The pre-testing literally takes, 5 minutes, and most of that is just my staff, chatting with the patient. The testing itself takes 30 seconds. So if they have to go back into the pre-test or the test, what we call the special testing room after I see them, again, it's another 5 or 10 minutes. So that patient may be in that room. And so what I'll do is if there is another patient already in the office, I will just bring them right into the exam room. I won't even have them auto-refracted first. So I never have a patient, everything is totally disinfected before a patient goes into the next room. So I don't know why, look, I can't speak for other practices, but it's not like I'm having a zillion things done before I see the patient. I just don't do that. I don't do rote testing on every patient. We selectively do it. I do not, optomap every patient every time. I may dilate, I may optomap, I may do both. In terms of needing a pentacam or something like that, the lenses have to come off. So it's not like every test gets done on every visit. It doesn't
Right.
take that long.
So speaking of being selective, you don't allow a Paul Marvin type of patient in to see you, I assume.
HIPAA violation.
Well, we do. So actually, let me tell everybody what a Paul Marvin patient
It's a
is.
generic name.
And that actually gets to something when I originally texted Adam about, speaking with you guys. The one thing that we did was, and I thought I was a genius, but then I realized the whole rest of the world was doing it too. But we did something called, and everybody has their own name for it. I call it intelligent booking. Some people call it calling your BSPs, your best spend patients. So when I asked my staff, when we knew what we had a start date, and it was around May 15th or May 18th, and I had our team get on the phone, and this time we wanted human voice. We didn't want emails or stale mails. We actually had almost like a telethon. They got on the phone and they were all calling patients. And I gave them a guideline, a list to optimize revenues. And it's not to say, sometimes we get criticism of this, is like, how can you do this? You're here to serve this and that. I would never turn a patient down that called up and said, my eye is falling out of my head, can I come in? Of course not. If a patient calls to make an appointment, they're given an appointment. But in terms of proactively calling to fill our spots, if we have our druthers, we selected the groups. And so who were those groups? Those were the patients that might not have been in it a couple of years. A, they need the exam, and B, they're more apt to need an updated pair of prescription eyewear. Certainly our scleral lens, all of our medically necessary patients. And then, yes, we combed our database for our best spend patients, the one who willingly come in and just want a reason to spend money. I already have patients talking to me about using their flex spending money. So what Paul was just saying, our Paul Marvin patients, we have patients who are very, very needy, who, they have 6 pair of lenses, one for every day of the week except Sundays when they take a rest, and they'll come in and they want you to check every lens and everything. And yeah, are we calling them? No. But certainly we accommodate them if they call us. So that, that answers your question. Okay, so that answers your question, I think. But intelligent booking is something that I've wanted to do for eons. It's something like the airlines do, where they selectively book, and then they'll only reduce the cost of the seats if they haven't booked. And yeah, it's manipulative, but I would never do it unethically. But certainly what I tell people when I'm doing consulting is, you can look at your schedule and say, look, I'm going to allocate 75% of my appointments to my private pay patients, 25% to my managed care pay, my vision care plan, or 60% to my vision care plan, 40% to my medical, whatever you want to do. But you know what? Take control, because now's the time to do it, and you might just find this is the way you want to go for the rest of your professional life.
Right. In fact, Sue, we did a webinar together, I guess it was a couple months ago now, all about how to sort of throw off the shackles of managed care, right? And I kind of wonder at this point, maybe, with the way things are going and with unemployment and everything, maybe this is going to be the time for a lot of people to really reassess, like, yeah, maybe, these plans are something that I don't want. Right.
Well, more and more are. And one of the things, and what's interesting is, you're home for 8 weeks, and first you're crying because you don't have a job, and then when it's time to go back, you're like, oh my God, I got to go to work. So, so now everybody's kind of enjoying. I mean, I'm speaking for myself, but I know I've heard others voice this, that they love the reduced rate. As a matter of fact, one of my administrators came up to me yesterday and she said, Sue, we're only booked out one for every half hour through June, and then July you started us back, one every 15 minutes. And she goes, you want to change that? And I went, let's leave it for July and August, because I want to tell you, I'm enjoying, being able to breathe. I mean, even behind the mask, I'm able to breathe because I'm seeing fewer patients. And I'm spending more time, and my ledgers don't look any worse for the reduced volume. I'm not saying I can do that forever, but I'm certainly looking at maybe seeing fewer patients per day than I had been originally. It's quality of everything, quality of life, quality of care, being able to talk to patients about these subspecialties, certainly dry eye, NeuroLens, myopia management. What I loved was most of the companies, I mean, certainly they all were very, very keen on remaining relevant to us throughout this period. There was constant communication, but a lot of them launched new products. And the good news is I had time to actually learn about them, to take the certification courses that were required for some of them, to sharpen my skills in certain scleral lens designs that I've been, I don't want to say too lazy, but, you know, after seeing 30 patients a day, you come home at night and the last thing you want to do is look and see how to fit a new scleral lens. I mean, it's just human nature. So, you know, now with this added time, I feel like I'm going to bring in some new technologies now quicker than I would have, you know, if I hadn't had the forced vacation.
Absolutely.
You know, so you make a really good point that you're making changes, but you're making data-driven changes. So with you deciding to keep your slightly lighter schedule through the rest of the summer, you're not doing that because, gee, I like it. I mean, that's part of it, but you looked at the numbers and you're showing that your practice can pull in the same amount of revenue with seeing slightly fewer patients. And in turn,
You're
then
absolutely
you
correct. Yeah.
invest that
Yep.
time into learning new therapies and treatments, certifying for new products, talking to vendors about bringing in new technology. So you're not just sitting in your office watching cat videos on the internet, you're reinvesting into the practice with that extra time, which will then in turn help to grow your practice even more. So I think that's a really important point, that you're looking at the numbers to help drive your decisions, and you're making smart decisions and you're making good use of your time, as opposed to, I'm just going to sit by the pool for an extra hour every Friday, or, you know, whatever. Not that any of those are bad things, but you're making smart choices.
Yeah. And it's funny, Gretchen, the second thing that I said to her was, Marissa, if you see our ledgers coming down at all, just start booking me. So my staff knows I want them to tell me what to do. I don't want to tell them, because they have the pulse, you know, the finger on the pulse of the booking and of what patients are doing and what they're talking about, what they're saying over the phone in terms of when they're coming in, how many lenses they want. So they have carte blanche. They know, basically, even though I have a schedule, they know if a patient calls up and says, I want to come in today, we are actually accommodating, you know, same day visits. I'm not turning anybody down because, you know, there was this gap and I don't want to lose somebody who's motivated to come out on a given day. So, you know, that's, you know, one of the other things that I've kind of given.
You just gave a pearl. I mean, we'll have to go ding, ding, ding. You empower the staff.
I was going to say that too, Paul.
Yeah.
You have staff that's highly paid. They've been with you a long time, and they're pros. They're not one step from Burger King. You know,
right?
So
that's
the moral of that story.
They already informed me. Yeah, they've already informed me of what they're doing, and they're doing things. I'll use the word behind my back, and I love that. I hate to micromanage. I mean, besides rolling their eyes behind, you know, which they do all day long, that's okay. But I hate to micromanage. The one thing that comes out of my mouth, and again, even with my phenomenal staff, that I never want to say, but once a day it'll come, you know, out of my mouth, it'll be like, why did I have to think of that? I don't want to have to think about anything other than the patient. I mean, I know I have to, but I don't want to. So, but they've already come to me and said, look, they're looking at new EMR companies. We just want to compare. And one of my staff members, he actually is doing a business audit now of us, well, wants to start it. And that is to look at every vendor, I mean, from where we buy our paper clips to where we buy whatever, just to make sure that we're getting value and that we're not just, you know, because what happens is easy to fall into a rut where, you know, every Monday you're going to order 10,000 paper clips, but you don't really need them. So he's going to look at all of that for us, which, you know, we really haven't done in a long time. So
that's smart.
You know,
that is a really smart thing to do.
Yeah.
And was it his idea?
Exactly.
So this is Steve. How's it working in a group practice? Do they have different rules for different doctors and how they want to be booked? Because that creates chaos. Is everybody on the same page as what you're doing?
Oh, we are. So yes, I mean, this is all, when I say I mean the collective I. So it's all of us, Jordan, myself, Kevin. Yeah, we're all on the same schedule. The one thing you can't not be, because otherwise your staff goes nuts.
Yep.
And patients go nuts, and you can't, yeah. So when we make a change, we all make a change. We have some control over our daily, I may say on a given day it's okay to put in extra patients, and so, but actually we all think alike. Everybody is the same. Yeah, we don't give different rules. So we have the same schedules going forward. Yeah, the only difference might be what I do in my Manhattan location versus my Long Island location. But other than that, it's consistent, among the doctors.
And you are so correct. In the past, when you knew that you had a cancellation after the patient you're seeing, you're more relaxed, you spend more time with the patient, you present more options, and you generate more income for that patient. You're learning it on the QT of doing it and how you're scheduling it, but we always knew that we could generate more income for a patient by just spending more time with them.
Exactly. And, it's interesting because, when you're busy, you rarely get out of the exam room, and we're busy, but I do have some, it's not like I could see 4 patients in 30 minutes. I mean, I could, and I have, but now with one patient in 30 minutes, I do feel like I'm a little bit under busy, but, so what I do is I crawl out of the exam room now. So yesterday, for instance, I finished and the patient went to the optical, and I had a good 10 or 15 minutes before the next patient came in. So I wandered out to the optical, and while my optician is terrific, I walked out, the patient was so excited to have me tell them how great their glasses looked on them, or to validate their choice, or to check with me and get my opinion on it. And what ended up happening, they bought 2 pair, because she said to me, okay, I want to choose between, this one and this one. And I'm like, you don't have to make a choice. They both look great. You're going to get both. And I said it kiddingly, but not. And my opticians are trained to do that as well. But somehow when it comes from the doctor, it hits home more. And so, I off the cuff, I said, look, hey, we have a COVID sale. I said, I'll give you the second pair at 50% off. We would have done that anyway, but coming from me, it was like, oh my God, you do that for me? So they thought it was a very personal thing. So, we made a few extra bucks. The patient felt good. And so my getting out and, as we say in New York, yentering a little bit, made a difference. And my next course on June is going to be optometric yentering.
Absolutely.
Oh, speaking of which, by the way, I wanted to just mention that, Sue, you will have a new course coming up for us in June, right? Not about yentering.
Yeah, so this is an interesting... Yeah, so this is a topic which is kind of, I think, under the radar, and you think about it and you go, really? There's a course on that? So it actually has to do with ptosis, with a P, a silent P. It's something that many of us see, all the time in practice, yet we don't really kind of think about it because the patient won't bring it up. It's a sticky topic because it has to do with cosmesis and how the patient looks. But it also has to do with the fact that for many patients, it's been there a while. It's something that, is awkward for them, that, sometimes would require surgery to fix. But it's something I think all of us need to sort of have a better feel for. And how do you differentiate ptosis? Like, why is it there? There could be underlying clinically significant and important things. The good news is that most ptosis is age-related and is not of serious nature. It just has to do with changes in the levator muscle. But the point of it is that there's going to be new technologies down the pipeline that are going to enable us to better manage it. And this is a space that I think optometrists have to get in on really, really early. So the course that we're going to do, and I'm pleased that I'm going to be doing it with Whitney Hauser, this is going to be a really good clinical introduction into what causes it and what are the underlying conditions and how do you measure it. and we're going to kick that off in June.
Yep.
That sounds
But the
fascinating.
only people you want to not treat are the enforcers for the mafia. A slight ptosis scares people. So.
Well, the interesting thing, Paul, is in our practice, because with all those hard lens wearers, bilateral ptosis is so common as a result of tugging on the lid. So this is, that's one of the more common causes, ironically. So, if we have something we can do to treat it, non-surgically coming down the pipe, that would be terrific.
Yep. Yeah. So
one final question. When sooner or later you got to pay the bill, how are you going to handle all those nudie patients that finally start coming in? What are you going to do with them when they come in as a group?
So when they come in, that'll be good. We want them in. It's just that we don't want with a limited number of spots now and having to adhere to these guidelines. No, we want them all in. That's the only way it's going to bring us up to, we can't continue to do what we're doing now. We're only doing one patient a day and one doctor a day in each office. So we're down, normally we have 2 or 3 doctors, and normally we're scheduling between all of us about 60 patients a day, and we're only seeing about 12 now. We can't afford to do this forever. At all. So we need those patients back.
Or the trick I always use, but I didn't want to see patients any longer, is we always gave the youngest associate a very specialty that needy patient needed.
So we have our associates, and we haven't, unfortunately, we haven't been able to bring them back yet because there's no room, and there aren't enough patient demand yet because New York City's still kind of a ghost town. So we're hoping to bring our associates back and get everything back and running. And God, I would love this to all go away by July 1st. But the concern here in New York is that a lot of our people have already, they're well-to-do. They have these fancy summer houses out in the Hamptons, and with school having been canceled, they've already hightailed it out of the city. So we're very, very concerned about what the summer is going to look like. That it's not going to come back because patients are gone, and they're gone for the whole summer. So we are very, very nervous about paying our bills. So you raise a good point. As much as I was touting the fact that we're enjoying the slower pace and we are sucking a few more bucks out of the patients coming in, it is not nearly enough to sustain us. So we are concerned.
Right.
But Paul, I know you can make us a big loan, so I'm not worried.
Oh yeah, retired 30 years. I really have a lot of money.
There you go. I knew you'd save it for a rainy day.
All right, Sue. Well, it's always fun talking to you. We're going to have to get going now and take a little break before we pick up again at 10. But thank you so much for being here today, and thank you for doing CEwire again.
Hey, thanks, Sue. It's always
all
great
righty.
to
Take care. All righty. Be well, everyone.
Stay well.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Always fun to have Sue come back.
I love talking with her.
She's great.
She's great.
So guys, we have about 25 minutes before our next interview. Why don't we take a little break here? Maybe I could even put on our little contact lens museum piece again just for a little while. Take a quick break, and then at 10 o'clock we actually have the president of Luno coming in along with one of their clinical specialists, so we can talk to them about what they're doing and the different technology they're employing for social distancing. So it should be some cool stuff. So quick break, and I guess we'll see you in about 25 minutes.
All right.
What are you putting on?
Guys.
We're going to get the museum tour, because I think that's just a fun thing to put on for a few minutes before we do another interview. Okay, so here we go, and I'll see you guys in a bit.
Pat, would you tell us how you came about this idea? What prompted you and Craig to start a collection?
Well, like most collections, you start collecting things one at a time, and then one day you wake up and you find you've got a museum sitting in your home, in closets, garages, and we found ourselves in that situation, and then decided that we were just going to open up a contact lens museum.
How long did it take you to curate the collection in here?
A long time, and that's an ongoing endeavor. trying to do something of this magnitude while you're working full-time and everything else, got full curriculum and back there, it's been very busy, but as you can see, it's just such a joy. It just brings so many smiles to so many faces when you bring older practitioners through here, because
another relic in.
yeah, right, it really, it's so true.
Why don't you involve me?
Because,
I have to give you a few more years. You can take
yeah,
me and
that's
stand me
right.
up.
We'll put you in the chair.
There you go.
That won't be creepy at all.
No, it won't be creepy at all. But no, you're so right. It's just so many memories then come back to all of us that were touched by contact lenses. You know, it's when you think about how contact lenses have changed so many people's lives and changed their lives. All those keratoconus patients, irregular cornea patients. It's humbling, you know, to be a part of having this history. So we felt that,
I was one of the younger patients. Where did you get your lenses? You were 9 years old?
9 years old. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
You're probably one of the younger contact lens wearers.
Yeah, they're in so many millions of people's lives have been changed so much with these.
Now, if practitioners have anything lying around their basements or garages or the back room of their practices, would you be interested in hearing from them?
Yes, we'd be very interested. That's where we pick up a lot of these relics. Every practitioner, literally everyone out there, has one or two items that have been given to them by an elderly patient, or they took over a practice that had been established back in the 30s or 40s. And somewhere in their archives are these treasures, that they've not known what to do with them. They hold on to them because they don't take up a lot of space, but they don't know they know they can't throw it out.
Right, of course not.
But they're looking for a place to send it. This is the place. This is the place to send it. So there, it can be archived, taken care of properly. Craig and I have spent, hours and hours learning about curating an optical museum like this. There's a lot that goes into it. We had to then apply for a nonprofit organization, a 501c3 with the government. We got that, so we're official.
So not only are you accepting items to be displayed here, you're accepting financial contributions to support the museum.
Yeah, very much so. This has been totally funded through gifts and so on, and by Craig and myself.
That's a good charity for next year.
That is, it really is. It's a lovely charity for individuals in the eye care profession that want to see, the history of contact lenses preserved. So you can see here we encourage donations, and so we love it. When people can, when they win the lottery, send us some of that, and so we have fun. But it's we get, believe it or not, our biggest support from patients. So they feel this incredible emotional, tie to these lenses.
Sure.
Now this is actually just part of the collection. A lot of it still is in storage right now. We need a bigger facility. When we opened this up in July, we opened it up with the knowledge that we've already outgrown it.
It's a good problem to have.
Good problem to have. And so we're just going to keep raising, funds as best we can, and hope to move into a bigger facility as time goes on. And then this is, like I said, part of the collection. The other collection I'm going to show you is the collection of antique glasses. spectacle lenses. Probably one of the finest in North America right now, and that's across the street at the school. This has been just a passion for Craig and I, you know, this collecting. And fortunately, we have wives that understand the insanity, because that's what it is. It's insane to be doing this. But, you know, Craig and I have been blessed so much, like you have, like we all have, by the eye care industry. That,
Very much so.
yeah, that it's just been a humbling experience to be a part of it. So this is our payback, or this is our legacy that we'll leave, you know, so.
And it's a beautiful one.
It's a start. It's a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful start. And so we're real happy, very, very happy with it all.
Excellent.
So many, many years ago, as you can imagine, it's really myself and Craig Norman who kind of put this all together. The story begins over here. I'll sort of walk you through. This is kind of the evolution of contact lenses. All of these lenses here are made of glass. And so these were the earliest contact lenses in Germany and Zeiss. So they were the three making glass scleral lenses at the time.
When did Oberg come in?
Oberg came in the 1940s. How do you know that name?
I used to live with him.
Oh my. I was just reading a book this morning, his textbook from 1945 on contact lenses. It's really one of the earliest.
Yeah.
And that is, what a coincidence.
Oh, yeah.
So
Are these companies related? It's
no,
Muller,
no,
Sohn,
they were
and Muller
different.
Welt?
No, they were different families.
Okay.
Yeah, they had no relation. And so these, like I said, it's the largest collection of glass contact lenses in the world. So it's they're hard to find, very rare, wonderful to feel because they're incredibly heavy.
Can I touch one?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, you can touch the one that is yours. Craig and I wanted you to have this. This is a glass
Really?
scleral lens.
Wow.
And it's all the contributions you've made to the industry. You deserve that.
Oh, you are so kind. Thank you.
Yeah, it's
Look at this thing.
It's kind of neat to have. You can see kind of how rough the optics were.
Very rough.
And but you know, they got better with time. That's a real early one.
Would you like
What
to see?
year?
This would have been probably early 1900s, so between 1900 and 1910. But you could feel how smooth the glass.
The workmanship was wonderful.
But yeah, it's that's definitely one we wanted you to have.
That's very nice.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
This would be a real challenge to apply and to remove.
Yeah, it really is because of the size. These were about 22 to 24 millimeters in diameter, so they were pretty big.
And then I see that they're fenestrated as
Some
well.
of them were, and that's kind of unique, the number of them that were fenestrated. You can imagine drilling a hole in glass can be a little bit challenging. And,
A lot of breakage.
Yeah, but I'm always surprised when I'm going through the lenses, the number of them that have actually been fenestrated.
And that would have been a challenge as well, not only drilling the hole, but making sure that the edges are smooth enough.
Oh,
Because
yes.
that would have been quite painful had you applied a fenestrated
Yeah.
lens that wasn't smooth.
But then you look at these Zeiss lenses, the optics are absolutely perfect and they're incredibly thin. And I always wonder how many of those broke in the eye. You know, it wouldn't take much trauma
That would have been a
to
really
shatter
big problem.
those, yeah. But that was unique of the Zeiss lenses at the time. They were incredibly thin.
Do you know who made this one, the one that you gave me?
That one, yes, I do. That one was from the Mueller-Weld company.
Wow.
Yeah, that one.
Look
from
at these.
there.
And then
So
those are the molds right there?
Those are the molds.
So that is
and let
brass,
me,
and
let
then
me take you through how. Let's
looks like a
say
shell.
it's 1920, and I'm going to fit you with a contact lens. It would all begin over here.
May I sit in the chair?
Yes, please.
Okay.
You sit in the chair again. That's where I sit. You know, I get comfortable in here. And now the molding process began by just simply mixing this compound. It's called moldite. And we would mix it in one of these containers, and then it would be placed into a syringe. And this mold then would be placed onto the eye, and the moldite compound injected through here, and then it would take a perfect mold of the anterior segment. So the molding compound would harden in about 90 seconds. So you had to be real efficient with your time. You had to load this, inject it, and be pretty efficient.
So you have to do that on a board exam, right?
Absolutely. 1950s.
Jeez.
And then what happened next was when you had that beautiful mold, you would mix this next compound called cast stone. And that cast stone then was just like a concrete, but incredibly fine, powdery concrete. And then you would let it harden, and then you would have this beautiful impression of the eye. Now, back in the day, before World War II, a second mold would have to be made of brass. And the reason for that is that when the lens was actually turned into a contact lens, it was made of glass, and the glass would just simply, the heat of the glass would destroy the moldite, so it had to be turned into a brass mold. Then it was taken over here, and this is probably the highlight of the museum in the fact that we have the only remaining glass contact lens making apparatus in the world. This is
Really?
it. This is the only one left.
Does it work? If you
It
wanted
works.
to create a lens,
Oh,
you
yeah.
could?
Yeah, we've had it fired up, and you could see we've destroyed part of the table from the firing it up, and it makes a lot of pops and noises. And now there was this vise was on the stand. We don't know what its function was, but it must have had some function. The problem with this instrument is that nowhere can we find anything written on how to manufacture the contact lens or how they were manufactured. So we're having to piece it together little by little. Now,
If I push this, is something gonna happen?
yeah,
Oh,
push it.
Push it?
Yeah, push both of them. This one.
Oh my
And
God.
it still works. That's the amazing thing. We fired up these motors, and they were still working.
This is incredible.
So, now, the way it worked was you attach the mold, the brass mold of the shape of the eye here. Top two, I think. Perfect. Now, that bottom, yeah, no, you got it. You got them both.
Okay.
Good. And what would happen is you had natural gas and oxygen that were mixed together. Those were, it wasn't propane. Propane hadn't been invented yet, so they actually used natural gas back in that day. And so the gases were then mixed up here to the appropriate concentration, and these valves controlled the amount of oxygen versus the amount of natural gas.
It looks like it's a very non-precise process.
Exactly, very non-precise. Then they had these 2x2 wafers of glass that were set right here. And then this was just simply brought around once the glass had been molten, and this just brought down and an impression made of the contact lens.
And that's the mold right there.
That's the mold
So you would
of the
swap
eye.
that out depending upon the
Yeah.
patient you're creating this for.
And then in this little container, when I got the instrument, it was just filled up to about here with asbestos.
Oh, excellent.
So that made it all complete. So then you would bring it back here, drop this mold, and because it was flaming hot from being in contact with the glass, and it would fall into the asbestos where it would be cooled. And now with these little tools here, the residual glass would be broken away. And then you saw over here how the edges were rounded, and then the power placed on the front of the lens with this. Now, the only thing we can think of here is that this was actually operated by hand to oscillate the application of the power on the front side of the lens. That's all we can actually kind of surmise. We don't know how else it was driven. And but everything came with the unit. It was intact. And it's actually from, of all places, Perth, Australia.
Don Ezekiel.
Yeah, Don Ezekiel.
And if anybody would have something like this, it would be
It'd
him.
be him. And you'll see as you go through the museum, many of the pieces are from Don's collection. And it was probably the largest in the world. And he gave it all to us. So we're really super fortunate to have that.
And he got his basement back.
I'm sorry?
He got his basement back.
Yeah.
All right, everyone, and we're back. We'll stop the film right there for the Contact Lens Museum. Good place to stop anyway. That device always, it's funny, when we actually visited the museum, that device kind of freaked me out. I thought we would have like an explosion or something. You know, it's funny, like they used gas for some of the operation of the older machines to make the flame, so who knew what would happen, but it was a fun time. And later today we'll actually get to the rest of the video too. It was a really fun trip, and I know that Gretchen and Paul both had a great time checking out all the old equipment. So so we're almost coming up on 10 o'clock, and at 10 o'clock we're going to have our next set of interviews. So Gretchen, Paul, Steve, you guys back?
Yep, I'm here listening.
All right, you're still here. Awesome. So
I'm here.
oh, cool. Okay, so let me actually pull up the schedule again so people can see what's happening out in the real world here before we get going. So again, for those who are listening to us, you might be watching this on YouTube or Facebook or on ODwire itself. You know, if you haven't registered for the conference, feel free. There's still plenty of conference left today. And then, of course, we're back again in June. You know, if you sign up today, you can come today and in June. It's sort of an all-you-can-eat, one pass works for everything, even for the on-demand classes, which will be available through October 1st. And who knows what's going to happen, right? I mean, if conferences get canceled in the fall, it's conceivable and highly probable that if ARBO extends their live rules, we're going to come right back again with more classes. What we'd probably do is just add a few more to the roster and just continue this into the fall as well. So we'll see if it
And
comes
just to make it clear, you can take the on-demand courses between now, May 31st, and June 27th, and then thereafter to October 1st. So you're not limited to taking it on demand for the next month.
Correct, yeah. So as soon as the live classes are done today, tomorrow everything will be flipped on demand again. So if you want to take an on-demand class, you can do it. I will advise people, though, that some states are very fickle about what they will accept, and some want those live credits. So in that particular case, what you should do is just wait until June 27th, and then take the live classes again. So it is interesting how each state has their own little twist on it.
Yep.
And I'm just looking at the schedule right here. So it's coming up on the 10 o'clock hour here on the West Coast, and 1 o'clock. You can see the courses that are coming up here. And in fact, we're going to have Deanne Fitzgerald, who's giving a course on concussion management. We're going to be interviewing her later in the day as well, in about an hour, which will be really interesting to hear what's going on with her. You know, it's becoming a bigger part of people's practices, right? The idea of the optometrist dealing with concussions, since there's so many visual sequelae that you can actually pick up on as well. So that should be fun. But I think we have an interview coming up right about now. I think it's just about 10 o'clock Pacific on the nose. So we're going to have Dan and Deidre from Luno. And Dan, Deidre, are you guys there?
We're here.
Oh,
This is
awesome.
Deidre.
Yep. How are you, Adam?
I'm doing great. How are you guys doing?
Doing great.
Pretty good, thanks.
Excellent, excellent. Let me pull down the schedule here. I have our big schedule up on the board here so everyone can see what's going on in the classes. It's been a pretty smooth morning this morning, which is always good when the technology actually works properly.
Right. Makes a huge difference, right?
It does. It does. Well, thank you guys for being here today. You know, we've been talking all morning. You know, people are starting to get back to work, and obviously social distancing is still a thing, a bigger thing than ever. And we started to talk about this idea of, you know, being able to examine the patient from a distance. And I know that you guys have actually been doing this for quite some time. But it's funny that people, until this pandemic, didn't really care as much, right? It was a nice to have, and now it's like an, oh my gosh, this is a must have. I have to do this. So thanks for being here. So maybe you could tell us a little bit about, you know, what you have going on, and you you have the system called iRefract, and I can put it up on the screen for people. Maybe you can just tell us a little bit more about that.
Okay. Well, the iRefract by Luno technology is a highly automated phoropter combined with wavefront aberrometry-based autorefraction, which is quite a mouthful, okay? But it is run by a tablet, okay? And it is unique in the marketplace. What makes it unique is that it's dynamic and binocular in its measurement using the Shack-Hartman aberrometry, okay? Which combined with algorithm-driven steps, it helps the operator find the most comfortable prescription for the patient. The refraction takes roughly 4 minutes or so and is not operator dependent. So that's what makes that
excellent,
exciting.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the screen right now, and I'm actually seeing, you're right, it looks like a bog standard Android tablet, and so you actually can hold that away from the patient when you're using the device?
You can. You absolutely can. So you can even remote into the tablet. Let's say you have decided to allow a technician, for instance, to run this. That's what the algorithm-driven steps aids. It has actually very specific instructions. Do this. Now do this. Next, go here. Okay? And so the doctor can remote into the tablet and actually see what's happening and make sure they like it or add anything if they want to.
Right, and
the actual in that way.
And the actual exam itself is pretty reproducible, right? It's I don't want to say idiot proof because nothing's idiot proof, but the technology actually tries to really assist in the exam.
Sure, we have we actually have an ARVO study that addresses that very issue with accuracy and repeatability in the refractions that the iRefract gets that you can access on our website if you wanted.
Very cool, yeah, and actually I'm seeing also you have a bunch of content in your booth as well. I don't know if people have had the chance yet to get here today at CEwire, but if you stumble on into the exhibit hall and you can click on your booth and people can actually learn a lot more. There's a bunch of stuff to download.
Absolutely, and there is a white paper that we just came out with called Better Data, Improved Efficiency that's at our booth that you can download for free there. And we have the ARVO study that we just mentioned, the clinical trial, that you can download from our website at lunotechusa.com. And you just go under iRefract, and you'll find both the white paper there and the ARVO study.
Yep. And Dan, we just interviewed Sue Resnick. She's a practitioner in New York, talking about how, sort of how she's optimizing her practice, how she's not back to full volume yet in terms of her patients, but she's keeping busy. But she's doing it way more efficiently. And her revenue per patient is actually, pretty much staying the same or going higher. So she's, you have this concept of better busy, and I'm wondering if you want to just delve into that a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. I can't tell you how much time Deidre and I have spent together doing virtual demonstrations of the product. Deidre is located in Washington State, and I'm here in Chicago, and we'll show off iRefract to an OD in Florida or New York or wherever. So for us, it's been kind of a better busy as well, not so much airplane travel. But as it relates to an OD, I kind of frame it like this. We talked about our digital 4-opter yesterday. And tablet-driven process, again, allows an OD to be 6 feet away or 6 miles away from a traditional refraction. With iRefract, we don't look at it so much as an evolution, but more of a revolution in terms of practice management. Of course, because it is tablet-driven, you can still maintain that 6 feet distance between the patient. But what's really obviously different about iRefract is you are delegating the refractive process, or the collection of refractive data. And where it's revolutionary is really it's the accuracy and reproducibility of the instrument allows a busy practice to confidently delegate the refraction process. And again, we always talk about refraction in terms of subjective and objective pieces, 2 different steps, one done by a technician and the other done by an OD. iRefract allows that process to be smushed into one 4-minute process. And importantly, it's really a non-specialized technician. There are some products on the market today that are really good products that are in a similar space, that are sitting in the pretest room. But you might have to travel to another state and train for a week to learn how to use it. You're becoming a mini refractionist. With iRefract, because it is very script-driven, highly automated, and kind of combines an ARK with a 4-opter, it just allows the tech to get a very accurate final prescription, in about 4 minutes. And that really opens up telepractice opportunities for ODs, business expansion with a really different labor model, while ensuring really the OD remains in control of the process. iRefract allows collection of data, but it puts the OD, of course, in place to make a final decision on whether or not they agree with that refraction, that final prescription, or not.
Right. And
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it definitely does. And how does it actually work with the data collection? How does the data get, in and out of the system, right, and into the EHR or wherever else it needs to go?
Sure. I rub it on the side and do a little prayer, and the data always just shows up. After the tech does the refractive process, you have this Android tablet, and there's a kind of a data way station built into the iRefract. And really the output of the device, when you think about it, it's a highly complex device from an algorithm point of view, but the output is really not that different than a specialized ARK. It's sending out a data string that most EMRs today capture fairly seamlessly. We already have existing relationships with many of the larger EMR players out there. So the real concept that sometimes gets lost is your technician's in the pretest room and runs the patient through iRefract, as well as likely a retinal scan, NCT, whatever. The OD, before the patient ever comes into the traditional exam lane, the OD is theoretically now going to see kind of a full suite of information on that patient before the patient shows up in the exam room. You'll have an idea of eye health, retina, NCT, et cetera. And now the last piece of data, which is their final prescription, shows up as well.
Yep. You know what's shocking to me? I actually have it. I have it pulled up on the screen right now. The footprint of this thing, right? The industrial design. It's tiny. It's packing a lot
pretty
of
cool,
technology. Right? It's packing a ton of technology into a very small space, and I'm going to blow it up here so people can see it. That's kind of crazy.
Well, don't blow it up too big. It's small.
Right.
Yeah, it's basically on a bespoke table, less than 4 feet long and about 1.5 feet wide. We have literally some ODs who are in a city area where $1 per square foot is really expensive, and they're operating it in essentially kind of a smaller, we won't call it a closet. It is a pretest room, but it's really small. And that short chart that you see there, it's a new innovation. The iRefract itself is the 2nd generation product. It's been on the market for about 4 years, and the short chart is one of the newer innovations that we came up with to accommodate space issues that are obviously very common in this market.
Absolutely, yeah. It's kind of amazing. We actually also saw some ODs taking some novel approaches, right, with the sort of quote new normal, where they're actually moving. We saw one where they moved all their pretest equipment outside, literally out into the parking lot, where patients are driving up and getting a lot of their pretesting done, which I thought was hilarious, but actually a really creative solution to these problems. So it's interesting.
Sure, it's one way to do it, unless it rains, right?
Exactly, right. I was holding my breath watching this. I'm like thinking about how much all that equipment costs, so they just put on these carts outside. I'm like, oh man. But it is interesting. People are coming up with these sort of unique methods of working now. It's fascinating to me in this new normal that we have.
Yeah, and for us, we have seen a real spike in our virtual demos, because I think, look, anytime you've got a market that's growing, there's not a ton of need for disruptive change. Sometimes that comes with some pain. But now that we have this concept of social distancing that's so important for the health of patients, technicians, and ODs, our new normal does involve distance, right? And we don't just think about the OD herself, we think about the technicians who operate the instrumentation. I would recommend, as a scalable model, probably not moving your pretest room out to a parking lot. I would say keep your instrumentation in a pretest room and just simply ensure that your instrumentation, and I'm a sales guy, so this is going to be kind of self-serving. Look, automated, easy to use, and tablet driven, so that your tech or the OD can be 6 feet or 6 miles away. That's what Luno does really, really well. The other bit that we try to do for our clients is ensure that we've got clinical application specialists, because change does come hard. And I think we saw an opportunity to do a better job consulting with our clients to ensure that these complex instruments that are coming onto the market, we can help not just talk about, a Shack-Hartman aberrometry and dynamic binocular iRefract, but the impact on a patient workflow, the impact on how an OD might expand their practice beyond 1 or 2 clinics with a different type of labor model with iRefract. So, our new normal for a business, as Luno, is about being a better partner to eye care professionals out there. And look, we've never just tried to sell an instrument. We've always tried to be a good consultative partner. But I think that is almost more important now, because so many things are changing. And look, these are a lot of people's businesses are on the line, and we all feel that pressure to I think get it right. And I just think Luno technology and our products facilitate a little bit more business flexibility and meet some of the needs that are cropping up with COVID.
Right, and you mentioned that you're doing a lot of remote meetings now, so I guess this is part and parcel of the new tech. If people want to implement this in their practice, is that a good mode of training that you guys will do, where the clinical application specialist can just jump right on and help people?
Yeah, 100%. Deidre, you want to go ahead and answer some?
Yeah, I wanted to say absolutely. It makes us more accessible, right? We can just remote into the tablet and see what question they might have, or what may be an issue. So remote is certainly part of training. Hands-on is another part, but it just gives us flexibility for depending on what the needs are.
Right. So Deidre, do you ever have to hit the road and go into people's offices around the Pacific Northwest, or do you do most of your stuff just remote?
You know, well, I mean, depends to me. It depends on the practice, and it depends on where they are in their state as far as what's open, right, and what their comfort level is with someone coming in versus remote. So we just have the flexibility to adjust to where they are in their state. You know, some practices are starting to see patients, and, you know, whatever their guidelines are for their office, we try to respect that, and we'll come in. If they're like, no, we don't, then we can do everything remote. So we have choices.
Great.
And are able to be flexible.
A question from a practicing traditional optometrist. Although I'm not one of them, this would be a question that the basic refraction was their bread and butter, and now the instruments are saying, well, in 4 minutes we'll do a great objective, and clinically we'll be able to modify the prescription. Most optometrists that are very traditional fear that the judgment of making that final prescription takes a lot of old-time training. How does the unit compensate for a present objective refraction to what the patient has come in wearing with their present glasses, which might need a lot of modification from what's objective?
Sure. So if I understand your question, let's say the patient comes in and their refraction that they bring with them because they've broken a current set of glasses or something, and they come in with a 10-year-old prescription, but that's information that the instrument has. If there's a big difference from the refraction that is done by the wavefront versus what they came in wearing, it's going to flag that, okay, and bring it up. Say the cylinder is really different or the axis is really different. It's going to flag that for the technician, and there'll be choices. The thing is, it doesn't take away the need for that expertise by any means. What it does is create a way for the that expertise to be better utilized. Okay, the technician is then guided through to the more simpler refraction, that more straightforward. You can have more time to perhaps address a more medical issues. But you're going to have your unaided vision. You're going to have what they're wearing. You're going to have still all the data that you would need before you would normally do a refraction. But you're even going to have that refraction. And does this make sense? So you're still going to have the pieces of the puzzle that you need, and you still have, you know, you can still check that, okay, and put in checks and balances. But it allows you to focus on those challenges.
So basically, the rule of thumb, the old timers would say never change a refraction more than plus or minus 50 and more than 10 degrees axis.
Right.
So basically, the unit would flag them and then allow
and then you would need to,
the optometrist, or we call him a technician, to make that final judgment. The unit
That's
wouldn't
correct.
do it.
That is correct. It does not have decision making. Go ahead,
right,
Dan.
if I can butt in just for a second. So we'll train, of course, our clinicals will train the OD what they're looking at. And the old rule of thumb is absolutely still the old rule of thumb. We are just allowing a tech to collect the data. And to Deidre's point, the iRefract is an objective process. It's going to spit out the new refraction without necessarily commenting on, hey, this is outside the range or not, other than on a data set say, hey, this is outside scope, which is why we say the OD is still very much in charge of the process. He or she is making the final decision. And I can tell you, our experience is that for the first couple weeks, clients want very much to put their hands on the patient and test the refraction versus their own skill. And that usually goes away after a couple weeks or a couple days, because what they find is that iRefract is really spot on, consistent, and will help them flag those patients that have something funky going on.
Right. Okay, good.
Yep. Yeah, I guess it's just a matter of your comfort with technology, I suppose, right? And Paul, I think your generation is, I don't want to say obsolete. That's not the right word. But
oh, harsh.
But you know,
Whoa,
man.
whoa.
You know,
We didn't say that.
No, it's going to be a virtual fist fight.
Yeah, but I
I
think,
know, right?
Good. I don't know.
Steve Silberg, I have a question. Does
Yeah, there you go.
also generate a refraction for night vision as well as day vision, giving the patient perhaps two prescriptions that the doctor could talk to them about?
Peter?
I'm thinking about that question.
Yeah, but it's supposed to do that, but they didn't work. This is in the past, though.
I'm sorry, say that again. I didn't hear the whole question.
Other technologies supposed that they were able to do that, but it didn't work out. So I was wondering if yours has that capability to do it under night vision conditions as well as day, because the prescription apparently does vary a little bit. The wavefront analysis does also as your pupil expands, etc.
It does create that data. If you want that data to be, either printed out or sent. And again, that just goes to, it's more data for the optometrist to make just a decision on. It gives a mesopic and photopic pupil reading and the measurement that goes along with that. But in general, it's something you turn on, okay, to do if it's data that you want. You can decide, right, to toggle it on or off if you want.
Okay, great. A question that came up yesterday with the fact that people can't kick the tires at conventions. Do you sometimes have the instruments in as loaners, and then the people can kick the tires, learn how to use it, and decide whether to purchase?
Yeah, usually what we've gotten in the habit of doing, frankly speaking, is first we do the virtual demo, and we've got a pretty nice room set up. You can see the physicality of the instrument. Because I am not a practicing application specialist or an OD, I tend to be the test dummy. Deidre will run me through a refractive process. And for the client, for the doctor who's looking at the instrument, it is a really effective way to kick the tires, for sure. Beyond that, if they have continued interest in the product, of course, we can always arrange for on-site demonstration. Usually those last couple days, and we'll have a clinical go there and work with the staff. And what's really kind of funny and interesting is it's a challenge for ODs to kind of get it, but ultimately the product is used every day, typically, most typically, by a technician in the pretest room. So the ODs very much want to be over the shoulder and look and feel, and I totally get that. We try to counsel, look, let's make sure your tech is comfy collecting the data, and let's make sure you, doctor, are comfy seeing what you see in your exam lane.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
And that's kind of that is one of the more mental shifts that we have to pay attention to. So, and that's the part that in a virtual demonstration, that's the part you get to experience. You are looking over what the tech sees. So you can see how the technology guides the whole process. Okay.
Okay.
What?
Yep. So Steve, in your office, right? I mean, I know that you just retired, and congratulations on that. But I know certainly you're no Luddite, right? You've implemented a lot of high-tech stuff. Could you say,
this would be something I would jump on in a second. Unfortunately, I just retired in January to pursue other things, and this would be something that would make us far more efficient, delegating refraction. The interesting thing, though, is certain states do not allow you to do that, so the doctor does have to, in quotes, check that particular set of data, but that's a relatively easy thing to do in most offices. In other states, they can, and I would think that in ophthalmology offices it would fly also. So that's correct. This would be a great technology to see more patients and be more accurate and create a wow factor as well as more efficiency.
Yep. Absolutely.
You bring up the wow factor. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead, Deidre.
I was just going to say that patients definitely have their experience is really something they respond to right away. They're like, oh, that was actually fun, you know. And so the process, one of the things that makes it a little bit different is that by the time the patient is actually comparing which is better, 1 or 2, they're looking through 2 really clear lenses, okay? Instead of, give me, you know, these are both going to be blurry, like with Jackson Cross, right? These are both going to be blurry. Tell me which is least blurry, which is the most stressful part of the refraction. And so it's hard for them. Well, this is an efficient refraction, but they are actually, the experience for them is that it's fun. That was, oh, wow, that was easy. You know, and
It's comfortable.
it's a perception. Yeah, it's comfortable. They find that it finds that comfortable refraction, and they respond very well to it.
And I bet you they feel more in control also, rather than.
They do. They do.
I have I had a lot of PRSs from Marco, which were not similar to this, but when I refract myself with the dots rather than the JCC, I don't know if you're familiar with that, getting them equal. I wasn't comfortable, and I'm rotating the wheel myself to do my own refraction. So, and that's with a pretty high-tech instrument. So this definitely is a couple of steps above.
And I just wanted to make one comment.
How do you manage the prism if there's a prismatic problem in the refraction?
So it does have the capability of doing a more detailed refraction than that. However, the best, you know, it depends on how you want to use it. I would think that you would keep that level of a refraction maybe directly in your hands, in your manual phoropter or whatever you use in your office now to do that, and send in the other, you know, maybe 90% of your patients through the iRefract. Does that make sense? Could you do it? Yes, it would just take a more skilled operator to be able to run that, and certainly more than probably 4 minutes.
Right.
Okay.
Steve,
I just wanted to circle back to one issue.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. You know, we talked a little bit about iRefract, and you know, you're delegating the process of data collection to a technician. We always recommend, of course, or train to this standard. The OD, the eye care professional, always reviews and signs off on the prescription. And of course, there will be times when the OD says, hey, you know what? I need to refract this person myself, and may come up with a slightly different final. And that's fine. We are not advocating that a technician does refraction without the OD reviewing it. So I believe that process, provided the OD is on site and lays eyes on the patient in the consult room or exam lane, that's fine in every state as far as I'm aware, and I'm fairly aware. When you're in a telepractice setting and the OD is off-site, then you run into some different state-by-state guidelines, and those are, of course, loosening and changing this day and age as well. So didn't want to butt in, but I just want to make sure that we were clear from our perspective how we train.
Yep.
And that initial question that Paul just asked, you're neutralizing the person's old glasses, and let's say there's vertical prism in them of significant amount. Will that be incorporated into the refraction that you do?
Again, when you're yeah, it is. When you're getting into a more detailed, go ahead.
Well, and this is at the risk of being extremely non-technical. Sometimes it's helpful to get a sense of the process. The patient's original prescription goes through a lens analyzer. That's kind of your first step. So their original prescription, their eyeglasses, go into a lens analyzer that uses wavefront and collects 1,300 data points per lens. That information is fed into iRefract. And is part of the algorithm that develops the final prescription. Of course, the refractive process itself and the dynamic binocular wavefront is the most important process, but existing prescription certainly is part of the mathematics, because at the end of the 4-minute process, the tech is, and Deidre already said this, which do you like better? This one, click, or this one, click, and you're basically showing them, your old prescription and your new prescription right there. So I
Mhm.
know that doesn't necessarily address the technical side of your question, but hopefully that gives you a sense of the process.
Sure. If they say, yeah, that's great, I see great, but I see double, now you clue into the old and you kind of have to do a few more steps. But that's going to be the great minority of patients.
That's correct.
Right? And to the point, this is why we do on-site training. We have scripting that says for the technician, okay, thank you so much. Oh, I'm sorry you see double. Let's go see Dr. Farkas now, and he's going to make sure you see perfectly only once, So you keep your workflow going. I wouldn't ask, and this is, I think, what Deidre was getting at, I wouldn't ask a technician to resolve that issue. This is why we talk about a better busy. I want my OD to operate at the top of their license and take those challenging patients. Right? Not the ones where you're whipping through and it's just the old glasses last year and the new glasses this year. The complex cases, that is to some a better busy. That's where you operate at the top of your license and you're taking the hard ones, not hurting your shoulders, spinning dials with, people who come every year to get a minor adjustment.
Right.
But you have 97% of the data anyway from the initial workup.
Right, exactly.
All right, well, great. So if people want to actually get on board with this and book a virtual demo, is it as easy as just going to your website? I have it up on the screen right now and just click book a virtual demo?
You got it. Operators are standing by. Yeah, for sure.
That's right.
Excellent.
And if you're really lucky, I can be your dummy patient too,
Oh, there you go. All right, well, guys, thank you so much for being here today. And again, I urge everybody to go into your booth and check it out. And this interview will also, again, be up on ODwire and CEwire by the end of the weekend when we cut it all up. So if there are questions there, I'm sure we can bring you back in for you to answer them. So thanks again.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Adam.
Have a great day.
Bye-bye, guys.
Bye.
All right, that was fun.
So they were new. They're not part of our April show and February show, correct?
So they just came on relatively recently. So they are new and we're really great to have them. Obviously, their instruments are very high tech, and it's always fun to look at something new and different, right? So pretty cool stuff. And we have.
I think asking them these tough questions, I think, has a great advantage. Because these are the things that many optometrists think about, but most of them don't want to go on with this top chat here, and I'm sure it's on their mind.
Sure. Okay, so I think we have another interview coming up now, I think. Beth, are you there?
Hi, Adam. I'm here. How are you?
Oh, my gosh. I'm great. How are you doing?
Good. Busy day for you guys, back to back to back.
Oh my gosh, it's nonstop. But it's been great. The conference has been running really well, so can't complain.
Good.
So how have you been doing?
Every time we talk, it's like, can it get busier? Yes, it can.
Right.
And so we're doing great. I'm doing great. The team is trucking along. I'll let you maybe do the introduction first, and then we can get into some of the new things that we've got going on.
Sure. So Beth is with iCare Live, and they're a sponsor of the conference. They came on back in the beginning, when we were putting CEwire together, which was many, many months ago now, right? Like November, December. And we first spoke to you back then, and I actually saw you guys at one of the trade shows. It might have been Expo West or whatever, and there was interest around what you were doing for sure, right? People were looking and they were kicking the tires and they're like, yeah, this might be something I want to do. I don't know. It looks kind of cool. But then all of a sudden, right, the end of February, when all of this stuff happened, suddenly people realized, oh my gosh, like this is something I have to do now, right? Because telemedicine went from being a nice to have to being absolutely critical. So maybe you could pick up the story there. What happened to you guys starting at the end of February?
Yeah, and I'm glad that you kind of brought up the trajectory and the uptick that we've seen, and not only an interest in telehealth, but and folks actually embracing it and bringing it into their practice. So, if I'm being fully honest and transparent, we at the beginning of the year set to achieve certain milestones. We knew, we had basically launched our product, iCare Live, which is a telemedicine platform for doctors, built by doctors. Again, not replacing that annual exam, but rather helping you create what we like to call a hybrid clinic, where in between those in-office visits, you now have a distinct competitive advantage, not just from your peers, but from other national companies that are more direct to consumer. And what I mean by that are companies like Teladoc, and giving you a chance to see your patients in a new and different way virtually, right? So we, at the beginning of the year, had said, listen, we launched really to the public towards the end of 2019. And in 2020, we have a lot that we need to do. You know, when I came on board, the platform was just kind of crawling out of beta. We knew we had a lot of things that we needed to adjust. And just from a technical standpoint, you know, how things worked, how the patient communicated with the doctor, and we had sat down and had all these great ideas, and then COVID hit. So what we saw was, you know, for us, I think on the sales side, an immediate, you know, yeehaw moment, because we had the tough job of not only educating doctors about our platform, but really educating them about telehealth and how we were different. I think that when doctors prior to COVID heard the words telehealth or teleoptometry, their initial inclination was that we were doing remote refractions. And, you know, I don't want to get into that debate, but not that there's anything wrong with that, but that just wasn't our core business model. So it was really hard for us to communicate what we did to the general OD and MD population. So COVID, number one, was great for that. But number two, we had this mass exodus of people just looking in a panic to sign up for something. And to be honest, we were not quite ready. A lot of those development things were still in queue. We were still releasing things week by week. And so for us, while we saw this massive uptick in business, we also knew that there were some pretty major things that we needed to course correct on. So it was a huge learning for us. And I think a huge learning for doctors as well. But out of that, we were kind of lucky enough to be given a second chance. We recently launched our partnership with ABB. ABB has a national recovery program for their accounts, and part of that recovery program includes access to the iCare Live platform. And ABB is actually footing the bill for doctors to use the iCare Live platform for 60 days free. And then beyond that, they've negotiated a really great rate for their offices as well. But we have come a long way. We've come a long way since 2019. And if, you know, those of you listening, if you looked at us during the height of COVID, we've come a long way since then. And I'm really excited. We're launching 3 key pieces that for our business we're missing in the next week here. So I'm thrilled about where we've come and where we're going and where we're at today. So it's been a ride, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah. I mean, it certainly has been. And I didn't realize that ABB was doing that in partnership with you guys. I hadn't heard that.
Yeah, you know, I think right now it's a tough time to put out a press release because there's so much going on and there's so much that's, you know, and to be honest, there's so much that's probably very pressing for offices to be looking at as it relates to COVID and PPE and opening back up and guidelines. So I can see where things get lost in the mix. But yes, we did have a press release that went out about a week and a half ago now, announcing this partnership with ABB. So again, if you are an ABB account member, you will get your first 2 months of iCare Live subscription actually paid for by the folks at ABB. Beyond that, as I mentioned, it's a lower rate. All of our fees are per doctor per month. However, staff and anybody in the office outside of a doctor has the ability to use iCare Live free and in an unlimited fashion. So as many messages, as many, you know, patient workups or follow-ups that you'd like to do as a staff or team member, you have the ability to do on iCare Live at no charge. So that's another huge benefit to offices.
Beth, can I just interrupt? Assume that an optometrist is Rip Van Winkle and just woke up.
Yeah.
What does iCare Live do?
So iCare Live, and that's a great question because it's crazy that some are still just waking up.
Yeah.
And we get those calls every week, and there's a lot going on. So iCare Live is a telehealth platform, as I mentioned, that was started by optometrists and ophthalmologists, built for optometrists and ophthalmologists. And really what we do is we allow you to remotely and virtually connect with your patients wherever you are and wherever they are. So it's video calling, it's HIPAA compliant messaging, and that includes the sending of pictures, of videos, of reports. We have a ton of practices now that are using iCare Live to go over pre-op and post-op, whether it's procedures or just to get patients comfortable. People are using it for vision therapy, for virtual insertion and removal. Really what it is, it's a robust platform where doctors have the ability to hop onto their platform on the web, send patients messages, receive messages from patients, again, all HIPAA compliant, all cloud-based storage, also do visual acuity. So what really sets us apart from some of these other virtual telehealth platforms like Zoom, like Doxy, FaceTime even, I mean, there are a bunch out there now, but number one, we are HIPAA compliant. So when things kind of start to go back and become less relaxed as far as guidelines go, we are already on top of everything that's going to be required from a higher government level perspective, because we were there pre-COVID, right? So everything's HIPAA compliant, but the beauty of our platform is that it is eye care specific. So when you're talking about a platform, let's use Doxy.me as an example. Yes, it's video calling and messaging, but it doesn't go much beyond that. You know, with iCare Live, you can have your patients take a visual acuity test. Now, it's not a remote refraction. It's not going to spit out a prescription. But I think when I talk to most doctors, they always want a visual acuity as a part of any workup or exam if they can get it, right? So it also helps us get a baseline and understanding if that patient is typically 20/20, but now they take the visual acuity, they're presenting with a few things that seem normal, but their vision is 20/50 in both eyes or 20/100. Maybe that's a red flag to us that something else is going on and we need to go to the next step and maybe bring them into the office. So that visual acuity test is key. It's also going to allow doctors to take that exam to the next level. So when we look at meeting the requirements for reimbursement and billing, having a visual acuity is a piece of that. And so it's a nice thing to have in a telehealth platform. Additionally, we have a dry eye speed questionnaire. So when we talk about disease monitoring and management over time, you know, more than a video chat or more than a messaging platform, you can now track and monitor AMD. We have an Amsler grid that's up on the platform now and live. We have the dry eye speed questionnaire. We have a contact lens comfort survey, which assesses comfort in patients wearing contact lenses at the beginning of the day and at the end of the day. And doctors can now use that information to not only assess patients from a distance in between their in-office exams, but that data becomes super valuable when the patient's in the chair. Because now we can say, you know, Mrs. Smith, we've been tracking you all year long with your dry eye progress and your treatment plan. And your speed scores were here at this point in time. Now they were here. And today we can say, you know, you're doing much better. So there's a lot of value that iCare Live brings when it comes to virtual telehealth.
Yep. I think one thing also that, you know, with Zoom or whatever else, you're asking the staff for an awful lot, right, when you're using it, because it's so unstructured, right? It doesn't necessarily capture any data. It's just a video chat. You're asking the staff to do documentation that they have to go over and above what they're used to doing, right? And it's totally unstructured. God only knows how they're documenting these encounters. You know, with this at least, you know it's purpose-built and you're documenting all of this. So when, you know, the payer comes back and says, well, I want to see XYZ records, you have it. And you know exactly what's there.
Adam, that is, I couldn't have said it better. I think for those folks who are using a simple to use platform, and I'm not knocking anybody. In the height of COVID, we needed a way to stay open and stay connected. So I think that was a great, easy solution. But I have a lot of doctors that I talk to now that are saying, I am worried about when the payers come back and they're asking us, how did we document how much time we spent with the patient if that's how we're asking to get reimbursed? What types of notes are we taking on this patient to assess, you know, the treatment plan and the diagnosis? And, you know, this leads into another point. iCare Live is very robust, right? So we almost have like a mini EMR in our platform some doctors will say, I don't want that. To me, that's double work. If I have to chart in there and then chart in my own EMR and still use that for billing, listen, I get it. The point is, it's there if you need it. You can go as far and as deep as you want with iCare Live, or you could use it as simplistically as you feel you need to use it. But that being said, some of the features that we have built in are going to protect you in those moments when the payers potentially start auditing or they come back and ask some more detailed questions. So, for example, when you do a video chat with a patient, we have a built-in timer so that when you summarize your appointment at the end, which we do with a click of a button, and that click of a button will actually create a CCD or CCDA file for you within 2 seconds. And it includes all the patient's, past medical history, allergy information, any notes that you made in the iCare Live system. It will also include the ICD-10 code that you picked if you chose to use that function in our platform. It will choose the 99 code that you chose when you decided to choose that in the platform. But it will also include the time that you spent in a video call with the patient. And we added a new feature where you can start a timer when you get into that patient's file. Because as we know, you can get paid as a doctor for reviewing the chart and taking a thorough history before you ever start that video call. So we wanted that timer function to exist alongside the timer that is recording the video call time. Now, the staff time spent in the encounter will not count, so you can't use that timer for that. But the point is, all the bells and whistles are there, and I think I'd like to announce it now. We'll have a press release next week, but next week we are coming out with e-prescribe, which is huge, and we have a variety of pharmacies available for you to choose from to send your patients, scripts to if you're looking to do that. So e-prescribe will go live. E-commerce is going to go live. So the ability for you to actually finalize a contact lens patient on the platform, whether you saw them in the office for their annual contact lens exam and you told them, hey, in a week, if all is great, I'll finalize you on the platform. Or if you chose to do a follow-up exam on our platform through the video calling function, either way, you can enter their prescription, choose your brand, choose the product, put in the RX. The patient gets a notification on their phone saying the script is ready to order, and they can place that order right through your personal doctor shop on iCare Live and get credit for that. So we're super excited about that function. And then lastly, for us, this is huge because we got slammed for this during COVID. A lot of doctors didn't want to trouble their patients with downloading an app. I understand that. The app is really important, though, if you think about all that we're doing with the platform, the reminders the patient can get, whether that's to take their medication every day, whether that's to do their dry eye speed test every other week, whether it's at the 6-month mark to do the contact lens survey. Those reminders are what makes the app such a valuable piece of that virtual platform that we've built, along with just the test, the visual acuity test being on there as well. But we got slammed that we didn't have just a quick, easy way to connect with the patients on the web. So we are launching web-based calling next week, where the doctor actually controls the function to schedule that with the patient, still through the iCare Live portal. They can send the patient an email or a text or both, invite them to join their waiting room. Patient clicks on that link. When they receive it, they're taken directly to that doctor's waiting room, and then the doctor gets a notification when the patient's there and they can join them. So that I am thrilled about, because we, like I said, we kind of got raked over the coals for not having a simplistic form to use our platform during the height of COVID, and now we have it. So for all of you out there who had to go to a simpler solution or felt like we were too robust, we've got that simple answer for you. And by the way, as a doctor, you can still chart while you're talking with the patient in that waiting room in iCare Live. You can still have, your prescription sent through ePrescribe and all the other great features that we have in the platform. So I'm thrilled about where we're going.
Wow. So you guys have been doing a lot, certainly over the last few months. You've used your time in quarantine well. One question.
We did.
One question I have for you. You mentioned the prescribing module that's going to be coming out. When you fulfill those contact lens prescriptions, does that all go through ABB? How does that work?
Yeah, great question. For now, we are exclusive with ABB. So that exclusivity will lift sometime around September. We will open it up then to other manufacturers. So right now, yes, you'd have to have an ABB account or be willing to open one for that function to work. But we know that doctors struggled a little bit during COVID. If they didn't have a system set up, a lot of patients were panicking. I was set up to come in for my annual contact lens exam. My prescription is out, and folks were going to 1-800. They were taking that quick online test. They were ordering their contacts through platforms like 1-800, and that has the potential to be a real problem down the road, because if you were a patient during that time and you went through that process and you found it to be super easy and simple, why now should I buy through my doctor again? So we need to give doctors kind of some leverage and the avenues to allow their patients to buy through them in multiple channels. So we're excited about offering that.
Wow. So yeah, you guys are really going gangbusters here. This is fantastic. So if people want to get started with you,
I'm so excited.
I mean, yeah, this is
I know, I'm so thrilled.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely great. So if people want to get started, they just click on schedule a demo. Is that how they can get going?
Well, and Adam, one more thing to add to the mix. We're launching our new website next week. I mean, part of me, I'm like, we are crazy for doing all of this. The website is going to be, we're kind of halfway there. So you'll see the new homepage with the landing page, all of the other additional pages with features and benefits, and all of that will come, a couple of weeks down the line from now. But yes, you can go to schedule a demo on our site, or I want more information. Just fill out your name, your email address. One of our sales representatives will be in touch with you. We do webinars on Tuesdays and Thursdays now at noon Eastern. So you should see a banner at the top of our page to click to register for that. So if you actually want to see the platform in action, learn a little bit more about how we got started. We have a great relationship with the AOA and the AAO. We have a great relationship with our universities. So, I'm not sure if you all know or if the listeners know, but New England College of Optometry and Southern College of Optometry use us exclusively for telehealth. There are others that we're working with. Berkeley, we're working with Ketchum, we're working with UAB. The list goes on. But I think that's important to know, because we're coming from a place of we want to better optometry in a way that gives doctors more breadth and depth of reaching patients where they are, but doing that in a way that's responsible. So, we use those AOA and those AAO guidelines to build our platform. And that's all really important to know. And I think technology, when used the right way, can be our friend. And I think if COVID has shown us anything, it's that we're going to need to rely on it to create not only safe practices for our patients, but to have options going forward if things like this happen again. We have doctors now who are saying, for safety precautions, every red eye call that we get, we are telling those patients to see us virtually on EyeCare Live first. They'll take the visual acuity test. They will enter in, their family history, their personal history, any medication or allergy information as well. But we're going to triage all red eyes on EyeCare Live. If we can safely reach a diagnosis there, beautiful. Patient never even had to step foot in our office. If we can't reach a diagnosis, or something's not adding up, or we don't feel comfortable, then we bring them in. And I think that's also a very important point to note. Work up to your level of comfortability. If you don't feel comfortable making that diagnosis, don't do it. Bring them in. There's no hard and fast rule that says because you started a video consult, you have to definitively reach a diagnosis. And that's, I think, critical for doctors as they look at how does this affect malpractice and what risk factors present to me as a doctor for offering telehealth.
Absolutely. And I think, going forward, this is something that people are going to expect if they've had any interaction with the healthcare system over the past 3 months, right? People now are expecting this, I think, at some level. So I think the time is definitely right to implement this, because if you don't, everybody else is, and it's maybe time to jump on board, especially now that there are tools like this that are much more structured. So yeah, I would say for most people who haven't done it yet, you got to do something, so go for it.
Yeah, and I would again, I would stress, do something that's structured. I did a presentation for the Zeiss virtual event a couple of weeks ago talking about, how to create a hybrid practice post-COVID, and it requires a lot of thought. And I think the smart doctors are dissecting their current patient flow piece by piece by piece and saying, what parts of what we do in the office, from the minute a patient pulls into our parking lot to the minute they drive away, can we do virtually to either eliminate contact or to be more efficient or to keep our patients safe? And now I think with the sanitation guidelines and waiting 15 minutes, I've heard most recently, before we bring another patient into that exam room, that's the perfect amount of time to conduct a telehealth visit. So don't lose time, don't lose money because of these guidelines and because of these safety precautions. Give your business the ability to stay profitable, if anything, and maximize that. And the beauty of something like iCare Live is that staff can be in there as well. We have a handoff function in there where you can hand the patient off between technicians and billers and doctors, and they can all kind of be a part of the process and the flow just as if they were in your office. And I think the nice thing about that is the technicians can work up the patient, message them, hey, Mrs. Smith, Dr. Jones is getting ready to see you, but in the meantime, I wanted to review your chief complaint. It wasn't very detailed. Can you tell me more about that red eye? How long have you been experiencing these symptoms? How severe? Maybe they need better pictures. Hey, the picture you sent was blurry. Let's get that right before your video chat with the doctor. And that way, everything is kind of operating like a well-oiled machine, like it would in the office. The doctor then gets the patient handed off from the technician, and they've been worked up to a point where, hey, I can now sit down as a doctor and take the time to get a really good history. And then that's another great point. I've heard more and more and more, we are able to slow down. In the office, things get crazy. We run behind. Staff is, at a minimum sometimes, or maybe at a maximum, and we're really operating at a fuller capacity than we could handle. Now with telehealth, you are forced to slow down and take a beat and do a great, thorough history and kind of go back to those basics. And listen, Adam, I've got doctors that say, I would never do telehealth because there's so much that I see in my practice that people miss. Well, guess what? There's so much that we see that people miss coming from other practices where they were seen in the office. That is not unique to telehealth. And I think that perception of you can't do enough or you can't get as deep or as thorough with telehealth, it's just a myth. There are doctors that will miss things in the office, and there are doctors that will miss things on telehealth. And so that's a risk that we run being doctors in general. We're human, we're flawed, but give yourself the opportunity to experience telehealth at a pace and in a role that works for you, and I think you'll be pleasantly surprised.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, history is 85% of any exam, right, as they say. So,
absolutely.
And so this, and one other thing that I think that I don't know if, I'm unique, but I sort of feel like I think a lot of people are in the same boat as me, where we don't actually want to go into any healthcare facility at all if we can avoid it, right?
Yeah.
So the idea that my doctor would proactively reach out to me and say, by the way, this is an alternative we're offering because we know that you want it, right? It's something that everyone wants. Yeah. To me, that would make me feel better if somebody reached out to me that way, just as a patient.
I agree. And I think what doctors also have to be prepared for is if COVID did one thing, it's introduced patients to telehealth. We already had tons of statistics on how patients were using telehealth, for other issues that weren't eye related. But now patients are going to be expecting folks to have telehealth options because holy crap, it was so easy.
Right.
When before were we forced to do something virtual? And now, I'm a mom of 2 kids. If there's something easy that I can connect with my doctor from home, because I know, listen, it's an ear infection, and maybe that's not a great example, but there are certain things that's like, God, let me just connect with you here. Let's discuss things virtually. That makes my life 100 times easier. So be prepared that your patients will expect you to at least have that option somewhere post-COVID.
Absolutely. All right, Beth. Well, we're out of time here, but thank you so much for stopping by again. This is a great update, and I'm glad to hear you're evolving and getting all these new modules and products online. It's pretty cool stuff.
Thank you. And Adam, thank you so much for having me. I always love when you reach out, and I appreciate it. Good luck to you all, and thanks again.
Thanks. Catch you later.
Thanks, Beth.
Bye-bye.
Okay, so we are coming
Whoa.
coming up to the 11 o'clock hour here Pacific time, and in a few minutes we're going to have Deanne Fitzgerald coming to talk to us about concussion. Gretchen says she'll be back too. I think she just took a break for a while, so she will return.
I tell you, Beth, I don't think she was speaking off a teleprompter. She knew a lot.
No, she is very passionate about what she does. Yeah, so, and you know, it's been amazing watching her over the past several months, because Beth, you know, we're kind of in the same boat here, right? Doing a lot of virtual stuff. So, I mean, you can see the bags under my eyes. Like, this has been a really exhausting few months, whereas, you know, other people have had a lot of spare time on their hands to be at home. This has just been one nonstop, you know, thing since the middle of March. And I think that, you know, she kind of feels the same way.
She's in the right space at the right time. Might as well jump on it.
Yeah, but it's a challenge. You know, I'm almost looking forward, and I hate to say it, for those COPE rules to revert at the end of June, just because I want to take a nap.
Wait till the Academy asks us to run their program.
Please, no. Gretchen, are you back? No.
No, sorry, Adam. It's Deanne Fitzgerald.
Oh, Deanne, you're here already. Well, let me not keep you waiting then. Let's get the show on the road here. How are you doing?
I'm doing awesome, and once again, thank you so much for having me back.
Well, no, thank you for coming and participating in this. So it's been kind of a wild ride over these past couple of months. I know you and I spoke on the phone, you know, once or twice, you know, talking about your own practice. Now, if I recall correctly, you told me you have a drive-through window.
I do. And actually, the state of Iowa opened up. We opened up and started seeing patients, and we did telehealth. So I was open, you know, lobby closed. We probably did 8 to 10 telemedicines a day.
Wow.
And then I probably saw 8 to 10 patients, though, a day personally. And primarily that was because of partly our rehab, but also, you know, flashes and floaters. People had to be seen if they had decrease in vision. You know, those sorts of things, those are really hard to do as telemedicine. And so one of the ways that we were able to mitigate some of the exposure is that we have a drive-through window. So we were able to do, like, we had doctors and nurses break their glasses, lose their contact lenses, or need some sort of help. And I was able to do a lot of it through the drive-through window.
Wow. That's crazy. Yeah, so it's a kind of a unique situation that you had. You were very fortunate, sort of right place, right time, to have that capability, whereas most people didn't.
Well, I put it in, and I moved to this location in 2004, and that's what I wanted, was a drive-through window, because I thought people would use it more. Because, you know, you thought Iowa is an older population, so I thought maybe they'd use it so they didn't have to walk, those sorts of things. And it really never kind of took off. It was kind of funny. And then what happened is that we introduced, you know, started using it again, obviously for obvious reasons. And one patient said, "Tell me how long it took Dr. Fitzgerald to knock this hole in the wall for COVID." Yeah, not that fast. So yeah, no, it's well received. And in fact, like I said, we opened up, the state of Iowa will open up June 1, but we opened up slowly by May 4th, getting more patients in. And the drive-through is still used a lot. And so we direct, like, for instance, we had a lady who had a 15-year-old daughter that her glasses broke. She had her 7-year-old in the car. We really didn't want to have the crowd phenomenon, but yet mom wanted to be involved. She was willing to send her daughter in. And I said, you know what, if you drive around and do our drive-through window, we'll be able to help you. And she loved that part, because then she could still take a look at the frame on her daughter, and they could decide, you know, what they wanted to do. And so they still had that opportunity, and yet they were being safe. So.
Great. And you know, you do a lot of general optometry, but you also specialize, right? And the talk that you gave for us here today was all about concussions, and I know that's one of your passions. And so for a lot of ODs, I think that they might not be that familiar with concussions and the sequelae for vision. So maybe you could just talk to us a little bit about what people should be looking for.
Absolutely. So 3.8 million concussions are reported a year. That means there's really about 7 million concussions a year, because a lot of it goes unreported. And JAMA actually put out an article in 2019 where they took all the ER visits for certain hospitals, and I think it ended up being 3,000. and they went back and asked them, okay, how are you doing a year later from your concussion? 58% of them were still having problems, and of that 58%, like 90% were still having vision problems. And so optometry oftentimes is one of the last professions that's ever brought on board because, you know, my arm hurts, my leg hurts, go see the PT, go see the OT. Oh, by the way, I'm having trouble with my left eye. Oh, give it 6 months. And so as a result, it really is education to get them out there to say, no, we need to take a look at it early. And so as a result, the OTs and PTs, at least in our area, are doing a better job of getting people referred out early. And first of all, to rule out structure. As I mentioned in the lecture, you know, the worst thing to do is if somebody has a tear in their retina or they've got an iritis and we're doing therapy. So we've got to do the structure exam. So it's right up primary care optometry's avenue. And so in the first 0 to 10 days, we're mitigating symptoms and we're just trying to figure out what's going on with them. So primary care optometry has to be at the plate. And then after that, we do have to help get them to the right place. And so many of the MDs and neurologists are not doing concussion. And one of the reasons they're not doing is it's very complex, it's very difficult, and they don't do therapy. And so the key thing with optometry is at least they understand that. So of the top 10 things that go on with concussion, vision is right in there. You got dizziness, headaches, but near point of convergence. And a lot of times people come in with light sensitivity, sound sensitivity. They can't read, they can't sleep. It's all connected.
Right. And do sometimes people not even realize that they've had a concussion? Like when you're taking a history, do they just sort of omit this sometimes? Like, oh yeah, I banged my head a while ago, but they don't even really think about it?
That's correct. You have to ask them 5 times. If you're not seeing someone in the throes of, say, an acute situation, and you're trying to mitigate what's kind of going on for them, a lot of times you have to ask them 5 times. Dr. Daniel Amen, who's heavy into SPECT scanning and works a lot with ADD, ADHD, and also traumatic brain injury, once again has clarified that you have to ask the patient 5 times, and by the 5th time, maybe you'll get the answer of yes. And that's what happens. I'll say, well, you know, have you hit your head? Have you done anything? And by about the 5th time, the guy will go, well, just laying down my motorcycle underneath a semi, does that count without a helmet?
Right.
And yeah, I think that kind of counts.
Right. And in terms of sports injuries, I know that, you know, this is another big passion of yours. What about kids these days? You know, back in my day, and probably in your day too, no one really cared. I mean, you wore a batting helmet and stuff, but like you played soccer, nobody cared, right? You banged your head all the time. What's changed now? What are you seeing in terms of recommendations?
Yeah, so first of all, you're right. Nobody cared back then. They just told you to dust it off and go forward.
Right.
I think there are several things. Kids are less active, and so I'm not trying to say, but we're not as fit. And so part of the reason that we're finding more head injuries is that we're not fit, we're not playing the game perhaps correctly. And so one of the myths is going to be, I wear a helmet, I'm going to protect myself against concussion. The answer is no. Helmet doesn't help. Helmet helps against skull fracture. And then if I wear my tooth guard, that's going to help me. Nope, that only helps you against your dental. And so the key thing is going to be, first of all, getting these kids proper techniques, educating them, and then making sure they've got a good core and fast reaction. What's the best way that we can mitigate a concussion is sports vision performance. If we can increase their awareness and increase their reaction time, we're going to decrease their their inability to get an injury or potential of an injury. And so that's the number one thing, is that we just got to get these kids fitter, and optometry has to be at the plate. We can do warm-up eye exercises for these student athletes, and they will perform better on the field. There's a study out 2015, and by using sports vision performance, the Cincinnati Bearcats decreased their concussion rate from 21 concussions down to 1 in 5 years by using sports performance 2 weeks prior to season.
Wow.
Wow.
And this is something, though, you have to sort of proactively bring up. I mean, assuming the kids are going back to school this fall, and, you know, knock wood that they are, when you get them in the chair for back to school time, right, this is something I think a lot of people don't even talk about, but a certain, you know, proportion of those kids are going to be playing in sports, and it's probably something to address.
Absolutely. And the other thing to remember is that, you know, you got a kid, and how do you get them to do vision therapy is you can enter in with sports performance, right?
Right.
We got to make it interesting. We got to get them engaging. But these kids that are quote unquote dyslexic, they're not really coming up that way, but mom says they're having a hard time reading. You find out they got a low tone, their muscle isn't working. It's their cerebellum. So cerebellum is going to affect how they read, how they are as a student. We can use sports, we can use activities in order to help that cerebellum. And what do we end up doing? we might make them a little bit better athlete, but what we make them is a lot better student.
Absolutely. But yeah, I can see how you could entice them. If you told me I could have a higher batting average, that's probably a little more motivation than, scoring a little bit higher on a test.
Absolutely. Or do you want to read one more book? No, I don't really like reading.
Yeah.
Do you want to do better, like you said, kicking the ball or hitting the ball or catching it? Absolutely.
Yep. So what would you say then for the sort of generalist OD, and obviously that's who attends CEwire, right? Where we catch everybody. We got 5,000 ODs here. How would they get started with this if they want to sort of, get people involved in this and also keep on the lookout for concussion in their patient base?
I think the number one thing is they do what they do best. They got to do their structure exam. And what I mean by that is that, for instance, if you have a kid that comes in, they got a history of a concussion, do the exam to figure out, especially that 0 to 7 days. Do they have a traumatic iritis? Could they have a blowout fracture? Do they have battle signs? Do they have bruises behind their ears, below their eyes? And then got to do their reflexes. Just even a finger to nose is going to tell us whether or not that cerebellum is working. And by doing that particular exam, then we know structurally they look good as long as they don't have, something going on with the retina. And then, if they choose to want to do it, they can buy a piece of equipment. I know RightEye does a great job of screening. And in fact, and I'm not trying to say you have to have equipment, but it's a wonderful piece that helps diagnose that. So that once, hopefully you'll have a team, a PT, an OT, an athletic trainer, or another optometrist that does therapy. And then you can convince mom and dad, hey, little Johnny's not performing well in school or performing well warm at the plate because little Johnny can't track the ball. And it generates revenue because it makes you the expert. And so people are going to come and see you more because you found out that little Johnny was having that problem. And now little Johnny is doing much better. They're going to come to you.
Yep, and I'll put it up on the screen actually so everyone can see what you're talking about with RightEye, since they may not be familiar with it. So I can put it on up here.
Thank you.
So I think one tip also that I would give to people, just having worked in ERs and in primary care, is don't assume that the person's been correctly diagnosed with a concussion, even if they've hit their head, because a lot of times people just aren't diagnosed at all, or they're incorrectly diagnosed and they're just sent home. So I think that if you have them in your chair, you have the tools in place to actually do probably a more productive exam than many primary care doctors.
Absolutely. And one little thing they can tweak it with is just even add a head rotation. Can you turn your head all the way to the left, or where does it stop? Can you turn your head all the way to the right? Can you look up? Can you look down? And if you see that range of motion or they have a little tweak in that neck, guess what? As I mentioned before, those neck injuries are a big deal. They make your eyes not work as well. So we get saccadic intrusions or poor eye movements with neck injury. But we also then, that's a harder injury to mitigate because you don't have the cognitive issues, right?
Yep.
So it does take, and the more we see them, the more you get comfortable with what you see.
Right.
And it's pretty normal at first to go, okay, what am I going to do? You know what? Do your best to start with where you know, and then hopefully move it a little bit more forward, because we just need to know a little bit more about that brain and what those reaction things are, like the reflexes. Mm-hmm. And those are just really quick, a VOR reflex or NPC. Recited NPC, even though the information tells us that it's 60%, 95% of the time these kids are pushing my pencil away, or they're moving the head, or they're blinking. Right there, that tells you that receded NPC, that they're having a problem.
Yep. And so one other thing before I let you go, I have to get a little plug in here, right? So as we know, a lot of meetings have been canceled this year, but it looks like the NORA meeting, and I know you're a big part of this group, we're going to be putting this online, right? So we're going to have this NORA 2020 meeting. I have it up on the screen right now. So that's really exciting stuff. It's going to be in September.
Absolutely. I'm very excited, first of all, to work with you guys. And early on, I did a push to get us online, because you just knew that even if things cleared up soon, people may be not traveling. So as a result, very excited to get NORA online this year and get the information out there at a platform that may allow more people to get that information. If they're unable to fly, fearful of flying, one reason or another, and yet they can attend all over the world. So we really appreciate it, Adam, that you're doing that.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a great conference, and I think a lot of people by September really will not want to fly. My money is on Vision Expo not even happening this year, just because people are still going to be scared by then.
And
I totally agree. And if they're not scared, it's timing, right?
Yep.
Nobody has the time.
Yeah.
I think you'll get a lot more general optometrists who are learning a lot about your subject and others through Nora this year if it's online versus going to the convention and spending all that money for airfare, hotel, etc. It might actually be better attended. You might get disseminate your information a lot more out there into the optometric community.
I absolutely agree. I was telling Adam before, once again, I'm extremely appreciative of this venue and hosting me with Concussion, and I know that there are some advanced ideas with it, but it's been such a great platform to get people to think outside the box. And I've had a lot of people email me or call me and just say, wow, I never thought about it that way. How do I get started? And so it got them more excited. You know, so it was more exciting, just like glaucoma. It's a lot better than doing digital pressures. Now we have OCTs and GDXs, all the good sort of stuff that goes along with it. People get excited about that.
Yep, absolutely. Well, Deanne, thanks so much for being here today. And hey, I have one more question for you. So I know that you were almost like a pro,
Sure.
you were almost a pro softball player. So, you know, I am missing baseball tremendously right now, more than anything, more than you can imagine. So what do you think? When do you think all the sports are going to be coming back, since I know you follow this kind of stuff?
Yeah, you know, personally, I really think they ought to start coming back now. I mean, I talked to, I had a couple people call me about sports. You know, when they're in the dugout, they should have the bandana around their neck and put it up over their nose. When they're out in the field, take that bandana off. So there's a way to mitigate the crowding on that. So I'm all for baseball. I'm all for soccer. I think there's a way to mitigate the distancing. I think what's going to be tough would be wrestling. By the time football gets here, I'm hoping that we have a few other ideas that we can do. But as you can see, and I don't want to get into it too politically, but without sports, without an avenue of release, we have more stuff that goes on in an aberrant nature. We need sports. We're a very tribal, we're a very physical humanity, and we need sports.
Absolutely. So fingers crossed that it all starts to come back. I can only watch so much Korean baseball. I've had just about enough, so I'm ready. I'm ready for MLB to come back.
You have to start watching
I agree with that. Or
Cornhole.
disc golf. Ugh.
Right. All right, Deanne. Well, thanks so much for being here.
Hey, thank you very much. You guys have a great day.
You too.
You too.
Bye.
Thank you.
All right. So I guess Gretchen never made it back, but you know.
No, I'm here. I was here for most of the interview. I didn't want to interrupt.
What do you mean you don't want to interrupt? Interrupting's what you do. It's your thing.
Wait a minute.
Just a little concussed.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Well, I wasn't here to say hello to our guests, so I didn't want to, and also I don't know her, so I didn't want to jump in and be rude.
Oh, okay. I understood then. I thought you knew her. Well,
I'm not. I was saying, Phil, I'm not very well versed in either, so it's hard to ask questions we don't know much about it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a very important topic, though, and I'm looking forward to that Nora meeting. I think that's going to be really a lot of fun, because, you know, CEwire is great because it's general, but sometimes it's also fun to do a much more specific conference where we can learn things that we really know almost nothing about. So that'll be a lot of fun.
It'll be fun.
And that, just in case anyone missed it, that's in September 12th.
They certainly supply enough information each week in their newsletter. It's amazing.
Yep.
How much news there is.
They're very dedicated, apparently, the group. They're very into it, and they love going to the conference. They're really going to miss the live one this year, but what can you do?
Yep. Okay, so I think we have a little break in our schedule now until, so I asked Laura Perryman to come by at 3:30 Eastern. I don't know if she's going to be here or not. So if she doesn't get back to me, I'll assume that she's not going to make it. But what we can do is I'd like to play Craig Thomas, who, by the way, has agreed to come on later today at 6 p.m. Eastern Time to close out the show with his final comments.
Oh, no. What a way to close it out.
Lecturing right now. Good job.
I can't wait to hear what he has to say, so that's going to be a blast. But
how are the audiences today, Steve? Are they large, small?
They're large. They're about the same as yesterday, averaging about 1,000 people at the conference in total. So people leave, people come back, etc. So about 1,000 people, which we've had consistently through Saturday and Sunday. So about the same. Now, her lecture didn't have much interaction because the people were afraid to ask questions, while at the same time, other lectures were really well interacted. So I think it depends on the subject matter. But a lot more interaction than our normal conferences, and about the same amount of people. In terms of the attendance total versus how many registered, it's almost 1-to-1. So in the past, people would register and not attend the classes for some reason. They're part of a group, but this year it's maybe about 3 or 4% have not attended. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Now they'll probably do it again.
Yeah, it's
Wow.
the turnout has been tremendous. I think people are realizing this is going to be their opportunity to get that live CE that they need, and they may not get too many other shots. So, yeah, it's been great. So anyway, so what I'd like to do then in our little break here, which it looks like it's going to go on at least until 3:30 Eastern, depending on if Laura's around or not, is put on Craig Thomas's show he did the other day for us. He did a webinar all about ways to expand revenue once you get your practice back up and running. You know, Sue Resnick talked about it this morning too, about the things that she's doing, you know, with dry eye and so forth. But Craig's going to be talking to us about allergy, which is, I know that there are new products now, specifically, you know, eye care practitioners using like AllerFocus or whatever, to do diagnosis and then therapy in office for allergy, particularly in the context of dry eye. So this is something that's relatively new if you've never seen it before. It's only become feasible in the last couple of years where sublingual therapy for treating allergy, right, where you stick the solution underneath your tongue as opposed to having to get a shot every week, that's become a thing. And so now the ability to do allergy treatment has expanded greatly. And it's only in the last few years where it's become important. So we have a little webinar of him explaining how it all works. And it's really kind of cool stuff. So why don't we roll that? And otherwise, I guess we'll plan to be back here at 3:30 Eastern, or if Laura's not around, at 4 o'clock we have Ben Chudner, who you don't want to miss, because he'll tell it like it is in the world of private equity. So I guess that's it for now. So we'll see you guys in a little bit.
All right.
Working on this presentation, reading articles, research, talking to a few people around the country. You know, a lot of time for something kind of out of nowhere. And as we get into it, it'll all make sense, hopefully, and you guys will get the benefit of this work and can carry it further. So you see the title, Outbreak Optometry, Clinical Care After the COVID-19 Pandemic. So to me, we're practicing outbreak optometry right now. We're rendering urgent care. I don't know about the rest of you guys. I decided approximately the day that the county judge said stop working, that we would stop working because I started seeing young people get sick. Most of my staff is young. They have young kids. You know, selling glasses and dispensing contacts is a fairly intimate experience. You're up on close to people and touching them. And we just decided it wasn't worth the risk. And so we shut it down except for urgent care emergencies. And we see 3 or 4 or 5 of those a day, you know, but that's not enough to make any money. It's not enough to stay open. We're losing money every day that we're open. But we are providing urgent care. That's what we're supposed to do, as opposed to just totally closing down. And anybody that's real busy, most of us are fairly busy, you can't just shut your business down on Tuesday if they say shut it down on Monday. People still have to pick up glasses. People still have contacts coming in. You have to wind it down. So we've kind of winded down to where now there's no really glasses and contacts to pick up other than people ordering contacts, which they still do. But it's pretty slow. And I think it's going to stay that way for several weeks. My feeling is that maybe, you know, if we get lucky and people stop getting real sick like they are now, you know, maybe first week in May, second week in May, who knows? I mean, I'm hoping. I'm thinking it'll be sometime in May we'll get back to normal, and then we'll be practicing what can be called, you know, post-pandemic optometry, which is going to be different than it was pre-pandemic or during the current pandemic now, almost like a before, during, and an after. We're in the during right now, and we're gonna be in the after, hopefully in a few weeks. And who knows how long the after is going to last or what it's going to be like. Who can predict the future? But I'm trying to get ready and predict it as best I can based on my 36 years of being a private practice optometrist in Dallas, Texas. So I've got some insight as to what I think is going to happen. So we'll proceed. So what, you know, kind of the whole gist of this thing, this coronavirus outbreak, COVID-19, you know, the first thing, and I didn't really put a whole lot of information on here because everybody's office is different. Everybody's going to go at this a little different. The main thing is, you know, we're now going to have to incorporate a heightened level of infection control in our offices. Those of us that are not closed right now and still seeing patients on a limited basis have already started doing it. For our own particular office, I've got masks for everybody. We give the patient a mask if they don't have one when they come in. They wash their hands the instant they get in here. We wash our hands before and after in front of the patient. We wipe the equipment down. You know, we take reasonable precaution to disinfect the multiple contact points that exist in an optometric practice. They are so numerous, and the precautions are so comprehensive to really do it properly. Again, in this one presentation, I didn't think I needed to spend 10 slides talking about it. From a medical legal perspective, which I generally don't care about too much, but you know, just to be thorough, you'd have to be aware that you'd have the occasional knucklehead patient that would come into an office, say that they got infected by coming to your practice, and then try to sue you. You know, good luck with that, but you know, they may try just to be a nuisance, and if they have a knucklehead lawyer, you know, they could bother you. I think as long as you can prove that you're following Centers for Disease Control recommendations, if you just say, hey, look, I do whatever the CDC says do. If they said put a mask on, we put a mask on. If they say stand on your head, we stand on your head. Whatever they say do, we do. I think as long as you go by their guidelines, you're going to be fine. You know, nobody's trying to be really crazy, hopefully. But infection control will have to be a point of emphasis. People will have to see it. It'll have to be obvious, not subtle. It'll have to be right up front. It'll have to go on for a while. It may never, I don't know if it'll ever go back down to the way it was. You know, but I don't think I'm going to shake, I don't think I'm going to wash my hands before I touch the patient and after I touch the patient a year from now. I don't know if I'm still going to be doing that stuff. I always wash them once. I don't know if I'm going to go twice. We'll see. But I think the first thing, as we talk about practicing optometry going forward, and now infection control. So I'll leave you guys to that. You can hit the website. I put the stuff up there for you to go look at it. So you know, read to your heart's content. And again, we all have some time to read right now. Let's use it constructively. You know, I put this up here. This second slide is, you know, just a nice schematic of the COVID virus. I just, you know, hijacked it from Medscape. You see there. I want to give them credit. You know, I put this up here for review. We are doctors. We are scientists. Everybody listening has been to a bunch of classes on microbiology and cell biology and anatomy and physiology and immunology and all kind of stuff. That's why I mean, just really, we're smarter than everybody else almost. I mean, we're pretty smart. Well, we got to where, you know, when I put this little schematic thing up here and I started looking at it, almost everything made sense. I mean, I remembered all of it. Not heavy detail, but I remembered what a protein capsid was. I remembered stuff about the envelope membrane down here. I remembered that terminology. So it's not like I'm looking at some kind of Ouija board thing. I mean, I know what I'm looking at. I'm looking at a virus. But I wanted to refresh everybody about what these things are. Okay, and what they're made of and the constituent parts of them. And you see that here. and I spent a lot of time looking on the internet trying to find pictures that everybody would understand. This was the best one I found. So just as a review, you know, this is what that COVID virus looks like, you know, in an artist rendition, okay? Here's the Centers for Disease Control rendition, and this is the image we see on TV all the time, this virus spherical looking thing right here. This is the one I've seen most often. And again, just as a refresher, I mean, I'm 60 years old. I got out of optometry school in 1983. You know, who knows when I actually went to microbiology. I mean, this might have been in the 70s. So even though I'm pretty smart and I got a good memory, I wanted to refresh myself. So I spent a little bit of time refreshing myself. So I want to refresh y'all too. You know, hey, you know, there may be the occasional patient that looks you dead in the eye because you're a doctor and says, hey, doctor, would you please explain to me what the difference between a virus and a bacteria is, please? You know, and we shouldn't be stumbling and bumbling if that ever happens. So I wanted to review that again, you know, with this virus. What is the virus? You know, what's the difference between a virus and a bacteria and a protozoa? Or what, you know, because they're different. And so the first thing you got to remember, and I remember this back from the 70s in my microbiology, and you know, the stuff I saw as recently as this weekend was talking about the same kind of stuff, is that, you know, do you really call a virus something that's alive? You know, is it a piece of chemicals? Is it a different form of life from outer space. What is the thing? It doesn't meet the standard definition of life that we use, but it's pretty close. I don't know if close counts. Is it alive or is it not? It certainly, to me, it's more alive than dead. So what it is, at a base level, it's a bunch of molecules put together with different kind of genetic material. And you see, the little bullets here. So what's inside this thing is proteins, genetic material, RNA, DNA, the different kinds, the single-stranded doubles. Y'all remember all of that stuff. I mean, it came back to me kind of, to where I remembered it. I mean, I can't write an essay on it, but I remembered it to where I have an awareness of it. And so when someone says there's a bunch of RNA and DNA inside this thing, okay, I know what they're talking about. And then the whole ball is called a protein capsid. So just a kind of a virology lesson, as it were. So now you hopefully maybe kind of sort of know a little bit more about viruses and what this thing is compared to just 10 minutes ago. So let's move forward, okay? So we've talked a little bit about viruses and the coronavirus. And why are we talking about that? Why are we talking about that stuff? This is why. I got to tell you, this whole presentation, the guys asked me about, I guess maybe 2.5, 3 weeks ago, hey, Craig, you want to do a presentation for the society? During the, we don't have regular speakers now. And I'm like, oh yeah, sure. Yeah, no problem. Absolutely. Just tell me when. And then that, like 2 days later, I'm like, oh, wait a minute. I don't have a presentation. And like, what did I do? Why did I do? What am I doing? And so I started working on it, trying to conceive. And I just, I kind of had some ideas. And then it all kind of crystallized over the weekend where I did most of this work. And I was sitting there watching CNN on Saturday, just, watching the virus news. That's what we do now, some of us. So I was watching the virus news and trying to stay up to date. And CNN had this special show on in the afternoon. And and I got to tell you, I sat there, watched it like I was a crackhead hooked. And it was a show on the immune system and the virus and how the virus enters the cells and what it does. And it started showing pictures of proteins reacting with cell membranes and pictures of histocompatibility complexes doing this and that. And I was like, wow, man, well, look at, this is incredible. They're doing an immunology lesson on CNN that's fairly sophisticated to where I had to recall my doctor training and knowledge, but it was simple enough and the graphics were simple enough to where regular people, if they really were paying attention, I think they would have understood most of it. And I understood it all, of course. And it was really interesting. I don't want to say fascinating because it was stuff I knew, but to see it presented and reviewed in such a modern way and in such a timely manner, and how they were linking it to people getting sick, and they were trying to explain how, some people get the virus and they barely have any symptoms, and some people get the virus and they're in the hospital for 2 weeks, and some people get the virus and they're dead. And we're thinking it's the same virus. So what's the difference? The difference is the people in their immune system and the response. And the thing on CNN was trying to blend all that and weave it together to where the people that were listening would have some kind of idea what was going on and why. And I just found it just incredibly interesting. So I'm sitting there watching this show, and it's like the light bulb going off in my head, with the cartoons, and it's like ding, 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 ding. I say, idea, I got idea. I said, this is the idea, and it all came together. So this is it all coming together, okay? So you see the slide on the immune system. You guys have hopefully been reading the stuff while I'm talking. You see all the organs and whatnot, so that make up the immune system. And this is the 3rd grade rendition. This is not a sophisticated a rendition of the immune system showing how the stomach comes into play and all the intestinal stuff. And there's more parts to it than this. But this is the main stuff, okay? So you see the little bullets. I've got them there. I'm not going to read them out loud to you. Y'all read the bullets. So this is what the immune system is all about, trying to keep us healthy, okay? Now, the function of the immune system is to produce an immune response. And we've all heard that term. We've seen it before. And so again, you see these bullets here, and there's, literally who knows how many kinds of immune responses that the body can produce. This kind of cartoonish graphic that I put over here is simply a representation of one of them. And remember what generally happens is that something gets in the body. It could be a virus, a bacteria, something that's foreign, whatever, or something that ain't supposed to be there. So something gets in the body, and the body recognizes that it's not supposed to be there. And the recognition of that foreignness or that harmfulness initiates the inflammatory response. The inflammatory response is basically a bunch of chemicals. It's a chemical reaction. A bunch of chemicals getting released. You see there on that second bullet how it happens, whenever there's injury, trauma, whatever. And you get this inflammatory reaction that starts without getting into the whole immunology, immune response lecture. There's a whole sequence of events, a cascade of events. One thing happens, that makes the other thing happen, that makes the third thing happen, almost some kind of biblical, somebody begatting somebody else. So you get this cascade of events, chemical reactions, one reaction causing another, and eventually the blood vessels swell all up, leaks fluid into the tissue, and you have the obvious clinical signs of inflammation. And then the last thing, and kind of the cartoon graphic I've got represented, is that once the cell membranes get damaged from whatever the initiating insult is, then the intracellular contents get kind of disgorged into the extracellular space, and all that stuff that's inside the cell is now outside, and it's like kind of flipping a switch. And once those cells get outside into the extracellular environment, they produce this chemical signaling thing that we call chemotaxis, where it draws all these other white blood cells that are in the blood system floating around in the blood vessels. They're the white blood cells. They they float. It's almost like some kind of slow river attraction at a kid's park. The white blood cells are floating around in the blood system in an inactive state. Because they can't be active because they'd be killing stuff all the time. So they can't be, they got to they're in hibernation almost, like some bear in a cave. So the white blood cells are floating around in your blood system, kind of hibernate and stay in sleep. And then when something gets hurt and the cells get damaged and the cell membranes rupture and all those chemicals come out, the chemicals draw the white blood cells to that site and then turn them on, what we call activate them. And then they start doing all kind of stuff and killing things. So that is a standard immune response. That's how it's supposed to happen. And in the concept and context of what we're talking about today, the COVID virus, you see, I happen to find a picture where they actually have a virus instead of a bacteria or something. Viruses are pretty small. You see the virus right up here, and the virus, it's kind of cool in a way. I don't know when I'm going to use the information other than talking and teaching, because I'm never going to talk to a patient like this. But I was actually going through slides 3 days ago where if you look at this picture and you see these little receptor sites coming in and these proteins that are coming off the capsid shell of the virus, and they was talking about how the receptors bond to these protein sites and they link in, and it's just, the science is incredible. It's all chemistry. It's just, everything's chemistry. So you see these attachments. The virus now gets attached to the cell gobbles it up and then kills it and excretes out the rest. Okay, we've all learned that. I learned that stuff 37 years ago, but it's nice to review it, okay? And if you want to access it, here's the reference right here. So we've talked about the immune system. We've talked about the COVID virus. We looked at it in a nice graphic rendition. Okay, so we got some references on the CDC right here. Okay, let's keep going. So now we got some refresher. Let's pivot again and let's talk about immune response disorders. Immune response disorders. We were just talking about the immune response. We were just talking about the immune system. Immune system, immune response disorders. You see the natural progression here, what we're talking about. So, and this is really, it's important stuff. So immune system disorders, you guys have heard me talk more than once. Remember always, if I read a slide out loud, man, it's like 3 test questions, if we were in optometry school. If I'm reading it out loud, say it word for word. Immune system disorders are characterized by one of the following. So it's directed against healthy tissue. That's option 1. Option 2 is it's excessive. It's too strong. It's too strong. It's too much juice in there. Or it's too weak. It's like a wet noodle. So you either get it too strong, too weak, or it's going in the wrong place. Okay, those are your three options. There ain't no fourth option. So you're going to get it going in the wrong place. It's going to be too strong, or it's going to be too weak. If it's just right, then the immune system is working properly. So there is a fourth option where everything is okay. Okay, so you got everything being okay, and you got one of these three things. And whenever one of these three things happens, it produces one of these things down here: allergy, anaphylaxis, autoimmune, immunodeficiency, transplant rejection. Okay, you see how that flows there. I tried to do the easy graphics with the big arrow. Okay, one of these three things is going to make one of these things happen. We all have lost count of the patients complaining of allergy in our office, and we are now going to pivot to that. So we're still talking immune system response disorders, immune response disorders. This is a test question, ladies and gentlemen. You see the first sentence. I'm going to read it slowly out loud. The immune system response is classified as either efficient or inefficient. And an efficient response protects against many diseases and disorders, while an inefficient response allows disease to develop. You have efficient, inefficient. No third option, no fourth option, no in between. It's working or it's not. You're pregnant or you're not. It's that simple. That is the terminology that I have seen in the peer-reviewed scientific journals that I read to research for this presentation. That is the terminology that I'm going to use going forward. So immune system response is efficient or inefficient. If the response is altered and inefficient, then you can have one of these things, okay? You see that. So now, I'm not going to have a lecture on autoimmune disorders and immunodeficiency disorders and transplant rejections. I've talked about that stuff before, but that's not what we're talking about today, okay? Today, we're going to talk about allergy types, and I promise you this is all going to go together, and we're going to come back to the COVID-19 pandemic thing and practice in optometry post-pandemic, okay? It's going to make sense. Allergy types. You see the different allergy types. I didn't know all of this stuff. I thought allergy was allergy, I mean, I had some awareness. Again, I'm at the college, but I didn't know the difference, the sinusitis. I didn't know that was a specific kind of allergy different than allergic rhinitis. I didn't know that. I didn't know that drug allergy is really different than general allergy, that there's a different mechanism kind of. I didn't know that. So I saw some stuff I looked up these guys, the American Academy of Allergy, Asthma and Immunology. You can access their stuff on the web pretty easy. So this is what they say. So this ain't no review of optometry and optometric management. This ain't primary care optometry news. There's nothing wrong with that. Don't get me wrong. But I'm starting from scratch. I thought I would start here, to get my base information because I thought they would have the most experience. So that's where I went. So these are the different kind of allergy types, okay? These are examples of common allergens. We've all seen this stuff before. This is stuff that we know. We know this stuff. This first picture, this is some kind of plant mold spore looking thing, some kind of flowers, some ragweed looking stuff, and the ubiquitous and infamous dust mite. Only time we ever talk about critters usually is talking about Demodex mites, messing with somebody with blepharitis. We talk about that stuff sometimes. And I can't remember the last time I had a conversation with a patient and I'm talking and the words dust mite are coming out of my mouth. But I'm telling you, as soon as I get back started, it's going to be a regular. That's why I put these pictures up here. Okay, I'm going to talk about all this stuff. You'll see why. So, quickly review allergy types. So we're talking about immune system, immune response disorders, immune response disorders. We're going to concentrate on the allergy type of immune response disorder. These are examples of common things that cause allergies. They are called allergens, of course, and this should be reviewed. So now we've got 2-3 basics to go forward. We talked about the COVID virus a little bit, okay? talked about immunologic stuff, immunology, immune system, immune response, abnormal immune responses, inefficiency versus efficient, okay? A lot of stuff just for 20, 25 minutes so far. So kind of put that all in the little Al Gore type lockbox, you know, put that to the side right now, okay? Let's pivot again and let's turn ourselves into eye doctors again, because I was an immunologist a minute ago. So now I'm back to being an optometrist. And I'm thinking, I'm an optometrist. I've been an optometrist for 36 years. I ain't never been through nothing like this. We are essentially out of business. You know, I could actually shut my business and not lose as much money than being in business and losing money like I am right now. You know, so this, you know, this is uncharted territory here. We're in new waters. So when you're in new waters, uncharted territory, you got no compass, you don't know where you're going, man, you got to go back to the basics. And to me, other than selling glasses and contacts, which I just told you I don't really want to do today, okay, you're too close to people, and which I don't know if it's going to be coming back real strong 3, 4, 5, 6 weeks from now, because people are going to still be a little skittish. I think they're going to be a little nervous. They're going to be a little skittish, a little tight, okay? People, everybody thinks somebody getting a stimulus check. Ain't no checks coming out right now. Okay, people are going to be a little tight. What they're going to have is some fear and some insurance. That's what I'm hoping they're going to have, them two things. I don't even care if they got no money. If they want to be, they're going to be a little scared, a little tight. They're going to be venturing out, like coming out after the winter. And I think the money's going to be a little tight. Okay, so that's what I think. So in that hunker down, go back to the basics, wheat and bread and water kind of thing. I think from an eye doctor point of view, man, you got to go to your ocular surface disease if you want to try to generate a little activity and stimulate something to do a little tickle, because that's always there. You know, it's low hanging fruit. Why did the bank robber rob the bank? Because that's where the money is. Okay, you got to have $50,000 worth of technology to start trying to find you some glaucoma. And I got a feeling nobody's going to want to hear that 3 or 4 weeks from now. They don't care. Nobody care about, oh, you might have glaucoma. We better do $500 worth of test on you because you might go blind in 18 years. Okay, nobody want to hear that next week. Okay, they don't care about none of that. That's what I think. So all of that stuff about, let's make sure you don't go blind in the future. I don't think people care too much. I think people want to not get sick next week. That's what people want. They don't want to get sick tomorrow. That's what they cared about. And they cared about if their eyes are bothering them, because you always care about that. Just like if you had a toothache, you always cared about that. So I think ocular surface disease is an opportunity to take the place, supplement, recruit. I don't know the other adjectives I think we are in for a slow time period from a financial point of view, and this is a clinical lecture, not a financial lecture. It's not practice management. This is a clinical lecture. But if just to be honest, okay, we got to stay in business. It's going to be harder to do. I think this is a way for me to kind of sort of make up for some of that, to where I don't lose as much money. I ain't trying to make money, but the first step in losing money is to stop losing money. And then eventually, I might be able to make some money. But, I don't want to harp on the money part. That's not what I'm talking about. But, I'm trying to stay in business. What can I do as a private practice optometrist to enhance my business going forward? Because I think my business is going to be affected. I am out of business right now. We've seen 3 patients today. I got 3 people up here. I'm losing money. Okay, I'm out of business. So I want to get back into business. I want to get back into business strong. I want to get back into business properly, ethically, morally, the right way. I don't want to just be I'm not going to do it the wrong way. I've been doing this 36 years. I don't need to do it any other way. I know the right way to do it. This is the right way to do it. This is a way to do it. Let me show you guys a way to do it. So we're going to pivot to ocular surface disease, because it's always there. Whether you north, south, east, west, black people, white people, people with money, people without money, this is always there. These 3 things are always there. Well, looky here. This first thing is always there. I got 3 pictures of 3 young ladies living up in Plano, Texas, y'all. Okay, they're not living here with me. They live up in Plain, Texas. Can't you tell? Okay, that's what I'm thinking. Y'all see it all day long. Okay, is that these ladies itching and scratching and complaining and saying, "Help me, please, please help me, please help me." So you have the comical representation of allergic conjunctivitis. You see what it is. You see the bullets there. Okay, and again, although I can certainly put any reference from any optometric journal that's peer reviewed up here, you know, I think for a subject like this where it's kind of new for me, you know, I wanted to go to allergy journals and stuff as opposed to optometric journals. So I tried to find stuff there that would be pertinent. So here's that reference. Again, it's the same stuff that we talk about. The science is science. Okay, clinical science or clinical science. It ain't that their stuff is colder or better or anything like that. I just wanted to start at the base, and I thought that, you know, starting with the allergy people and the immunology people would be the base as far as me reading articles and getting research. So that's what we got there. And here, just more representations of patients complaining with allergic conjunctivitis. And I'm concentrating right now on young people because supposedly, when I was in school back when they used to talk about people with diabetes spilling sugar and all kind of stuff like that. So supposedly, we were taught that allergy is a disease of young people. I don't believe that really, but it may be a higher prevalence in young people. I do kind of believe that maybe. And here I listed the common symptoms that may be present in persons complaining of allergic conjunctivitis, and showed some clinical images that we should have all seen literally hundreds of times in our careers. So I'm not showing you new stuff. I'm not trying to show you stuff that you haven't seen before. This is refresher, okay? Everybody's seen these 3 presentations. Everybody's seen the little kid blowing his nose. Everybody's seen the kid with the swollen eyes. Everybody's seen the red eye. We've all seen it, okay? We ain't learning nothing here. This is a refresher, but we got to do it to do the job properly. So allergic conjunctivitis, it's got the itching, the conjunctival hyperemia, excessive tearing, the swelling. Okay, all right, that's the reference. This is what it looks like. Okay, so now we're talking about the big 3. So ocular allergy, meibomian gland dysfunction, dysfunctional tear syndrome, and there's overlap in all of these, of course. There's an article by Milton Hom. I didn't include it in my references. I just ran out of time, where it was talking about the overlap between the people that complain of itching, ocular itching, that have allergic conjunctivitis, and people that have what we used to call dry eye syndrome. It's now called the dysfunctional tear syndrome, and how you've got 40–50% of the people that have overlap with that. And actually, I read his article yesterday, and it's got these Venn diagrams showing the big 3 is redness, itching, and what was the big? The big 3. It was redness, itching, and I think watering. And you had the Venn diagram showing how they all superimposed, and the dryness. It was itching, redness, and dryness. That's what it was. So the itching and the dryness had like a 60% overlap on the Venn diagrams. It was, you know, pretty impressive that people had comorbidities, and you can have more than one problem. And we'll get to that in a minute. That's a big part of why you're going to be doing all this stuff, is to perform your differential diagnosis. And when the people complain of ocular surface disease symptoms, which are these things here, well, what we all know is that ocular allergy and meibomian gland dysfunction and dysfunctional tear syndrome, you know, there's about an 85% overlap in the symptoms that those 3 conditions produce. And if you were simply listening to somebody on the phone without doing a clinical exam, it might be hard to perform a differential diagnosis because they all got the same kind of symptoms. Okay, so the allergic conjunctivitis, the first one, ocular allergy, okay, that's that. You see the symptoms. Meibomian gland dysfunction, it's got the same stuff. So here I got pictures of the second ocular surface disease, the biggie, meibomian gland dysfunction. You know, again, I lectured to you guys just a couple of months ago on this, and I certainly didn't want to be repetitive or redundant, which is why we're not going to talk about it a lot. But you know, this is a big deal. And anybody that's got meibomian gland dysfunction, if you were at the lecture 2 months ago, or you keep up with the stuff, you know, 80–85% of the people that have dry eyes, it's because they got meibomian gland dysfunction. And you can have all the symptomatology, all the itching, the burning, the foreign body sensation, the this, the that. You can have all of that stuff with the meibomian gland dysfunction, just like you do with the allergic conjunctivitis. It's 80% overlap. So if somebody says their eyes are itching, is it this, or is it this, or is it that? Which one is it? So is it dry eye, where you got a loss of water from the tear film, putting all this mucus here in the corner, and then if you don't fix the dry eye, and then the disease progresses and it goes to this conjunctival desquamation, and you see that with the lissamine green staining here. And if you don't intervene and fix it and put some lubricants and some steroids and some CEwire and some Xiidron, and if you don't fix it right here, then it gets worse and it goes to corneal desquamation, and then the cornea starts getting damaged, and you see that with the staining here on the cornea. And if you don't fix it and put something on it, or put a membrane on it, or some bandage contacts, or plug them up, or something, and it keeps getting worse. And then you go to the last milestone in the history of development of dry eye syndrome, which is destabilization of the cornea-tear interface. And we see that as these dry spots forming, where now the corneal epithelium has lost all the microvilli and there's no glycocalyx to bond to the tear film. And so you get these dry spots that form. But when we were on optometry school, they taught us that this was mild dry eye and all they needed was some artificial tears. But the science and the anatomy and electron specular photomicrographs show that this is end-stage disease, not early disease. This is early disease where you have a loss of water. This is end-stage disease where you have a destabilization of the cornea-tear interface. And of course, practically anywhere through one of these 4 milestones, you would have practically all of these symptoms yet again. We've all seen this hundreds, if not thousands of times in our offices. People complaining, hey, what can I do for you today? My eyes are kind of burning. Hey, you have any problems? Yeah, my eyes itch. Hey, what's going on? Well, my eyes are kind of running water. Hey, what can I do for you today? Well, I got this. It feels like there's something in this left eye. Hey, what's going on today? Hey, you know what? I'm sensitive to light. It's bothering me. How many times have we heard this stuff as we practice optometry? It's really incredible. So we have the big 3: ocular allergy, meibomian gland dysfunction, dysfunctional tear syndrome. It is our job to perform a diagnosis and treatment program, which will include a differential diagnostic process, which will allow us to identify and exclude the diagnoses that are not causing the problem and treat the real diagnosis. If there's only one, if there's more than one, then you treat them both. So let's get into that. And it's all going to make sense. I'm coming back to that COVID virus. I promise you, I'm coming back to the COVID. I'm coming back. Allergic conjunctivitis, meibomian gland dysfunction, dry eye syndrome, ocular surface disease. So what are we going to do? This is what we're going to do. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, my mama is so proud of me because in 2020, I have turned myself into an allergist. That's right. That's right. That is right. See, in 1983, when I got out of optometry school, I was an optometrist. And then I kept learning. I kept growing. In 1988, I bought me a corneal topographer, big old giant one, filled up the whole room. And the instant I bought that corneal topographer and started diagnosing keratoconus for real, instead of like with some keratometer, like some nonsense, then I became a corneal specialist and started prescribing contact lenses to treat people with keratoconus. It took me 5 years of getting out of school to get the technology to turn myself into a corneal specialist. Because here, when I was an optometrist in 1983, I promise you I ain't making this up, okay, I had a tangent screen to do visual fields, okay, and my only technology was a AO NCT tonometer. I thought I was balling, okay? That's 1983. I didn't get anything till here. But as soon as I got it, man, I got good. So 1988, I am a corneal specialist because I got me a topographer. That's all I needed. And then, of course, we had to mess around in Texas for a while. So then in 1999, of course, I knew all the, I had the information. You know, some of these are just legal definitions. I could I could be whatever I want to be. I'm an optometrist. I've been to college. I could do whatever I want to do. So in 1999, I legally turned myself into a glaucoma specialist. I was treating glaucoma years before that. All of you guys know me, know my stories, being investigated here and there. Okay, I'm treating some glaucoma. So I'm treating glaucoma, and I'm a glaucoma specialist in 1999. And that's when I got my first scanning laser. So as soon as I got me a scanning laser and I didn't have to guess and depend on some knucklehead patient doing a visual field with 15 out of 16 fixation losses to make a decision. Okay, once I started making my own decisions, then I became a glaucoma specialist. So I did that for a while. Then, and y'all know me, then in 2011, then I turned myself into a clinical neurophysiologist because I was the first optometrist in the state of Texas to do electrodiagnostic testing and get paid for it by Medicare. That's what happened in 2011. Y'all remember that. Me and Joe DeLoach got that thing turned on. Mostly Joe DeLoach, but I'm taking credit too. So because I was the first one to do it. Okay, Joe helped me, but I was the first one to buy one. I'll put it that way. So I bought the first VEP device in the state of Texas by an optometrist. I built the first claim to Medicare. I was the first one to get paid. I turned myself into a clinical neurophysiologist because anybody that does electrodiagnostic testing in their office is a clinical neurophysiologist by definition. So that's what I am too. Then in 2012, I started doing amniotic membrane transplants, and I became a transplant surgeon. That's what my mama said, I'm so proud of you. She said, you're such a good boy. I said, yes, mama. And I became a transplant surgeon in addition to being a glaucoma specialist and a corneal specialist and an optometrist. So I've been doing that for a while. So y'all know I do pretty good with that. Y'all, I done talked about that. Y'all know I ain't making it up. Okay, I'm a transplant surgeon. I've said it 10 times. I said it on ODwire. I've said it in the journals. I've given lectures on it. I, Craig Thomas, OD, am a transplant surgeon. Thank you. Now, I didn't think I could get much better, but I'm adding to my, you never stop growing. You never stop learning. And especially now when we ain't seeing no patients, we actually got a little time. So, I would recommend you use your time, properly. That this is what I've been doing the past couple of weeks is I've been turning myself into an allergist. I'm good at it now. I feel competent. I am not being facetious. Other than giving injections, I have a reasonable working knowledge of what these guys do. I've read a bunch of stuff the past 2-3 weeks. I mean, I'm serious. Okay, I can do all the 1 to 5 dilutions in my head. I've listened to lectures by otolaryngologists at medical school lectures. Their stuff is just like ours. It's just like ours. I listened to a 2-hour lecture by this otolaryngologist, Stella Lee in Los Angeles. It was incredible. I listened to it twice. That's where I learned a lot of this stuff. I listened to the lecture twice. And 99% of it I knew. 99% of it was refresher. And I really felt good after I listened to it. I was like, man, I know this stuff. They taught us well in optometry school, even 36 years ago, but you got to keep up. And I do keep up. I keep up at an above average clip. We got time now for everybody else to catch up and keep up. And I recommend you use your time enhancing your knowledge base. Okay, so let's keep going. Okay, because now we're going to talk about being an allergist. That's what we're going to do. We're going to talk about being an allergist because that's what I am now. All right, so here's and I got to tell you guys, I don't know if I've mentioned it. I even saw this stuff. This stuff's just so wild. I'll get to it in a second, I guess. Okay, here. So traditional allergy testing. So you got the picture here. I don't know if anybody, this may be refresher. I don't think we had this in optometry school, but I've seen this stuff. I mean, we're all doctors. We read, some more than others, but I mean, most of us continue our education and have a medical orientation to us, most of us, to where if I showed a bunch of optometrists a picture of this lady laying on her stomach getting this patch allergy testing, I'm thinking most of us would have an awareness of what they are looking at, and I don't have to start from total scratch. So I'm assuming that we're at some medium to advanced level because we're optometrists, okay? So you see here, excuse me, an example of traditional allergy testing. The testing that would be done in an allergist, MD or DO, their office. The big white bandage here is what you call patch testing. I don't ever want to do anything like that. And then I remember seeing people's drawing numbers on people before. I remember seeing pictures of that. I remember seeing the gloved hand with a little plastic applicator. I've seen all this stuff before. So again, it was all kind of refresher, but I looked it up here And I actually read this. I read this morning. You see, it was access today. I actually read this about 5 hours ago. So in a general sense, when you're doing allergy testing on a person, you give them a list of medications, and I'm not going to go into the detail on that stuff. We we'll deal with that later. Y'all can deal with that if you want to proceed and turn yourself into an allergist, which is my strong recommendation. COVID-19, you're going to see, okay? So, there's a few kind of procedural things you got to do, and I didn't know this because up until 2 weeks ago, I wasn't an allergist, but now I am. So, you got to stop taking some medicines before you do the test, 3 to 7 days before, just kind of get a little flush out so that you can get valid results and the test can, be legit where you're actually getting some real information. The only deviation from this is this article, these guidelines here from this American Academy of Otolaryngologic Allergy says if the person's taken if they have chronic disease and they've been taking oral antihistamines like every day for a year, okay, you got to take them off like 2 weeks ahead to get good results. That was the only one that was more than 3 to 7 days. So not too big a deal. 3 to 7 days, most people are not going to go crazy if you make them stop taking their antihistamines for that short a period of time. But, I didn't know that, so I thought I would share that information. I thought, boom, 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 you just do the test. So let me tell you guys. So here's traditional allergy testing, okay? This is now what we're going to talk about, okay? In-office allergy testing that an optometrist can do, okay? This is my office. This is my kit. That's a picture I took with my cell phone on Friday morning, okay? All right, this is, so this is what we're going to talk about now. And this is how this whole thing started. I told you. I guess I told you. I've been talking so much for the past hour. If I didn't tell you, what happened, as the brothers say, what had happened was, so what happened is I was doing a consult visit. I didn't call the guy and ask permission, so I don't want to use his name. I was visiting a friend, an optometrist who has a very nice, successful practice in another city. I'd never been there before. It was my first visit, and I planned on spending the entire day there. I was going to hang out, consult, observe, make any recommendations to improve efficiency or production, and get up out of there. So I've done that before. I do some consulting. So I'm in the doctor's office, and it's really a nice office, really just top of the line. It just makes me proud to be an optometrist when I see doctors with offices like this, a multi-million-dollar office, a bunch of staff, everybody's busy, everybody's modern, technology's everywhere. It just makes you feel good. It makes me feel good. It's almost like I felt guilty I'm like, hey man, who's paying who? I'm learning while I'm here. So I'm sitting there all day. We're having a good time. I'm a friendly guy. And then the afternoon kicks in because I had done some training with the staff that morning, so they didn't see patients in the morning. And then in the afternoon, we kicked up to normal, and I was going to observe all the functions and operations and make my report. So I'm sitting there roaming the office, watching the doctors, watching the staff, watching patient encounters, just doing stuff. The office is real big. It's got 7, 8, 9 exam rooms. So I'm kind of, just going from room to room. And I opened the door and looked in a room, and there was a patient and 2 of the technicians in there. And the patient, a middle-aged lady, nice lady, I sat there and talked with her for a while. And she had her arms, she was sitting in the exam chair, and she had her arms stretched out, and they were doing these allergy test things on her arm with these little plastic applicators. And I said, hey, what are you guys doing? And the technicians looked up and they says, oh, we're doing an allergy test. I go, huh? What are you talking about? They go, we're doing an allergy test, allergy test, allergy test. I'm like, okay, can I watch? They go, yeah, sure. And I asked the patient, I said, ma'am, can I come in and watch? She goes, oh, yeah, sure. She was real friendly. And so I just stepped in the room. So you got me, the patient, and 2 techs in the room. The patient sitting in the chair. She's got both arms on the armrest. And one of the staff is administering the allergens, and the other is recording stuff. And it's almost like you could tell they're good at it, and they've done it before because the one was just calling it out, and the other staff member was recording it. It was real smooth. It was really impressive. Almost like some kind of military thing. 1A, 1B, 1B, 2C, 1B, 2C. I mean, wow! I'd never seen anything like it in optometric practice. I was totally impressed. So they're doing this now. And so they finished their stuff. It took about 3-4 minutes to do it. and then you let the patient sit for 15, 20 minutes or so, and you wait for the reaction to occur. So if one's going to occur. So basically, you're trying to provoke a reaction. It's almost like a provocative glaucoma test. I'm trying to make you get glaucoma. So I'm trying to see if you're allergic to a bunch of stuff. So I'm going to, stress out your system and see if you have a reaction. If you have a reaction to it, then you're sensitive to it. That's basic allergy testing. So I watched him do the test, finished up, reported the results. Doctor came in, went through the findings with her, and then I stepped out the room and I kind of missed the end point. But I was just totally transfixed and just hypnotized with that. I'm like, wow, what is that? And so then once I kind of got into it, I said, I think I want to do this. This looks interesting. I don't know about you guys. My practice is a little different than most of you guys. I probably see 50% Medicare. So if I see 30 people a day, 15 of them are over 65. And I'd say probably 75% of those people are Black. So I see a bunch of old Black people, it's all day long. And I'm not trying to be racial or anything like that. You know that. However, what I got to tell you, and what any visitor to my office will notice in about 2 hours, is that in my patient population, about 13 times a day, no matter what the problem is, no matter what the presentation, no matter what the complaint, no matter what the appearance, no matter what, whether it's decreased vision, blurred vision, fluctuating vision, no matter what, at some point early in the patient encounter, one of my Black patients will say to me, Dr. Thomas, I can't see out this left eye. I think it's due to my allergies. I'm like, maybe not. And then 2 patients later, some old guy will say, yeah, man, this left eye has been bad on me for a while. I think it's my allergies acting up. I said, yeah, Mr. Smith, it might be your allergies acting up, but it might not. And all day long, I will be bombarded with every second or third or fourth patient self-diagnosing and telling me their problem, their decreased vision, their ocular complaint, whatever it is that they think is bothering them, is somehow associated with, caused by, exacerbated by their allergies, whether that is true or not. It's such a running gag in my office when I have visitors. I take them out in the hallway and we play a game. And I say, let's see how long it takes for someone to blame their 38 pressure on their allergies. And they're like, what are you talking about? I go, just watch. Just sit here. Just watch. I promise you. It won't take long, 30 minutes. They'll be, I'll see 5 people in the next 30 minutes. I promise you. Someone's going to say that their eyelid is swollen shut because of their allergies. I promise you. Okay? You just watch. I've lost count of it. It's just, it's as common as me saying, as somebody telling me they can't see clear. It's as common as that. Okay? So I'm sitting here watching this guy, this guy's staff do this allergy test on this patient. And I'm like, I want to do this. And there's lots of reasons why. I'll get into the reasons why right now. This is what it looks like. So again, I didn't really show, we don't need to get too much gruesome detail. If you want to proceed and think about turning yourself into an allergist, then you'll get trained and you'll learn, your staff will learn how to do it. I'm not going to even go in the room when they train them. I'm not going to do it. So I watched them do it. It didn't look hard. So these 2 ladies did it. It took a few minutes. So they put these little plastic applicators on the person's arms, exposed them to the allergen, and then waited for the reaction to occur. You see here, this is what the reaction would look like on a dark-skinned person. This is what the reactions might look like on a light-skinned person. So just showing you examples of the test results. And then what the staff did is they had this little millimeter ruler thing, almost like we would use to measure pupil size in anisocoria. So imagine a PD stick with the semicircles of different diameters, where you'd have 3 millimeters, 3.5, 4 millimeters, 4.5, and each circle would be successively a little bit bigger. So they have a scale like that on a device, almost exactly like that, and you just slide it up to the raised lesion here. It's called a wheel, and you measure the height and you measure the diameter. And there's 2 kind of components to it. There's a it's called the wheel and the flare. So the wheel is kind of the part that gets raised up and the flare is the part that gets red. I didn't know that 2 weeks ago, but since I'm an allergist, I know exactly what I'm talking about right now. So you evaluate the wheel and the flare of the responsive reaction, and you make a determination based on those 2 things. So then when I say analyze qualitatively and quantitatively, so you can look at it and you can measure it. So you could go one or the other, and then ideally you would blend in both. So that's what the test results look like on the person's arm. If you had a person that was real heavily tattooed or they had burns and stuff on their arm, you could do this on the back if you wanted to, but I'm not real keen on having somebody take their top off, in this day and age, and I wouldn't even consider it with a female patient. I would just say, hey, take some Lotamax gel. I'll see you later. So if we couldn't do it on our arms, I'm just not doing it. So this is what the results look like. So this is the test kit. This is most of it right here. Okay. I don't even think this thing has a name. I think they just call it AllerFocus Testing Solution. The company's called AllerFocus, and it does what they call these different panels. So you get your allergist terminology going. So it does a panel of 78 different allergens, and then you got 2 controls in the test to make sure the results are valid. And then there's only 2 that I could find. I don't think there's a third one. I'm almost positive they're not. So just to be fair, and I don't care. I mean, I don't work for these guys. I mean nothing to me. I bought this one because it's the one I saw. The second one that's available is one from Bausch & Lomb called Doctors RX Allergy Formula. And I'm kind of familiar with the Doctors RX guys. I actually went to a study group seminar a couple of years ago where the founder of the Doctors RX Allergies, to ophthalmologist, pretty nice guy. He's pretty smart. So I listened to a couple of hours of lecture from him. So I know all about his stuff and their concept, and it's all good. I think the science is real. And Bausch & Lomb paid him a bunch of money for it. It's probably real. They do 58 allergen panels in the 2 controls again. So the AllerFocus test, 68 tests for 68 different allergens. And as far as I know, and I looked on the Bausch & Lomb website this morning, and it said 58. So, unless it's different, I'm just going by what I saw this morning. So this is the test kit. And again, there's a few other, I didn't take pictures of the applicators. There's 3 or 4 other boxes that come with this stuff. And then you put this stuff in the fridge. This is all the allergens. So you got to store this refrigerated. So this kit, this box, this thing that I ordered from these guys is approximately $4,000, and I think you get 40 to 50 patients per kit. So if my numbers are right, I think I've got an approximate $80 to $85 disposable cost to do a test. So this ain't no free test. This ain't something you're just gonna be tossing out. There's time and money involved. It's real. This is a real test. I mean, I'm an allergist. Okay, I'm not putting some fluorescein in your eye. I mean, we're getting ready to, you're getting ready to stop taking medicine, come in for a specific appointment. This is the real deal. And you'll see why. COVID-19. So 2 different products available in the United States. One by a company called AllerFocus. One sold by Bausch & Lomb. I don't have any personal experience with either one because I got this kit on Friday. I have not done a patient yet. I've seen it in operation. And I don't know anybody that has the Doctors RX Allergy Formula one either. But I do know that they are out in the field because I talked to the Bausch & Lomb guys. So I know they've sold some. So again, the refresher there. Not refresher. This is new stuff. What am I talking about? This is new stuff. This is brand new. This is hot off the presses. This is state of the art. This is top of the line. You can't get no better than this right now. Okay, let's keep going. So I've got my patient. We'll get into a case report in a moment, but I've got a patient where, for whatever reason, and there's multiple reasons, but for whatever reason, I decided that I thought they had allergies. I thought they had ocular surface disease. I thought the 2 might be related. I wanted to get as much information as possible before I started initiating treatment. Let's just say all of that's going on, okay? and the results are conclusive and positive, and I've made the diagnosis, I've made the determination that my patient is now suffering from some type of systemic allergy, some type of environmental allergy. Because I'm a brand new allergist, I'm only going to concentrate right now on environmental allergies. I'm not going to mess with food allergies and stuff like that. A little bit more complicated. I'm not there yet, but I'm an optometrist and I could do whatever I want. I'm going to start off with environmental allergies and I'm going to go from there. So environmental allergies, there's 3 ways to attack them. These are the treatment options you see here. The first, the most common, the one that was talked about most of the time, it's almost comical to think about it, is what's called avoidance therapy, where you're supposed to figure out what you're allergic to, and then you're supposed to stay away from it. Okay, that's avoidance therapy. I mean, that's what it is. You know, figure out what you're allergic to, and then get up out of there. Okay, it's almost like a biblical thing. The Bible tells you to flee. Get away, go away, leave me alone. The only problem with avoidance therapy, based on the lectures that I heard this weekend from otolaryngologists in Los Angeles at the medical school, is that it doesn't work, okay? And I'm thinking they got more experience than we do because they've been doing it longer. So they say that avoidance therapy has low to moderate success. And this lady, this Stella Lee, she went all into the statistical analysis of it and all the, almost like you if you keep up with this stuff and you read articles and do classes like I do, and you're trying to evaluate studies, you know, is it a low to moderate correlation? Is it moderate to high correlation? The statistical analysis, the p-values, all that stuff. I actually kind of sort of have to be aware of that a little bit now, where I never thought I would have to touch it when we got out of school. And this is in that realm where you say, okay, we've been hearing about avoidance therapy for the past 50 years. Why do we keep talking about it when the studies show that it really doesn't work that well? Because it's too hard to do. Okay, it's too hard to, it's you know what avoidance therapy is what we're seeing the COVID-19 healthcare workers do when they come home now. They take off all their stuff. They take a shower before they go touch their family. They wash this, they wash that. They're trying to avoid the virus. And so the therapy is to disrobe in your garage. And when I was reading and listening to the lectures, and it's talking about, okay, so if you're allergic to pollen and you go outside, then you're supposed to come in and take your shirt off and leave it at the front door and shake it out and then let it sit for 3 days and then do this and then do that. And I'm like, are you serious? I mean, it was nonsense. So once I started reading all of the strategies and protocols that were involved in avoidance therapy, I agreed with the otolaryngologist, and I'm like, I ain't gonna tell nobody to do this, a waste of time. It's not that it don't work. If you do it rigorously, consistently, it will decrease the allergen load and it will decrease your sensitization level. Okay, you'll get better, but it's a lot of work and it don't work that good. As a result, the second line of therapy, pharmaceutical therapy, is what most people do. So if I say, hey, don't go outside, take your clothes off, shower before you go in here, wash your hands 12 times, stand on your head, jump with 1 foot, or stick this bottle up your nose and squirt. Which one is the average person going to do? Okay, they're going to stick that bottle up their nose and squirt. So second therapy, pharmaceutical therapy, you know, primarily steroids, antihistamines, doesn't matter the route of delivery, whether it's a nasal spray, a pill, liquid, some pharmaceutical treatment. The good part is that those things do help, and they do make the person more comfortable. If you've got some tissue damage, it'll start to decrease all the swelling and get the tissue back to normal. So it's all good. You know, you don't want to say, you know, you can't say hardly anything bad about pharmaceutical therapy other than it has side effects. Well, that's kind of bad. Maybe all them steroids, you know, maybe, because that's what they use most of the time. And it really doesn't fix anything, because as soon as you stop using the pharmaceutical therapy, the allergic disease comes right back, because it ain't fixing nothing. But it does make them better. Okay, they're better. And, you know, I mean, I've prescribed plenty of drops to make my eyes feel better and look better. There ain't nothing wrong with that. There ain't nothing wrong with that, okay? other than side effects, and it don't fix nothing. I guess that is the only. So I guess there is something wrong with that. Okay, I take it back. There is something wrong with that. The third option. All right, new stuff. Immunotherapy. What's the difference? The difference is the immunotherapy treats the allergic disease state. You're treating the disease in and of itself. You're trying to change the person's immune system. COVID-19. Okay. Immunotherapy, subcutaneous administration, sublingual administration. All right. Y'all see the little pictures off to the side. You got your medicine here. You got sublingual. You got subcutaneous. Guess which one we're getting ready to do in the state of Texas, y'all? Okay, we're getting ready to do us some sublingual administration because that's what we can legally do. The good news for us is that works almost as well as giving somebody a shot. And it's just like whenever I got somebody with uveitis, y'all know, Ms. Jones, hey, I can make you take these drops 12 times a day, or I can give you a shot in your eye. Which one do you want? Give me those drops, doc. Give me those drops. I mean, who wants a shot? Nobody wants a shot. Nobody wants a shot. If I showed a picture of this little cute girl getting this medicine under her tongue, or having to put her in a papoose and tying her down like she's a criminal so she could get a shot, which one do you think this mother's going to prefer? Especially if I say, yeah, the shot might be a little stronger and a little bit better. This is real close, and she ain't going to go crazy with this. Which would you prefer? And then, of course, the magic reason, I can do this one, whereas I can't do the other one. Which one am I going to prefer? Okay, I prefer this one. Okay, that's what we're going to talk about this one. So we're going to talk about sublingual immunotherapy. New stuff. Stuff optometrists can do. Stuff optometrists are doing. That's what this is, okay? So y'all see the bullets right there. Okay, I just read half of them talking. Okay, this stuff's been out for a while. It's been out since 2014, FDA approval. It's real. Okay, we ain't buying no noni juice and no aloe vera stuff, extract. Okay, this is real, all right? What's the difference? The difference is we can do it now. That's the difference. That's the big difference. We can do it. It's not new science, it's old science. This is the dominant, I don't know if it's dominant, it's at least 50, what was the number? I'm sorry. I saw it a couple of days ago. 45 to 50% of the people in Europe, and I ain't saying Europe is all of that. Don't get me started, okay? However, Europe is a civilized, industrialized, modern part of the planet, and you have to say that. And so, it ain't like they don't know what they're doing. They pretty much do know what they're doing. So this is what 45 to 50% of the people in Europe get for first-line allergy treatment as opposed to allergy shots, okay? Allergy shots versus allergy drops. It is indeed like night and day. Again, I've read all these articles by allergists now. I've got 5 or 6 articles I read over the weekend. And, I had forgot, we didn't touch on this heavy in optometry school. We just touched on it enough to have a working awareness of it so we can talk intelligently to our patients. But, if you think you got bad allergies and you're going to an allergist, man, you might as well just, it's almost like buying a room down at the new optometry school in Houston where you got your nameplate on the outside of the door. That's your room because you paid for it. You're going all the time. You're going every week. You're getting shots every week. You're going in once a month. You got to hang around for 35, 45 minutes after you get a shot. Make sure you don't fall out and die from anaphylaxis. It's a whole different ballgame. I was reading these articles. I'm like, man, this is crazy. As opposed to me saying, hey, use these drops. I'll see you next month. Okay, that's a lot different. I know which one I'm going to do. So sublingual immunotherapy. Y'all see that? Y'all read these bullets while I'm talking. And just kind of the little schematic of, how do these drugs, these compounds get up to the eye? I found this cool representation here. Clinic. Yeah, y'all know what I did. I pulled out my Bartlett clinical pharmacology book from 1999. I pulled that bad boy out 3 days ago and started reading stuff on pharmacodynamics and drug absorption and mechanisms of delivery. That's what routes of routes of ocular drug delivery. I copied that out of clinical pharmacology. Okay, that book we had to read to pass our TMOD test for glaucoma. Yeah, I still got it. So, I mean, but it was kind of interesting seeing all this stuff, so, direct effects on the eye, all these things here going straight to the eyeball. You can put stuff up your nose, corticosteroids, antihistamines, crack cocaine, whatever. You can do all kind of stuff. It'll get straight to the eye. And then you can put stuff in your mouth. These antihistamines, okay, it'll work its way up in there and start doing stuff. And this immunotherapy, it'll work its way up in there and start doing stuff, okay? All right, so that's the different routes of ocular drug delivery. I thought that was kind of cool. So according to the peer-reviewed journals in all of the immunology and allergy publications, the benefits of sublingual immunotherapy are these 4 things here. So if you put these drops under your tongue, like I'm getting ready to start doing as soon as we get back to work, for most patients, it improves control of your ocular symptoms. So the drops make your eyes feel better, okay? That ain't me saying it. That's from this article I got. I didn't put the reference. It was from Dr. Lee's lecture. The otolaryngologist. Y'all got to listen to this lecture, man. She's real friendly. It wasn't too boring. I listened to it twice. But it's us. She's sitting there talking to a room full of otolaryngologists at a medical school. She's giving a CE seminar. It's like me talking to you guys right now. And I'm telling you, I understood every single word of it. Okay. Every bit of it. Now it's because I'd spent, probably 30, 40 hours ahead of time reading all these articles and getting ready. But everything she said, I understood. I was like, man, this is okay. I got it down. Okay. I understand it. So these are all of her points, the benefits of sublingual immunotherapy. And most of her lecture was talking about the subcutaneous, giving shots. I mean, she's an otolaryngologist. I mean, that's how they make a living. But, there was enough here to where I peeled off information to make this lecture. So these are the benefits. And the last one I thought was a big deal, improves disease-specific quality of life. I mean, people feel better, because they are better. And especially nowadays, where people are pretty mentally down, it's just, that's important. So let's say that you're going to turn yourself into an allergist in addition to being an optometrist. And I know this one lecture is not sufficient to turn you into a competent clinician in this field of medicine. I'm not suggesting that. However, we got time. And if you want to catch up to me, 10, 20 hours after this lecture, you'd be right there with me. I promise you. So just as a shortcut, these are some of the treatment guidelines that I picked off these articles. And I didn't know this stuff. So, this was important enough to read almost out loud. It's like, okay, who are you going to treat? Who would you recommend these drops to? And the drops are not expensive. They're like $189 for 3 months worth and $330 for 6 months worth. And I don't sell the drops. I'm not trying to do that. That's not what I'm talking about today. It ain't no different than somebody buying antioxidant vitamins to try to help macular degeneration. It's no different than anybody buying omega-3 supplements to help with their meibomian gland dysfunction or dry eye. It's no different at all. Okay, it's no different than anybody buying hypochlorous acid to work on their eyelids. It's no different. So I'm going to be prescribing this stuff very quickly. And you see the first bullet, who would you prescribe it to? Anybody that has a positive test on the allergy test. Now, so I don't think I'm going to make recommendations to get on immunotherapy if the allergy test revealed that you don't have any significant environmental allergies. So, I mean, that almost goes without saying. So they would have to have a positive finding for me to take to the next step of recommending some kind of treatment. Every single article I found says this thing is safe in kids down to age 3. And a lot of the pictures I found were of little kids being treated. So again, I think especially up in the part of town, up in the Collin County, Northeast, Dallas and Plano and Frisco and Allen and McKinney and Prosper and all of those spots up there, man, with the young families, I think allergy is a pretty big disease up there. It just seems like this might be a growth market. It might be an opportunity. There may be an opportunity here to help your patients with young children determine if they have any significant environmental allergies. Pregnant people can use it. The only caveat there is that it seemed like it was safe enough to where if you put the person on the drops and then they got pregnant, you would leave them on them. But if they got pregnant, you would not put them on them. You wait till the person delivered the baby until you started. Not real common around here, but just to know. The biggest negative with this stuff is the potential of asthma attack. It's very rare, but it's there. So you would monitor people with asthma a little bit closer, maybe not treat them perhaps, or just be aware. Yeah, I don't know about that. And then here, even people that have multiple allergies, which is fairly common, it's pretty uncommon actually to see a person with one specific allergy. Then even if they have multiple allergies, they're candidates for the sublingual treatment, because you can put more than one different type of allergen in the glycerin solution. So it's not a problem at all. So some basic treatment guidelines here, just as a introduction. So this is an introduction to treatment guidelines of optometrists prescribing FDA approved sublingual immunotherapy, okay? There are some adverse effects. The literature says they are extremely infrequent and never serious. There has never been a death reported with sublingual administration of immunotherapy. Where there have been multiple deaths reported, anaphylactic shock is the primary cause of people receiving allergy shots. Can you imagine going to the allergy doctor, getting a shot, and you're dead 2 hours later because you had some itching? That's pretty tough. But there's multiple incidents in the literature that are documented with that. And as a matter of fact, Dr. Lee commented on that 3 or 4 times in her lecture. And it was, they talk about that stuff like we talk about somebody getting a corneal ulcer. It's like, hey, make sure you keep them in the office 45 minutes so they don't die. I'm like, that's it? That was it? That was the admonition? It's just like, it's like, wow, okay. It's a little different spice on it when I was listening to that part. But you see the adverse effects. Every one of these, except for the top one, is not serious. The asthma attack is the only serious one. And there are 2 or 3, I think, examples in the literature of somebody having to go to the hospital after they did a sublingual administration and had an asthma attack. And, they treated it there and the person was fine. No deaths, nothing serious. The guy that wrote this article here, this Dr. Supporta, and he's pretty big on this stuff. He got several articles that I read. And based on his personal experience, what he said, the biggest thing is this gastrointestinal upset. I don't know since I haven't done anybody yet, but he said, this is the killer. He said, everybody else could put up with most of all this stuff. He said, but if they start getting diarrhea, it's over. He said, they will stop. They will not take the drops. They will look at you like you're crazy, and you better not try to talk them into it. He says, all of this other stuff, you can get them through it. You can hold a hand. It'll pass. He said, but if they start going to the bathroom all the time, it's over. No matter how much benefit they could get from the therapy to work on the allergies, nothing is worth having diarrhea. And the patients, I think his number was that 88% of the patients that developed gastrointestinal upset discontinued the medicine. And that's so only 12% figured it was enough to put up with. So he said that was the big bugaboo to where the patients would stop. All the other stuff, he could kind of just explain it and it would ease up and go away. Or occasionally they would just stop treatment. If every time you put the drops in, if your tongue started itching like crazy, okay, you got to stop. But that doesn't seem to happen a whole lot. So most serious thing is asthma, extremely rare. The most common thing is this. And to me, and I don't have enough personal experience yet. I'll find out in a couple of months. Several of the articles I read said that, with the under the tongue stuff, it's in a vehicle of glycerin to keep it stable. So what you do is kind of put it under your tongue, let it slosh around and kind of foam up in your mouth for 20, 30 seconds. Let it get absorbed through the humoral system up under the tongue. Goes into all the vessels there, real quick absorption. And then you're supposed to swallow it. Depending on the company, depending on the specific agent, what I think, and I think what the recommendation here with the AllerFocus product is that after your 20 seconds of exposure, you spit it out. And I think that prevents you having the gastrointestinal upset thing. And the articles that I read that said spit it out said that you get like 95% of the effect, compared to swallowing it. So I don't even know why you would swallow it if you're going to get 95% of the absorption just holding it under your tongue for 30 seconds. So to me, I think I tell my patients, hold it under your tongue and spit it out, and then you can eliminate one of these little circles, hopefully. So adverse events, just so you'll know, not too big a deal. So let's kind of finish up here. Let's finish up. So we've talked about all kind of stuff. Talked about the COVID virus, talked about ocular surface disease, talked about the immune system. We talked about the immune response. We talked about abnormal immune responses, the most significant one for eye doctors being the allergic response. We've talked about allergy testing, traditional testing. We've talked about skin testing with new stuff that optometrists can do. What do you do when the results come back good versus bad? Okay, we've talked about all of that stuff, okay? So let's finish up. We're back to the immune system. You guys see the picture I hijacked off the internet. And it's kind of in a perverted, funny way. As I was doing my image research, I saw this picture 15 times. So a picture of somebody, trying to put their hand up and stop these floating COVID viruses from diffusing onto his body. And it's almost like, get back. You see, he's got his hand up, get back. Get back, Satan, get back, get back. That's what I couldn't resist. I'm like, okay, that's it right there. So you got this guy, this image, the purple skeleton man, holding his hand up like it's going to stop something and trying to stop this COVID virus from getting in his body and killing him. Okay, that's what this picture is showing. And I saw it 15 times looking around for images about current topics and events. So I said, this is the image. I keep seeing it. And it makes perfect sense. So this guy's trying to stop it. And this image was associated with an image search, whereas I started my research looking at articles, and I saw that thing on CNN Saturday where it was talking about immune system and boosting your system. And so I Googled boost your immune system. Now, I warn you guys, after we finish here in the next 10 minutes, if anybody wants to waste time on a computer, as soon as we finish, you go Google boost your immune system, and you will have 38 pages of paid advertisements coming up trying to sell you everything from snail shell to horse hoof hair and pig intestines and Laetrile and vitamin C and zinc and hydrochloroquine and this and that. And it was dizzying, the number of pages that I had to actually scroll through to get down to some actual scientific PubMed type articles on that topic. I was almost mad. Ad after ad after ad. Nutrient, supplement, mineral, animal, vegetable, mineral. Yeah, I mean, it was everything. Everything, okay? And so I waded through all of that garbage, and I finally got down to the science. And what I found is that there really isn't a whole lot of science. There's not any step-by-step protocols put out by the National Institute of Health on how to boost your immune system, because there's no such thing. That's why there's no plethora of articles talking about that topic, because the topic don't exist. It's nonsense. It's made up of hucksters and shysters and people trying to make money off of us. That's what I now think boost your immune system means based on my internet search. The terminology is your immune system is efficient or it is inefficient, period. It's working or it's not. It's going to protect you or it won't. And all of the science says that these 5 things here are what you can do to improve your immune system efficiency: the diet, the exercise, drink a lot of water, sleep all the time, and don't be all stupid and crazy. If you do those 5 things, you appear to be healthier. And then they're extrapolating that increased rate of health with a more efficient immune system. That may be backwards math, but that's the way it goes right now. I'm working with that as opposed to me taking some vitamin C pills so I can boost my immune system. Okay. So the conversations I'm having with my patient very soon is going to be, how do we improve your immune system's efficiency as opposed to leaving it in its inefficient state if it is inefficient. I believe that a positive allergy test on this skin prick testing that I'm going to perform would be a reflection or an indicator of the status of the person's immune system. And someone who's got 18 allergies to 17 different things, I'm going to think maybe their immune system's not really efficient and maybe it could be improved. Someone who has practically no allergies, they may be in good shape and we don't have to do a whole lot. I can go right, I can go left. It would depend on what the test results show me. That's how I'm going to converse on this stuff. That's how I'm going to use the information. That's an example of the direction I'm going to take going forward. So let's use this person here, this last thing, as an example. I've been lecturing for 15 years. I've got over 100 cases on the COPE website, and never once in my entire career have I made up a fictitious or hypothetical patient until now. That is the reality of COVID-19 pandemic, ladies and gentlemen. I'm making up cases because I don't have one because we ain't working. I'm out of business up until I hope at the most 6 weeks from now. So case report. In the future, in La La Land, where we all, eating green cheese and living off the fat of the land. So it's 6 weeks from now, and we are all seeing patients again. That's what we're doing. It's 6 weeks from now, and we all seeing patients again. Real patients, not urgent, not somebody with a stick in their eye. Somebody want to buy something, and we ain't afraid of them. That I'm hoping that's going to happen at the most 6 weeks from now. So let's say that's going to happen, because that's going to happen. Okay, there's no way we're going to be like this, not forever. It's impossible. We all know that. We'll deal with the virus rather than be like this forever. Okay, that's what everybody knows that. We're going to wait it out for a while, but we ain't going to be out of business a year from now. So 6 weeks from now, I think we'll all be seeing patients again. It may not be real busy. They may not be spending a lot of money. They might be kind of scared. They might have masks. I don't know. But we're going to be seeing patients again. So I think for you guys up there, it's going to be a lady like this. So if you see, y'all was seeing 25 patients a day. Okay, it's getting ready to be 17. That's what I think. Now, I could be wrong, and we've been rescheduling patients for the past 3-4 weeks, and I got 50 patients scheduled on May the 1st, but that's 2 weeks from now. Who knows? I could have 20 show up. Who knows? But I don't think it's going to be like it was for a minute. So anyway, 33-year-old lady comes in. The hypothetical 33-year-old lady comes into the office for a routine exam. You done already rescheduled her twice. She got VSP. She's a -6. She wants some glasses. So you letting her in. So she's in. Even though the visit is routine in nature and the exam services are reported to her VSP, IMED, Davis Vision, Superior, whatever, during her history, she complains of intermittent ocular irritation over the past few months. Well, we done all heard that before. We've heard it so many times that we almost are dismissive of it. The staff may type it into the computer. We might not even reference it when we go in the room. If we're busy, bad day, whatever, it might say, hey, which is better, 1 or 2, get out. Okay, thanks for the money. She might say, yeah, my eyes are burning, they run water a little bit. Your staff might have typed 3 things in there. You're like, okay, next patient. So during the history, she complains of intermittent ocular irritation. You're going to be listening a little bit better now if you got 12 a day instead of 22. Okay, you're going to listen a little bit stronger now. And she's going to tell you that her eyes are irritated, and you're going to type it in, or you're going to look at what your staff did for real. And so then you're going to examine her. And during the exam, as you must do, you'll document the clinical signs that suggest the presence of allergic conjunctivitis. I'm not going to go through all of that stuff now. We're almost done. Y'all know what that is. And, just as a matter of protocol, sometime in the visit, I would make sure that the patient is not under the current care of an allergist, like going, the past few weeks, past month, past 2 months, past 3 months. Ain't nobody been anywhere past month. But if she's under the active care of an allergist, I'm not going to be probably messing with this stuff too much. But now again, I never say never, because I could say, hey, are you under the care of an allergist? And she said, yes, I am. So what am I going to do then? Just shut up and say, can you buy some glasses? I'm going to say, do you like him? Do you like her? Because what if she says no? See, y'all, you gotta take the extra. What if she says no? So I say, hey man, are you seeing an allergist right now? You've been complaining about these allergies. Yeah. Well, is he good? Do you like him? No, I can't stand that son of a gun. You got anybody better? Yes, I do. you looking at him, come right here. That's what I'm going to do. That's my recommendation, y'all. I'm recommending that. That's my recommendation. So assuming they did not under the care of an allergist and have not had any recent diagnostic skin testing, then I'm going to talk them into gently to come back in a week. And because now, I promise you what's getting ready to happen. So now my clinical case presentation is going to discuss the possibility of systemic allergies contributing to the ocular irritation. And we've all done that. I'm just going to hit it a little bit harder. I'm going to go a little bit stronger. I'm going to be a little bit more thorough, just a little bit. I'm going to take the extra step, and you're going to see why. COVID-19. So I'm going to take the extra step, and I'm going to talk about systemic allergies and I might talk about the immune system a little bit, and I might even mention the word immune response and how an abnormal immune response is related to having an allergy, and that's a reflection of the efficiency or the inefficiency of your immune system. And oh, hey, wait a minute, you saw the TV yesterday that you saw them people getting that virus, and some people, they don't even hardly have a cough, and some people near death, and some people are dying, and they thinking that everybody's immune system is different, and maybe that's why people respond different. That you've heard all that, right, Ms. Jones? Yeah, yeah. So what I want to do, if we can, is I've got some technology where I could get a lot of information that I really couldn't get before about the status of the function of your immune system. It doesn't hurt at all. It's painless, I promise. It don't hurt. And if you want to get a little bit more information about how healthy you are and the status of your immune system, I really think it'd be a good thing if we did this allergy test next week and got as much information as we could. You think that's a good idea? Yeah, Doc, I do think that's a good idea. I do. I like that idea. That's a good idea. All right, I'm going to have Susan schedule you next Friday, and we're going to figure this out. And I'm going to see if there's anything wrong with you, and we're going to move forward, okay? Okay, Doc, whatever you say. That's what I'm going to do. And when they come back after that VSPI exam a week later, this is that visit. This is how you report that visit to the payor, whether the payor is the patient, Medicare, Cigna, Aetna, United, Medicaid, Scott and White, whoever, okay? It's all the same. Because as of now, and it ain't really now, it changed last year. I'm kind of mad. I try to keep up with this stuff. I can't believe I didn't see this. I'm mad. I swear I'm almost mad at myself. That you see, so I'm gonna look at the guy or the lady when she comes back. So she was there Monday. I looked at her. We decided she was gonna do the test. Let's say she was taking 2 or 3 things. I told her to stop taking them. Okay, well, I want to see if that changed. I'm gonna walk in there. I'm gonna at least look at her face to face. I may not slit lamp her. I don't know. I'm gonna walk in the room. If I walk in the room and I looked at her, y'all know me. I just examined her. Okay, that's an exam. I just examined her. So she got examined. And then I'm gonna walk out the room. I say, Susan, hey, these young ladies here, they're gonna take care of you. I'll be back in 25 minutes. Okay, because that's what I saw my friend do. Okay, that's what he did. He was in there 10 minutes out of like 30. And he walked out the room. And then the staff did it, and that's what I watched. I watched the staff do their thing. And they did their thing. It was quick. And this is how you report the service. The procedure code is 95004. The diagnosis code is going to be allergic conjunctivitis, because that's the medical necessity that you did the test. So as long as you got something in your record that suggests the presence of allergic conjunctivitis, then to me you're legal, you're moral, you're ethical. Now, if there's nothing wrong with them, we're not even having this conversation. I'm going to my next patient and we're not even talking about this. So by definition, this is somebody who said my eyes are itching, burning, watering, red, sensitive to light, foreign body sensation, da-da-da-da-da-da. This is somebody like that, okay? Which is, again, to me, if you see 20 patients a day, okay, that's 8 of them, 9. Jesus, I mean, it's easy. It's low-hanging fruit. 2-inch putt. It's a gimme. This is a gimme. This is a gimme for us. And think about it. So I don't even want to, this ain't a practice management lecture, but I know I done got your attention now. Okay. And I'm going to get off this slide in a second. I put this asterisk here. Again, I was working on this thing 3 hours ago. There's supposed to be a little bullet down here, right with the asterisk that says Medicare. This is my Medicare approved amount. So these are public fees. I'm not trying to tell people what to charge. I am not trying to tell people what to charge. You charge what you want. You charge $10, you charge $20, you charge $1,000. I don't care. Don't mean nothing to me. That I'm not trying to tell people what to charge. This is what I get paid by Medicare. These are public numbers. I'm using it as a reference. I will tell you, this is the lowest fee. And I have seen several explanation of benefits forms from several doctors around the country. Every single insurance company pays more than this. The highest was about $550 that I saw from like Cigna. Blue Cross paid about $500. Supposedly there's some carrier in Oregon that paid $700. I don't care. I mean, that's, you know, I don't care. That's, I don't want to get bogged down with that. But as far as a return on investment, you see, ladies and gentlemen, this is a significant practice enhancement opportunity. And I use that term in a pseudo-comical, derisive, sarcastic, ridiculing tone. As part of my research, hours and hours and hours. So, and fortunately, a lot of this stuff's in ophthalmology journals. So I was reading this ophthalmology journal, you know, it was an allergy thing, allergy article. And the guy was talking about stuff. And then it wasn't even talking about this, but it was at the very next article. So it was this bunch of ophthalmologists, they were having a round table. And it looks just like our journals. It was just like looking at review of optometry or optometric management. And so these guys are talking about how to make money, these bunch of ophthalmologists. And the way they used it, they kept saying, so we're going to discuss practice enhancement. That's the way they talk about making money. They say, so we're going to, this course is on practice enhancement. So they don't say growth. They don't say practice management. They don't say return on investment. When they talk about making money, it's practice enhancement if you're an ophthalmologist. Okay, so if you want to talk about some practice enhancement, I'm going to enhance my practice by turning myself into an allergist and doing some in-office allergy skin testing. And I'm going to prescribe some sublingual immunotherapy for the patients that want it and need it. And I don't care about that because I'm not selling it and I ain't making money off that. That's not what I'm doing. I'm a doctor. I'm going to figure out if there's something wrong with my patient. I'm not a pharmacy. So I don't care about that part. That part's cool. You know, that part's there. But I don't care about that part. I care about the part I just told you. So last slide. In conclusion, we got this COVID-19 thing. It's on everybody's mind. We all know it. Everybody's really sensitive about their health status. It's almost past being sensitive. They almost scared. I don't take advantage of scared people, but I do take advantage. And if something's there to be taken advantage of without me hurting anybody, I'm gonna take advantage of it. This is there for us to be taken advantage of. People are worried about their health. People are sensitive about their health status. People actually are talking about immune system, immunology. I'm looking at diagrams of molecules on CNN intended for people with a 6th grade education. The time is now. The opportunity is now. Okay, all the groundwork is being laid on mass media, and all we got to do is jump in and dovetail it and finish it off, which is exactly what I'm telling you how to do. So what I want to do is I'm going to use this technology and I'm going to go at it with I'm going to tie it all in where I'm going to get information about the status of your immune system. If your immune system is inefficient, I'm going to tell you. I'm going to help you devise treatment strategies to improve the efficiency of your immune system. And if you are a good candidate, I'm going to recommend sublingual immunotherapy, which will help modify and desensitize a patient's immune system. I'm going to modify and desensitize a patient's immune system. Man, this is real. This is a big deal. An optometrist modifying and desensitizing a patient's entire systemic immune system, not me immunomodulating somebody's eyeball with a drop of Restasis, some cyclosporin. This is a whole different level. It's a whole different game now. I done step my game up. Okay, I'm stepping my game up to the COVID-19 pandemic time. This is how I'm going to practice optometry post-pandemic. I'm going to be more sensitive to this. I'm going to educate my patients. I'm going to help them to better health by obtaining more information about them and sharing more information with them. Man, that's almost like a tagline on a card. More information about them, and I'm gonna share more with them. I'm good enough to where I can convince my patients that this is in their best interest, because it is. Whatever's in their best interest is in my best interest, and it's gonna be good for me, and it's gonna be good for them. I got this kid on Friday. I can't wait till I fire this bad boy up. I'm going to be doing 3 or 4 or 5 of these things a day. I'm going to be making decisions with the information. It's going to be good for my patients. I'm going to enhance my optometric practice, which might need some enhancing in this post-pandemic time frame. And I'm going to practice the best optometry I can in 2020. And I strongly recommend you guys join me and take advantage of this opportunity. Use this time wisely. Get up on the internet like I did and read some articles. If you want to turn yourself into an allergist, we got the opportunity now. The patients need this. It's there for the taking. I'm getting ready to take it. And I'm going to help my patients navigate this stuff. I promise you they're going to like it. I already know they're going to like it because I'm good at it. They're going to want information about their immune system from their eye doctor. And they're going to tell their friends, and I'm going to be so busy I won't know what to do. That's what's happening, y'all. So I think we are done. I am prepared for this aspect of my post-pandemic optometry practice. I think it's going to be really cool, and I can't wait. I am really actually looking forward to it. I think we have some time. There's probably a few questions. I'm going to stop talking and see if anybody wants to jump in, and we'll finish off.
Thank you so much. Super educational, but also super motivational to go back to work and get back to our patients and start making some money and compensate for all the losses we had. So you're super motivational in that end, and super educational because we never knew that we could do these allergy stuff. And there were a couple of questions about that, Craig, that a doctor asked that a couple of years ago. He tried to purchase this kit from Bausch & Lomb, but he wasn't able to do it. Are we able to do it now?
Well, I know that I can't speak for Bausch & Lomb. I would say yes, because I saw an article in Modern Optometry that referenced a doctor using the Bausch & Lomb kit. And as I said, I purchased my AlloFocus kit and it was delivered this past Friday. So they sold me one. And I was not going to buy it until I saw proof that I could get paid. I saw the letter from Medicare and I saw EOBs from doctors that I know and trust that practice in Texas. So I've seen EOBs from Novitas that pay this. I've seen the letter from Medicare that says they will pay optometrists.
So the fact that we could buy it, then obviously we could do the skin prick test that you're doing.
Well, you had to have an optometry board ruling too, which was the third leg. So you had optometry board ruling that gave it approval too.
Oh, okay.
So I don't know if it was in our scope of practice then, that's what I think. I mean, I'm not 100% sure, but I know we couldn't do this a couple of years ago and now we can.
Okay.
So to me, it would be board ruling, insurance rules. So both of those changed.
And the slit, SLIT, how do you prescribe it and write an RX for it? Is that the treatment or is that the actual test?
Welcome back, everyone. And we just finished up the film. Let me get my cohorts back on the air here. Hey, everyone. You guys still around?
Yeah, we're here.
All right. Good job.
Here ahead of you.
Yeah, I know. I was taking a nice extended break, answering some emails, taking a little nap. Fantastic. So, yeah.
So you're all refreshed.
I'm
ready to go.
All ready to go, right? So, and
there was some chat on ODwire about the bankruptcy, so I invited people to join us in conversation here.
Yeah.
So we may get a few from ODwire.
Right. So what Paul's referring to, if everyone hasn't heard, is TLC's bankruptcy. And I haven't heard anything more about it. Have you, about the details of what's going to be happening there?
Yeah. On ODwire, they put the full details in. I think you might have read it. The whole bankruptcy story. So.
Is it chapter 11 or chapter 7? It's two types of bankruptcy.
It's a chapter 11, so they're gonna keep going, they're gonna keep the locations going, but they're gonna sell them to a new entity just to shed all of their debt. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. But yeah, I have a feeling that's not the last one of those that we're going to encounter. So before we get started here, I know we have Ben Chudner coming. I just wanted to say thank you to everyone for the event. I mean, it's been really great. This is the third live one we've done now this year for CEwire 2020, and the audience just keeps getting bigger. So we had about 5,000 ODs so far on the show, which is kind of crazy. So to put it in perspective, Expo gets about 3,200. So we're kind of rocking and rolling here. It's been great. And I know, Steve, technically you've been in and out of the classes all day today. Is it going okay for people?
Yeah, and some of them have really a lot of interaction. As the one who's going to be interviewing later on with us, Lawrence Thomas, or Craig Thomas, he must have had 50 questions and answers and kudos on how good his lecture was. And so the ones that are really clinically relevant to people love. And every room has, I think the least I've seen in the room was 250 people. So 220, something like that. So
Wow.
A lot of interaction, a lot of fun. And I mean, I've seen all those lectures before, and some of them I watched the second time, I even get more information out of it. So
It's crazy.
really, in terms of the technology, it's been seamless, and the glitches have been few and far between.
Excellent. So let me kill this then, the screen, and we'll get down to business here. So Ben, are you there?
Ben is on the line. Yes, he is.
Yep, I'm here. Hey guys, how's
Awesome.
it going?
How's it going, man?
It's going good. Nice Sunday in upstate New York.
Nice. How was your talk? Or have you done it yet? Wait, I haven't looked at the schedule. Are you?
I'm in an hour.
In an hour, okay. So
I bring up the rear every year.
Right. So as you heard with what Steve was saying, there's a whole bunch of questions now. I think the last time was sort of a record in terms of the number of people that showed up live, but you should have a lively audience here today as well.
Excellent.
Especially with that bankruptcy. Right? So
yeah, it's certainly an interesting time.
Yeah. So what do you make of that?
I don't know what to make of it yet. I mean, it's a restructuring, as you guys were talking about. So I mean, they're certainly not going to go away. Someone will pick them up. It'll be interesting to see. I think it's you've got a lot more private equity in the ophthalmology space. So you're starting to see integrated health systems. So I think they're going to get. I mean, certainly going to get bought by someone, or someone will take them over. I'm sure. I think it's too soon to really know where it's headed.
Right. So on your side of the fence, though, let's talk a little bit about PE. So we've now gone about 3 months with everyone being starved for revenue. Practice is not really doing much of anything, right? I mean, just emergency care, and now we're starting to see places open up some. What's going on in your world?
Yeah, well, so we took a slow approach to fully close. We try to take more of a scientific approach and not be emotional and close too quickly. But it came to a time when obviously we had to close. And then in the past 4 weeks, we've started reopening. So we as of a week ago tomorrow, so last week, we had all but 2 of our locations back up and running. We have 2 actually mall-based locations that we had purchased back in the beginning, back in March of 17, and in Pittsburgh. So they're still in phase yellow, which allows for curbside pickup, but we didn't have a exterior wall, so we couldn't open those locations. But they should be opening up on the 8th, is what I'm hearing. So we'll be back up and running. It's been quite a lesson, let me tell you.
I'm sure. So what kind of takeaways can you give to people? I know people who were looking at private equity before, their practices are opening up now. Obviously, the revenue's taken a huge hit. What do you say to people who were looking at it before and want to maybe do it again, but now things are a little bit different, right? Their books look a little bit different.
Yeah, well, I'd say the same thing to anyone buying a practice too. I think now is not the time right this minute to buy a practice if you want to maximize everything. I've had a lot of questions from various friends that I know and through Facebook and stuff that are reaching out and asking, I'm about to buy a practice, should I do it? And the answer is no, you should not buy a practice right now. Unless the owners are willing to negotiate a lower price. So everyone's pretty frozen in the private equity world. The banks are certainly not lending right this minute. So what we're doing is we're focusing on building up a pipeline of practices to purchase when the money starts flowing again, which we anticipate probably in the next 6 to 8 weeks. But we're taking a very cautious approach, and I think what you're going to start to see is if prices don't dip, which is possible they won't, the holdback will. So the upfront money will be significantly less, and you'll start to see, whereas there may have been a 10 to 20% holdback based on performance of the business post-sale, it may be more, and give the doctor a little bit more skin in the game as we ramp back up post-COVID. I think that's kind of what you'll see, but I think you're going to also see prices dip, and what we're seeing is doctors that are fed up. They were in the end stage of their career, getting closer to the end stage of their career, and they don't want to deal with this again and what that possibly can do to their assets. So they may be more willing to sell at a lower price too. So it'll be interesting. It's certainly going to be interesting what we'll observe in the next really probably 3-4 months.
Yep.
Yeah, but caught my ear, Ben. You just said that you have 2 mall locations. I'm surprised that that you wanted to buy into a mall practice with the malls closing around the country. How'd that come about?
So these were it's our IT brand, which was one of the original 3 brands that were purchased back in March of 17 to form at that time Acuity Eye Care Group, now AEG Vision. They were 2 locations within, at that time, I think 18 in the overall network of that brand. So it was a small. They came with them, very lucrative. That would be that brand is our most retail brand of all of our practices, and it's really not what we're going after now. But again, it was before a lot of us were enrolled, and it was an opportunity to start with the original 3 practices that were purchased. It got us about 65 practices made up that first group, and so these were 2 of the 65. And on the screen you can see it's IT. Yep. A high-end retail, and it just happened to have mall locations.
What I find interesting about it, and I have the AEG Vision page up on the site right now so everyone can just sort of look at it as we browse, you guys maintain the branding of those practices that you bought. Like, I'm looking across here, and it looks like, for everyone that you bought, you kept it.
Yeah, so that's really our model. We learned, a lot of us came from Luxottica, and we saw what happened when Luxottica would buy someone and convert the practice to LensCrafters. The perfect example was Detroit Optical Company in Michigan, mall-based, and very similar to LensCrafters. Made sense, a good acquisition, but they converted all the DOC practices to LensCrafters, and those locations really struggled for years. And it's because people didn't want to go to LensCrafters; they wanted to go to Detroit Optical Company. So when we buy businesses now, it's kind of the same concept. These practices are where people go. It's their neighborhood doctor, and our intent is to maintain that. And you can see, I see you scrolling up and down, and we will have there has to be some brand in a region. So you can see like Eye Care Specialties there. We actually own that name nationally. So we do have brands like Eye Care Specialties of Minnesota. We have one in Colorado, and we have one in Pennsylvania, actually, and now one in Ohio. So we may buy businesses that don't have a big presence and convert them into that brand eventually. But the goal is to maintain the brand identity that we purchase. So that's really our, as I like to talk about, there's the 4 big ones if you don't include VSP. And on the one end, you have My Eye Doctor, and I'm not commenting right or wrong, but they will convert everyone into My Eye Doctor. And on the other end, you have Kepler, and they're going to have very, very individual practices without any real centralized point of sale system, EHR. They don't have, they're starting to move into that now, but they don't have a field-based system. And then in between, you have Clarkson and us. And actually, Clarkson is moving more to the My Eye Doctor. I'm hearing that they're converting some of their practices that were originally separate brands into the Clarkson brand name. So we skew more towards Kepler in that way, and that will maintain the local flavor of that practice. Right. And that's intentional.
And I wonder, if it also
harder.
It comes down to the strength of the brand too, right? Like I was a Detroit person, right? I mean, I lived there for 10 years, and I remember DOC, and it was very strong regionally. I'm sort of surprised that Luxottica killed the brand because it was very much part of the area that it was in. So kind of surprising to do that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's Luxottica, right? I mean, I was at LensCrafters and then eventually Luxottica for 3-4 years, and that's who they are. LensCrafters is it's a $2 billion company just in itself, and it represents I think that in LensCrafters North America represents pretty close to the majority of revenue for all of global Luxottica. So they don't think they can do any wrong. In that case, they were wrong, and that's something we learned from. This is a much harder model, though. You have to maintain all these different brand identities, which requires all different websites. I mean, they have a very similar flavor to them, but they're all different, and But again, it's truly intentional. I mean, we talk to doctors all the time, and ITEEC is a perfect example. ITEEC is a boutique practice, very, very high end in Pittsburgh. In fact, we just found out last night we had one of our downtown locations was just destroyed, looted, and destroyed, and we probably lost hundreds of thousands of dollars in frames there. And it's they sell nothing but really, really high end, and they didn't really focus on the doctor side. And when I came in to the business, our goal was to do full scope optometry, and so I went there and to change ITEEC to full scope optometry is just not what patients are coming there for. What I like to say is that people don't get glasses at ITEEC because they had an eye exam. They get an eye exam at ITEEC because they want to buy glasses there.
Right. And
so what we need to do is if we're going to be true to this mission of keeping the flavor and the DNA of the practice intact, bringing medical to ITEEC inside ITEEC is not the right answer. So what we've done is we purchased practices in the Pittsburgh area that have an OCT, visual field, fundus photography. We brought fundus photography into ITEEC where we can, but they have smaller footprints, so it's not always possible. So now those doctors can refer out to our own practices for glaucoma. And if they want to run an OCT, instead of sending them down the hall for an OCT, they send them down the road for an OCT, and then that doctor can manage that patient at ITEEC where they couldn't do it before. So it's one of the advantages of what our network can do, but that allows us to maintain the unique nature of ITEEC because that's what made it successful.
Man, it sounds like you really have to get involved in the hyper-local market wherever you're planning on making an acquisition and figuring out what the brand is like and what the competing practices are around it as well.
Yep. Yeah. Well, that's all part of the corporate development team and the due diligence. And so what we're doing now to that end is there's, most of the big practices are pretty much purchased. I think Viner was one of the last ones. There's maybe a couple others, but they're few and far between, as we're all fighting for them, obviously. So now what everybody does is they go in and they try to get 5 or 6 doctors, maybe with, maybe 7 or 8 total practice locations together, and they build a network that way. And in that way, you may end up seeing a change in names. You build your own brand, but you're locking up the biggest practices in the market. So, it's just that you have to make that shift, because gone are the days when you're seeing 15 location practices anymore. They're mostly bought up.
Right. And it's interesting too, looking at the different practices that you have, it seems to me like some of them do, at least from the branding, I know obviously nothing about them. 1 Hour Optical looks, relatively low end compared to something like ITEEC. So it looks like you're taking practices that are sort of all over the spectrum.
Yeah, I mean, it's a business opportunity, right? So you evaluate, is this the right business move? And actually, 1 Hour Optical's name has recently changed because they actually don't do anything 1 hour. So it's a big problem, because the big question is, well, can I get my glasses in an hour? And the answer is no, we don't do that. And they may have done it years ago, but they certainly don't anymore. So now they are moving to Eye Care Specialties of Colorado.
There we go.
What they'll be under. Yeah. But again, it's just a business decision. Does the practice make sense? And we tend to focus more on more medical practices now. But 1 Hour Optical is bread and butter. I mean, they're in bread and butter optometry. They're in strip malls mostly, not individual buildings. You're a lot of Medicaid in some of the locations, and they're just your classic, bread and butter optometrists. They're not high end retail, and they're certainly not high end medical. So we have those. We have, again, not very, very high end retail. And then on the flip side, we have very, very medical practices like International Eye Care Centers, Eye Care Specialties, which is in Lincoln, Nebraska, and Hill Country is very medical, and Harper's Point in Ohio is very medical. So, kind of ranges the gamut.
Right. So we did a webinar actually with Craig Steinberg, I guess it was like 2 months ago already. It was like a 3-hour long thing. All about sort of the other side, right? If you're going to be selling to private equity. And one of the things that struck me was he said, by the way, if you're planning to do this, like, you're going to have to wait a while, because you need to get your books in shape at least a year out, probably longer, to get your practice in the right condition to actually be acquired. And I thought that was really interesting, especially if now, the targets are getting smaller. You probably have a lot of practices who never really necessarily were, sort of in the position to sell before, and now they have to get themselves ready. And perhaps they're not as experienced as some of the larger practices.
No, I think that's true. I'm not sure if the 1 year part is necessarily right. I think if you want to maximize value, then 1 year is certainly the right way to go. I think there's a lot of stuff to sell the practice to a private equity group. It seems like there's a lot more due diligence, and there's certainly a lot of stuff that that you need to get together, and a lot of people just can't do it on their own. I think I didn't listen to that presentation, but I'm assuming Craig was selling the idea of making sure you have somebody on your side that can, not only help you with the negotiation, but the pre-negotiation part and getting all of your ducks in a row and making sure you have all the information necessary to sell, because it's not going to happen without that. And that's the one piece that we've seen on our side, on the acquisition side. The doctors, especially optometrists in general, are just not prepared for. Their accounting isn't very sophisticated in many cases, and certainly they don't track as many key performance indicators, and there's a lot of stuff they just don't know about their business, which is surprising. But we see that a lot. And I think Craig's. I don't know. Again, I don't know that a year is the right number, but you certainly have to be prepared to be able to sell your business and maximize your value.
Yeah, I mean, he said that it just makes the process much more painless if you have all of the paperwork in order before you even really get started. So when the company comes at you and asks for all this stuff, you can give it to them in a timely fashion.
Yep, I would agree with that.
Yep. But as of right now, I guess it doesn't matter, right? So.
No. Although we actually we have quite a few practices that are interested and we're talking to, and that we've entered into a letter of intent. I'm sure the other groups are doing the same thing. I mean, we probably got, there's a lot of doctors sitting at home during this period. Hopefully they're mostly back to work now, but just probably evaluating their asset as it depreciates with no revenue coming in. They, those that were not interested in talking to private equity before are certainly very much interested in talking to us now. The key is, I think for me is we certainly don't want to take advantage of people, but we also want to make sure we don't get taken advantage of. We don't want to pay prices for pre-COVID
sure.
When the practice may not return. There's, watching practices ramp back up was certainly very, very interesting to watch. And there were people that were quick to jump on Facebook Live and do these webinars on how to survive the pandemic in a situation where no one has gone through anything like this before. I mean,
right.
I think the closest you could say is 9/11. And my practice was in, I had just bought my practice August 1st, 2011. My wife announced she was pregnant with our first child August 3rd. And then, 6-7 weeks later was September 11th. And I was in Bremerton, Washington, which is at that time, now it's probably the single largest naval command on the West Coast for sure, but they had 2 naval bases before and they combined them, and the town dried up. We had 2 or 3 aircraft carriers that either were on deployment and stayed on deployment. My sister-in-law was on a sub on a boat, an AOE, ammo, oil, energy boat, and they were out for 18 months, which was the longest deployment in naval history. And so the town people just left. All the spouses of the military, they left. They were nervous. And we had at that time probably the most nuclear material in the country, and probably larger than most countries. And you just didn't know what was going to happen. Was that going to be a target? That's the closest thing, and it was pretty targeted to New York, and then probably areas around naval state, or army bases and military bases. And even that, we slowed down for a little bit, but we never really shut down. This is totally different, and ramping back up. Our group had like 60 different work streams to ramp back up 154 locations. So I always found it funny that these people were talking about how they were starting back up again. And we had teams of people working on it. It was interesting.
Yeah, I mean, one of the most, interesting things that I've seen, at least people, they weren't rushing to get back, but at least they were planning and thinking about what they were going to do. Or some people, if they had a lot of spare time on their hands, just, started to go through ways in which their practice was inefficient and needed change. So at least that was, one bright spot, I guess, if there's any, that people really sort of evaluated what it is that they were doing and hopefully could make some changes.
Yeah, I mean, I know when I ran my practice, it was tough. You're just in the middle of it to implement change. And even with us having teams of people working in the field on these practices, it was always hard. So we called it an AEG winter, essentially. And so we had these winterization projects, all these things that we wanted to do that we never really had the opportunity to do. So we got to test telemedicine. We got to test online ordering of contact lenses, all things that we should have probably had implemented anyway. But this gave us the opportunity to do it. So yeah, it was very good. And I did see a lot of people that were focusing on that in their practice. So I think it's great. I think it's good to be able to, when else are you going to have an opportunity? Obviously it's not a great situation, but when else are you going to have the opportunity to do things like that?
Right. Had the
So,
telemedicine the
yeah.
telemedicine stuff work out for you? You guys using a common platform now across all the different properties, or no?
No, so that's another interesting thing. I feel these companies came out and they were really aggressive about use our stuff. People need to use telemedicine. So when CMS relaxed the HIPAA guidelines, we said, all right, now's our time. We're gonna test it. And so we implemented telemedicine using Skype, FaceTime, and Zoom because you no longer had to have a HIPAA compliant portal. And what we found was it doesn't really have a place for optometry. At least not like we had to use it. This was the time, right? This is the time when people weren't coming in, but most of the stuff that people were coming in or calling with were stuff that had to be seen. I think you got a sty, maybe a subconchine. Okay, you can do that over telemedicine. But we had patients that were flashes of light, and then loss in vision or a painful red eye. Those are things that need to be evaluated with a slit lamp, or a patient need to be dilated. And you can't, if you have to see them back within 7 days, you can't bill for the telemedicine in most cases. So what we found was it was cool to try, and we got to really triage and make sure we had to go in. But I don't see it as a revenue model that makes sense to pay a significant fee per month for 154 locations to do it. So I think you and I may have even talked about this. I think this was horrible for the telemedicine companies. I mean, they thought this was going to be a great opportunity for them. But in my experience, what I've seen is the only people that are saying that this is a good thing are the ones that are paid by the company. So they have some sort of either consulting agreement or they're key opinion leaders for the company. But the majority of people I talked to that actually tried to implement it found that the revenue just didn't make sense. We're going to look at some other ways. I think for follow-up, it may make sense, where if you see a patient in your office, maybe it's a bacterial conjunctivitis, maybe it's a viral, whatever it is, and you want to see if they're resolved, and you don't want to have them come back in your office and take up the slot of a full exam. And 8 days later, you certainly could do a telemedicine consult to make sure that they've recovered. But I don't see a big play in optometry. It's not like nurse practitioners, where a lot of things they can do is about the history and just looking at the patient. I mean, we have slit lamps and we have BIOs and retinal photography and things that I just don't think it's going to play a big role in optometry. And so we'll have to see.
Yeah,
that's an interesting perspective, Ben. That's not one that I've heard from many other people.
Yeah, well, check to see who their disclosures are with, because that's what my experience has been. And these are people we know, and I get it. I don't begrudge anyone for stepping up and consulting for companies. How I got started. But honestly, if you really take a look at it, the revenue really is not there for most optometric practices. Well, maybe some, I guess, that it makes sense for.
I guess the question is, how much does it actually cost, right? At the end of the day, that's the most important thing, right? You'd like to have some capability to do this, but you have to balance it against how much it actually costs to do.
Yeah, exactly. And I do think there is a place for it. I mean, if I were back at Luxottica, I'd be looking at this to keep those patients out of the chair so that the doctors could focus on exams that generate prescriptions. And again, not that there's anything wrong with that at all. That's what Luxottica is all about. But if you wanted to use it to truly triage patients to see who needed to come in, I think that could play a role there, and that could be valuable. And they are big enough; they could probably get a good deal. I don't know the pricing per month, so to be fair, I don't know what the business model looks like. We're certainly gonna entertain it for follow-ups, but we'll do it on a regional basis, where I may have a New York's not a good example. We don't have businesses here, but I may have a Texas telemedicine doc where anyone that calls for Texas, for all, I think 28 locations we have in Texas, would be able to talk to that one doctor at a certain period of time, which I think could make the model work, because I can spread out the cost of that. But for the run-of-the-mill, one doctor, one location practice, or two doctor, one location practice, I just don't see it from a business model standpoint. Now, from a healthcare model, yeah, I get it. But we got to stay in business too, right? We got to make money, and I just don't see it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit different. Like, I know our primary care doctors here, they're devoting literally half days to lining up all of your telemedicine at one time, right? So they efficiently block their time to do it. And for them, anything to keep infectious people away is like thumbs up, right? They don't want people around. And so the question is, can you find that subset of patients in eye care that's the same way? Can you find the sort of non-painful, non-vision threatening red eye, right? That kind of patient that you may or may not want to actually see. Are there enough of them? Right,
and I think that's really the problem, is are there enough of them? And then when you even when there are enough of them, how many of them do you not really want in your, I mean, obviously with COVID-19, it does change the dynamic, right? You certainly don't want a patient with, with active symptoms that definitely is contagious, that would be contagious, as opposed to someone who doesn't have symptoms where you don't know if they have COVID or not. But, in this day and age, you certainly would want to keep people out, but then how many conditions are there where you wouldn't want to see them? Like, again, so if you saw a person who said, my eye hurts and it's red, would you feel comfortable enough that it's just a viral conjunctivitis as opposed to a corneal ulcer or an iritis or herpetic? And I think that's the concern, is the technology today is not good enough for us to truly evaluate a patient to feel comfortable treating without having them come in. But again, a sty, a subcon heme, that kind of stuff, or benign growth on their lid where if maybe they can get close enough and they just had a question about it. Those certainly I think can be done. Again, to your point, Adam, comes down to, I don't know how many there are of those. But if I can leverage 30 practices in a state as opposed to having one location. I mean, this is my concept with OCT and especially OCT angiography, which I differ in that, I don't believe every single optometric practice needs to have an OCT. I don't think that the business model makes sense. Does the medical model? Absolutely. You should have an OCT to treat, to manage disease. But when you're talking about $40, $50, $60,000 units with a $42 reimbursement bilateral, the money doesn't make sense. And we're seeing a lot of practices that bought all the bells and whistles and are in significant debt now that have to sell their business. And we're buying them, right? So I believe you can start to centralize things. You can't do it as an independent practice, but I do think that models like ours and My Eye Doctor and Kepler and Clarkson can do that, where you can have you can have 30 practices and have 4 OCTs. Well, I can have 30 practices and have one telemedicine portal and do it state by state, and there I can start make the business case while still maintaining the medical case.
Right, or you could take the Adam Farkas cheapskate approach and buy secondhand, which is all the tech that's surrounding me right now. I've purchased and rebuilt and everything else, but to try I mean that's the other way to go, right? You could go to the secondary market and just buy up some of the older stuff if you're not going to use it that much.
You can. What I will tell you from experience in what I spend in repairs and replacement of equipment in businesses we bought, I don't want to go down that path. It's amazing. In OCT, the craziest thing is the big thing we ran into, of course, was Windows 10. Mm-hmm. So with Windows 7 no longer being supported, you can still pay for support, so you can still be HIPAA compliant, but they aren't automatically supporting it, as you know. And to upgrade a lot of these units, it was a motherboard upgrade. So it wasn't simply buying Windows 10. It was a $7,000 upgrade for these equipment. Now multiply that times 30, and it becomes, it starts eats into my equipment budget pretty quickly. So secondhand is great, but it scares me.
Yeah, I mean, you have to do a lot of workarounds. I know a lot of people actually have these OCTs. They have to keep them off their network, right? Because you can run Windows 7, just don't keep it anywhere near an active network, or else you're going to be in trouble.
That's exactly right. I mean, that's where the HIPAA issue comes, is it's just not secure.
Yeah. So, well, any other insights for us today? Anything else that you're seeing out there now that everyone's reopening? Have you guys run into any hitches on the way?
It's the classic hitch where you've got doctors that are nervous, and we have to respect that. And I have my own belief as to what is going on, which is my belief, and what we can and can't do with patient care now. But so we're pretty respectful of doctors. We try to be very mindful that they may be less or more nervous about seeing a patient than I would be, but I'm not in the lane. So that's the thing for us, where we get first responders that come in, and our screening questions are: have you been exposed to someone who tested positive for COVID-19? And the answer is always yes. So then the question becomes, do you see those patients? I say yes, you do, as long as you take proper precautions and PPE. They've done the same at their work, and you should be fine. The other thing I think that is encouraging, that if we have to look back at one silver lining with this, which is hard to do, other than I think the winter projects we talked about, is we found that we're much more efficient now. So we're actually doing well. I mean, I think all the PE groups that I've heard from, their practices have come back quite nicely, and we're all on reduced schedules. Same hours, sometimes we've extended the hours, but we've had situations where we had practices that on average had 180 slots for eye exams in a week. But when we look at them historically, they filled 70 or 80 of them. So they had a ton of slots. They were seeing 15-minute eye exams. They shouldn't fill them. And there's this donut hole in the middle of the day where people don't tend to want to come in, which is like from 10 to noon and from like 2 to 4, where they may be at work. And it's tough to fill those slots. And so when we moved that practice from they might have been 20-minute slots, but we moved them from 20 to 30-minute when we reopened. So we went from 180 slots to 120, or maybe it was, I take that back, it was 120 slots, and they were filling up about 80 of them. And we moved them from 120 slots to 90 slots. So we went down by 30% by going from 20-minute to 30-minute exams. But what we found was, instead of booking at 65, 8 to 75%, we were booking at 85 to 90%. And we were filling up those donut holes. People were at home and the kids were not in school. So where we would, where it would look like we were at risk for not having similar revenue, the number of patients coming in was about the same. And in fact, in many of our practices, we're beating this year's plan, even with the reduced schedule. So I think there's a silver lining. I think it's going to cause us to rethink how we do things. And I think the world's going to change. I think you're going to see more and more people working from home because we've proven it can be done. And I'm hearing in Manhattan that major companies are questioning why they need to have, downtown real estate costs when they have a lot of people work from home, so they can maybe use less space. So when that starts to happen, it's going to help us. I think it's going to make it easier to fill up our books in spots which weren't normally easy to fill up. And I think this is going to be good for optometry. And so I'm very bullish on our profession. I think if you could, I know that there are unfortunately practices that I'm aware of that just didn't survive this. They were either just starting up or they were having trouble before. And you're certainly going to see practices close, unfortunately. But I think the ones that made it through and the ones that are going to came out stronger out of all this are going to do well. I think there's a future of optometry that's very, very bright, in my opinion. Anyway, regardless of PE, I just mean in general, the profession, I think the future is very bright.
Wow, that is surprisingly uplifting. What a good note to end on.
So now, do you say surprisingly uplifting because you're talking to me, or just in general surprisingly uplifting?
Ben, I haven't felt uplifted now in about 3 months. So even that little minor bit was fantastic. So thank you for brightening my day.
No, my pleasure. I mean it. I think there's lots to look forward to in our profession, and I'm hoping, Academy's supposed to be happening, but which I think is hopefully likely. I'm nervous about West. Vegas just still frightens me a little bit, but hopefully we'll get back to some normalcy here soon.
Yep. And like I told Gretchen, I'm going to be the first one to accept the jab. When that vaccine comes out, I will take one for the team and immediately just pump it right in and try to help them.
Good for you. Good for you.
Oh my gosh. All right, Ben. Well, thanks for coming out. And it's been fun. And I guess we'll see you back in June, right? We're going to do this fun thing one more time, huh?
Yeah, I'm happy to talk to you guys if you feel the need. Love talking to you guys.
All right.
I miss seeing you guys in person.
Yeah, hopefully soon.
Sounds good.
All right, thanks, Ben.
Take it easy.
You're welcome, Gretchen. Good to talk to you guys. Take care.
Likewise.
Bye.
Bye.
Right. I'm back again after some technical glitches. They've been solved. Ben also is going to be interesting next year. We have him on the schedule to have a yin and yang with Craig Steinberg, ODJD, who represents people on the other side of private equity. So it should be a really great lecture. I'm not sure if they're going to tape it together in the same room or wear boxing gloves, but it should be fun.
Ooh, yeah, that will be interesting. Huh.
And I think we have Zach on the line. Zach, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey,
Happy
Zach.
to be here. How's it going?
We're all just in.
It goes. Were you just listening to that where Ben actually gave us an uplifting message to end his talk?
Yeah, I couldn't believe that. I think that's the first one I've heard since about February.
Yeah, seriously.
That's a cracking me up.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. So how's it going in your world?
Things are going well, considering. I mean, I think this has just changed everyone's perspective on their life, on their business, and kind of focused all of us kind of on what's important. Made us kind of reassess a bit. Science-based health, I'm happy to say the company is still strong. We're very fortunate to have nutritional supplement products that are a relatively modest cost to the patient. People tend to think of products like ours as important for health and are sort of readily accessible. So we've certainly seen a hit from this crisis, and especially from doctors' offices. And I know you guys just talked about that. It's been, unfortunately, some practices went out of business, others had to lay off staff. But we've managed to, kind of keep rolling and try to support those practices that are now, starting to reopen again. And when this first started, we actually had a run on HydroEye. People were stocking. That's our dry eye supplement, where people were stocking up on it, the way they were on toilet paper and everything else. So, which is a little weird, but it's nice at least that people are thinking about their health, and that we fall into that category.
Right.
So yeah, we've been taking this time to try to sort of just improve our training of all our people, just kind of doing deep dives in all kind of the nutrition science and trying to make our people just a lot more sort of educated than they already were. And also trying to support a lot of education, especially like dry eye education.
Cool. And a question for you. I noticed I've been going out to the supermarket, right, getting out more, and I noticed that in the supermarket there are occasionally still gaps in people's inventory, right? Toilet paper was the classic example, but even other products, occasionally you'll find these gaps on the shelf where you think something would be there and it's just not. What about you guys and your supply? Are you able to actually, make more HydroEye and get it out to the, to people who need it, or are you having any supply chain problems?
We haven't had any supply chain problems. When the first sort of tremors of this crisis, first came about, we started sort of making sure that, all our suppliers, we went ahead and sort of ordered extra and tried to make sure we had plenty on hand. But as it turns out, so far there have been no supply interruptions. We've been running at full capacity since the start, and haven't had to, no one's gone without their HydroEye or without our products for macular health or glaucoma or any of the others. So, but that was a worry. I mean, this has thrown everything a little bit into chaos. So yeah, we've been lucky in that regard.
Excellent. Yeah, because I heard, I've heard even from companies who can make their products, occasionally stupid things will actually keep it from being shipped. Like for instance, like a lid on a container. So they could actually make, the supplement, but they can't actually get the packaging right, which is kind of, crazy, but it's been happening.
Right. Yeah, I think that's absolutely true. And we've just been lucky to, to not have any interruptions in the in the nutrition space, and I guess we haven't run out of bottle lids because they're still rolling out. So.
Right. Oh gosh.
Yeah, but so we've been one of the things we've been talking to optometrists especially about recently is just talking about the opportunity, especially with what are the opportunities as practices reopen or try to make up for lost revenue. And so we've it's forced us to kind of sort of change our perspective a little bit. I mean, I love talking about nutrition and the science behind it, but it's also sort of a time where people are just going, listen, I just had to lay off all my staff for a month and a half, or it's and so things are kind of changed. And so one of the things we've been doing is trying to kind of support educational platforms that will help doctors kind of bring more revenue into the practice as they reopen. So like the dry eye boot camp folks are putting on some webinars. They just had one and have another symposium coming up, and as well as others. And our products, any OTC product, is kind of nice in a way in that it's something the patient can still get during this time. They can be shipped to their home, or it can be dispensed through the office and dropped off in a drive-through fashion or something like that.
Has there been a pickup in zinc products?
we do have zinc in our macular products. We haven't seen a huge rush on zinc products. From what I understand, kind of the best advantage for zinc in terms of immunity is if you're taking like a lozenge or something, especially the zinc acetate form, probably has sort of the best evidence behind it. And so like when you're in sort of a high risk scenario or higher risk, you have to go to the supermarket and, people are sort of crowding into you in the aisle and not observing safe distance and stuff. If you suck on a zinc acetate lozenge, that could be protective because it can kind of coat your throat and mouth and kind of possibly help sort of prevent, virus from actually infecting your, the mucous membranes and the linings. So, we just make supplements, like capsules and, things like that. So we don't have lozenges, but I know there's certainly been a run on those. I had to wait a while before I got some of mine home.
Right.
Yep. Yeah. So I have up on the screen right now, just looking at the Macular Protect Complete product, just showing people what's in it. So it does have some zinc right there.
Yeah. There's been a lot of there's actually been a lot of controversy and misunderstanding about zinc because there was fears that too much zinc is too much related to the ARIDS trials, as well as sort of controversies around AMD and genetics and zinc. And so I think some of that really doesn't have really solid evidence behind it. So we've actually still maintained, a decent zinc level in our ARIDS products. So it's not going to, the thing is, people look to something like nutrition during an epidemic like this, and they want something that's going to be a silver bullet. And, there isn't one, whether you're talking about AMD or glaucoma, or you're talking about a virus like this. You still have to follow all the other recommendations.
I will say this, though, the disruption to the patterns of people's lives have definitely, caused them to need supplementation in some areas, like here where we are in the Pacific Northwest, I mean, everyone's always vitamin D deficient anyway, but now nobody's going outside. Right. So, they should just, like, I don't know, put it in the drinking water or something, because, literally, if you tested people, like 70% of people or something would be deficient here. And it's just kind of interesting that it's only gotten worse.
Yeah, and vitamin D seems to, it's anti-inflammatory, and it does play a role in immunity. There have been some studies kind of supporting its use for, kind of helping, with during viral infections. It's not, once again, it's not a magic bullet or anything, but, that's definitely a good nutrient along with vitamin C. When people get a viral infection, their vitamin C levels tend to go down quite significantly. Vitamin C is most highly concentrated in the eyes and various eye tissues and the tear film. So, it's good for your eyes as well.
I'm reminded of that, Zach, every time I go out for my walk, because we can't do anything here, so we go for a walk. And as I go through a walk in my neighborhood, Linus Pauling is actually buried right out here. Right in my neighborhood.
Oh, really? So you do know where the bodies are buried.
Yeah, so I literally know where the bodies are buried. I get to walk by him all the time and think about, damn, I really should be taking my C supplement.
That's right. Yeah, yeah. He was quite a character. But the Linus Pauling Institute has done really great work, and still trains a lot of people. He has kind of a cool legacy. Definitely sort of a father, or kind of a pioneer in the nutrition area.
Well, I was surprised when I first walked by. I'm like, wait a minute, does that say? Oh my gosh! Well, yeah. So apparently his family, they were settlers of this area in Oregon way back when, in the 1800s, and so that's why he's here.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yes. So during this time, we've been, a lot of what we've been doing. We've been talking to doctors about nutrition, and some people have set up webinars and things like that with us, when they were not seeing very many patients. But, what we've been trying to do is trying to kind of figure out sort of where the needs are in optometry and figure out, how we can support those. So, one of the areas we've been, trying to support is, talking to doctors about contact lens intolerance, and just trying to think of ways that doctors can kind of increase some revenue as they come back. And so, looking to offer, kind of tools in the practice that may help keep patients in their lenses
right,
for longer, and and sort of help build the practice in that way, kind of add value to each patient. So one of the nutrients in HiDry, it has a unique omega fatty acid called GLA, or gamma linolenic acid, and it's the precursor to a compound called 15-HEAT-RE. That's a very potent inhibitor of a sort of a contact lens associated inflammatory cytokine that's been linked with contact lens intolerance, contact lens associated ulcer, and that sort of thing, called LTB4. And so a lot of practices have been starting to kind of incorporate HiDry as a way to kind of help support their contact lens patients, and especially with people not coming into the office as much. I think that's kind of one need right now that we've been able to fill.
Right, and I pulled it up on the screen. So black currant seed oil is the place where GLA is found. Is that it?
Yeah, that's right. There's very few sources of GLA in nature. It's actually a small but significant portion of the fat in mother's breast milk, and we produce it from dietary fats when we're young. But as we get older, and just like most of my hair has fallen out, a lot of things stop working as efficiently. And so as we get older, we become less and less able to produce it on our own. So it's actually the precursor for several anti-inflammatory compounds. Another one, PGE1, appears to be required for lacrimal production. So this is the kind of thing I always love kind of geeking out on. But it's really sort of a unique ingredient. But it has a couple of sort of advantages that you over sort of just the omegas you would get in just a fish oil.
Do you perceive this, I don't want to be Donald Trump, hi, this is Steve Silverberg, by the way, helping with the large cytokine reaction that eventually kills people with COVID? Given high doses, it can't hurt, like you would say, but this has more scientific basis of maybe repressing that reaction a little bit.
Yeah, I would never want to kind of, stick my foot out that much, because that whole cytokine storm reaction is sort of orders of magnitude greater than the kind of thing we're talking when someone has just eye irritation or something. And so, I mean, it's certainly, a supplement certainly won't hurt. There certainly are nutrients that are anti-inflammatory. I mean, it doesn't mean you can, go licking doorknobs and, bumping into people left and right. I mean, but sure, I mean, you can, given all the other sort of standard, prudent precautions, you can, it certainly won't hurt to, like a nutrient like GLA is also, there's been some evidence linking it to immune function in the elderly. So all that stuff is good. I mean, you can, as long with diet and exercise and getting good sleep, and, those are all sort of adjunctive things you can do to kind of support yourself. But in the end, you have to, you do just have to stay safe in sort of the basic recommended ways.
I have another question based on a previous part of your conversation. There's companies that test genetic profiling, et cetera, and they come up with the alleles, and some say
Right.
According to some doctors, zinc is good for you, and some zinc
Mhm.
not good for other people. Do you subscribe to that? And do you have a formulary for a low zinc genetic profile as opposed to a high zinc genetic profile?
I'm really glad you asked about that. I, for one, have been skeptical about the genetic studies by Carl O. and et al. That have kind of associated certain genotypes, CFH and ARMS2 genotypes, with increased progression of AMD when used with certain nutrients like zinc. So those studies were largely backed or supported indirectly or directly by a genetic company, which I think has sort of predicated its business model to some extent, on being sort of a supplement safety indicator. But others have kind of questioned how valid that really is. And there have been some problems with the data. The NEI could be criticized too. And so there's been this sort of back and forth, but a lot of the papers that they've come out with have been a little bit questionable, and you have to take a step back and look at the evidence. This is all retrospective evidence using a very, very small group of patients in ARIDS, and when you divide into the different genetic types, by the time you get down to the highest risk alleles, you end up with tiny groups of people. And here you're trying to make a public health recommendation for the leading cause of vision loss for people over 65. And so, when you're trying to do that, you want to be careful, because you never want to rely on data from just one study, especially if it's retrospective. And you want to be a little cautious about that. So I, for one,
I was about to say that there are some very well-known speakers, even a couple years back, that were saying that if you don't use this data, that you're committing malpractice. Well, of course, that's a little bit out there. You probably know who I'm talking about.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. You could that blade sort of cuts both ways, though, because theoretically, yes, someone could sue you for giving them zinc when they have AMD. And not checking their genotype or not customizing by genotype. But you could also be sued for withholding zinc, since there is a National Eye Institute study sort of supporting its use. And zinc was the most highly correlated of all the ARIDS nutrients with decreased AMD progression. It was also linked with a 26% decreased rate of mortality. Of course, being alive is also good for your eyes. So a lot of these things have been sort of like I feel like the fear has been amplified a little bit, and you have to kind of take a step back. Personally, if I was a doc and someone was suing me for malpractice, who would I want on the witness stand? Would I want someone who's sort of linked with a small genetic company that bases their business on this particular test and funded the studies, or would I want the National Eye Institute, who would be the more sort of credible witness? Now, I'm not saying the National Eye Institute is perfect either. They may have their own conflicts of interest, but I'm a little bit skeptical about some of these claims, because I think they have been maybe a little overinflated to try to scare people.
Thanks a lot.
Cool. All right.
Sure.
Well, Zach, I think we just about have to let you go, because it's coming up on the 2:00 hour here. But thank you so much for stopping by today and enlightening us and just letting us know, where you're at and how the company's doing. So it's good to know the supply is good, and if people want, they can hit up your website and keep ordering.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, great talking to you guys. Enjoy the rest of the conference, and keep up the great work.
All right. Catch you
It's
later.
always good to talk to you, Zach.
Thank you.
You too, Gretchen. Thanks, Steve. Thanks, Adam.
Bye.
See you later.
Bye now.
Have a good one.
All right. Hamnet.
Hamnet. And I'll put up the Hydro Eye once again, so people can just remember what it looks like and see it there. And again, now we know there's a good supply of it. So there you go. We're in good shape.
Well, as you mentioned, we are coming up to 5 o'clock, and so it might be a good idea, at least 5 o'clock Eastern, it might be a good idea to mention what we've got coming. So 5 o'clock, we've got Whitney Hauser talking about the impact of oral medications on the ocular surface. And Ben Chudner, who we just spoke with a little while ago, he'll be talking about private equity. And Carrie Gelb will be starting a 2-hour class on ocular nutrition and wellness fact or fiction. And then Mark Dunbar has a class on hot topics and retina. So there's still a lot of education out there to come. And so jump into your 5 o'clock class.
All right, sounds like a plan. And while we're here, I'm going to have my vitamin D actually sitting right here, and I feel really, I kind of feel like after that talk with Zach, I got to just pop a few, right? So.
I'm taking D3 also. Are you taking Gretchen?
I take vitamin D every day.
How much is a good dose? I'm taking 1,500 milligrams. Is that too much? Enough?
How many IUs is that?
Yeah, I think I'm taking,
I guess it's IUs.
Yeah, I'm taking like 2,000 IUs right now. So who knows, right?
I take 5 to 10,000 a day.
Wow, you're going to live forever.
It's water soluble, so you're not going to overdose in it. So it's not that bad.
Actually, you can reach toxic levels. But Stu Richer told me how much to take a couple of years ago.
And he said 2,000.
He said at least 5,000.
Oh my God!
Wow, that's
5,000 IUs. Yeah.
I have to take 10 pills a
Because
day
if you
of
look
that
at a multivitamin, there's not much in there.
Mm.
Oh no, it's the minimum daily requirements that the government puts out are ridiculous. Linus Pauling would turn over in his grave.
I'll go check.
There was his tombstone, a big tablet of vitamin C.
That's really the funny thing about it. You think you're also important when you're walking around here on this earth, but then when you look, his tombstone was tiny. I mean, it's like this little thing. If you didn't really know what it was and you didn't look closely, you wouldn't know it was him. And at first when I came across it, I'm like, oh, that's a coincidence, right? That's really funny that he's got the same name as Linus Pauling. But then, I went back into the research and yeah, that's him.
Yeah. You can't even look at these.
It's just crazy.
Well, he won a Nobel Prize in other things before he became a nutritionist.
When did he die? That's a good question. It was in the 90s, I think, right?
It was a long time ago. And depending, I wouldn't say that the size of his headstone had anything to do with his importance. Some of it might...
1994. Not that long.
He had to be about 90 years old also, right?
Yeah, he was born in 1901, died in 1994.
Okay, I'll buy into that now.
Maybe not.
One of the 20 greatest scientists of all time, and that's how he ended. So there you go.
Is this off the top of your head?
I'm using the Wikipedia right now, like most people, right? So I'm trusting that this entry is actually good, but who knows?
Does your wife or husband ever do this? You're watching TV together, and they look up a person that's on TV. They tell you their age and stuff, and they just suspended my disbelief. In other words, I'm watching a show, a movie, or whatever. I enjoy it. Now I know their personal life, so now I remember I'm watching a movie. Did they ever do it to you?
That's me. I do that.
Okay, so this, by the way, the Rosner-Feinberg lecture went well at the end, and the questions weren't as bad. They were really good questions.
Oh, good.
Wait, weren't as bad?
Let's not even get into it.
It wasn't well received last time, so maybe they cleaned up their act a little bit. Interesting thing, Jeff Cooper popped in to ask a few questions at the end while giving his lecture. He went in and out in like 5 seconds because he wanted to learn about some stuff.
Oh, that's funny.
That binocular vision thing.
He was in two places at once. Right?
Yeah.
So meanwhile, we have a call coming up with the folks at Luno, and let me actually get this going here and see. Matt, are you there?
I am here, Adam. How are you today?
Good. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Doing great.
Excellent. Excellent. Well, thanks for being here today. I think we had a good long conversation about some of your tech earlier today, so I'm glad you were able to come on out here, and maybe you can enlighten us even further. Because it's been all social distancing all the time today.
Well, I did catch Dan and Deidre this afternoon, so it was a really good, informative session, and I'm certainly hope I can add to it today.
Great. Well, yeah.
This afternoon.
Yeah, no, I think you definitely can. So I'll put up sort of on the screen what we're talking about here. You can see on the screen right now we have one of your famous tablets up there with the skeuomorphic UI, right? So it's kind of cool and very easy to use. One question I sort of had earlier, and maybe you can enlighten us even further, is how sort of the data management works on these kinds of devices, right? So obviously these modern instruments generate a great deal of data, and it's got to go somewhere. So how does all that work?
It's a great question, and I think that's one of the things that's really important about, Luno and our Visionics instrument line is that they are easily integratable. And very, very easy to integrate them to your EMR, and a lot of practices are similar but very different in a lot of ways. So it's very, very important for us to be taking a consultative approach, looking at the business and trying to understand what the goals of the practice are, what are the pain points, what are some of the issues that you might be having in terms of workflow, and from that we're able to provide a full solution looking at our scope of our product line to meet the needs of that particular clinic or business. And an important part of it is being able to integrate this data. So you're looking at our VX65, and with this device, we're able to perform a refraction at a very safe distance, which is quite applicable today. And with COVID, being able to keep a safe distance, certainly safe for your patient, for you, the doctor, as well as your technicians. And we are able to actually integrate products to where we're able to bring in the lens meter data, which is the habitual eyewear that the patient is wearing, into our VX65, as well as the ARK for a starting point to conduct a refraction. And what's great about the product is its ability to quickly adapt to it because it has a manual interface. So as a country, we're quite behind in terms of digital refraction. If you look in other countries of the world, digital refraction has been adopted for quite some time, but here in the US, many clinics, the vast majority of clinics are still on a manual refractor. And we're seeing a lot of activity because people are looking now for social distancing capabilities, and our tablet fits very, very well in that regard. But at the end of the exam, we're able to actually utilize the lens meter data to be able to compare where you've refracted that patient and easily switch back and forth. They call that the money button or the wow button, to be able to really just show the patient what you've done for them that day. And at the very end of the exam, we're able to export all that data so that you have your lens meter data, the ARK data, and the final refraction all uploaded to your EMR. So it creates a streamlined technology-focused approach in terms of moving that data. You're not going to make mistakes entering data into your EMR. So it just has great benefits.
Right. And I think also for practices that have more than one location, having systems like this in place probably is a big deal. I mean, I know in the olden days, and Paul, I think you're still on the line, right? Being able to share data was kind of an impossible thing, right? Even for your two locations in New York City. Paul still there? Nope. I guess he fell asleep. But
the afternoon, Oregon.
It's the afternoon. He's taking his nap. But yeah, so because this was one of the big topics, and I remember from his practice as well, that the idea of being able to share this data across locations, and by the way, sometimes you would have patients who would go to both locations, right? And not being able to have access to these records was also very challenging. So to be able to sort of generate all this data in real time and have it in both places would have been very useful. And I'm sure now, these days, of course, you have practices that even have far more than two locations.
Well, one of the big things today too is EMR is going to, pretty much cloud-based is the norm. There isn't many places that still want to actually keep their data on site, and being able to have a cloud-based system makes all this a lot easier. One of the things that's great about our system is that we're using XML format. We can easily integrate to a LAN network, and once we've integrated to that LAN network, being able to push the data to the right location to be able to get it into the patient record is the easiest part of it. the hardest part is really getting doctors to talk to us. A lot of times they're a little bit at a distance. It's like, oh, hey, what's the price of that, device? Well, what are you thinking? What are you looking for? What, and it opening up to us and letting us know what your challenges are is really the first step. And by doing that, it allows us to really work with you and understand your practice and try to figure out where we can help you. When you look at core principles of design of our Visionics instrument line, we are about, first and foremost, developing products that are very, very easy to use. And then we're looking at trying to save on space. And then we're also trying to speed up the eye exam, but we're also not trying to skimp on quality. In fact, we're trying to deliver more data. And all this can lead to better management and training of your people. You have greater flexibility. If there's turnover, it's very, very easy to train people. Better management of your workflow. Not falling behind. At the end of the day, you're falling behind and people are waiting longer. You don't want that. So with products that deliver consistent, repeatable results and putting them into a multiple tests in one device, having less patient movement, just makes things more consistent across all operators. And the other thing in the end is going to be better management for your patients. You're going to be able to increase scheduling possibly. And, in terms of benefits of our product, we're looking to help save time, and most especially save the most time, with the patients that are the healthiest. You could look at our products as being a big filter. And, earlier today, Dan and Deidre were talking about the iRefract. With the iRefract system, we're looking at a technician who doesn't have to be fully trained in refraction, that we can train them within a day or two to be able to deliver consistent, accurate results for a doctor to get a full report. That full report indicates what's that patient seeing with their glasses, what are they seeing without their glasses, and what are they seeing with iRefract results. And if all that data is in line, there's no reason for the doctor to refract. And also, not everybody's comfortable with delegation. And if you're not comfortable with delegation, well, then, the VX65 for a doctor to do a refraction is more appropriate. And you could look at our VX100 series. If you went to our website and went to under Visionics and you went into our VX100 series devices, I call this the data from a VX100 series is going to tell you the why behind why a patient is not seeing well. And if a patient is not seeing 20/20, you understand why. You can explain it to them much better by having the tools that we provide. And really going to a VX100 series device is elevating your standard of care. When you look at the majority of practices out there, optometry practices, you would see that commonly they do an ARK, they do an NCT, they also probably do a retinal exam, and then they're going in and doing the subjective exam leading to a slit lamp. Well, our VX130 is a device that does autorefraction, keratometry, corneal topography, wavefront aberrometry, corneal tomography, non-contact tonometry, pachymetry, and it does that all in 90 seconds and delivers all that data. So by having that all in one device, that also makes it easier for moving data, and you have less devices to worry about in terms of connectivity issues. With a device like this, you're going to detect more disease. You'll also be able to develop more of a medical practice.
Absolutely, and I pulled up the page right now, the product page, so people can take a look at the different features in each device, from the VX90 all the way up to the VX130, so they can take a good close look right up on the screen.
Exactly. So you have here a matrix here, and our VX130 is our top of the line device as it relates to giving posterior elevation maps of the cornea, as well as the anterior corneal topography. With a device like this, could be very useful if you have a very if your practice is focused on keratoconus. When you look at our VX120 Plus with dry eye, it has a dry eye module. The purpose of this device, and that's a very important thing about our products, is that we fall into the screening category. And with our VX120 dry eye device, it allows you to efficiently do all your basic screening as well as do a dry eye test. One of the toughest things that I hear for implementing a dry eye practice is actually just starting the conversation and having the information to discuss with a patient to then perhaps lead to a full dry eye workup. And that's where the VX120 dry eye device fits in quite well.
Right. So you can actually show patients what you're looking at, give them the actual, this is what I'm seeing, and actually show them what's happening.
Exactly. So a great tool, for example, in the 120 dry eye, we have a non-invasive tear breakup test. So from that, you're able to then, show them their test results. And from that, you can now start to talk about dry eye. Most people don't even realize they have it until it's too late. And so it just provides you that start and tool to have the conversation that could lead to a more robust dry eye practice.
Right.
So.
And one thing that I've noticed too, of course, all your devices are highly networked, right? So they're constantly shuttling the data around and centralizing it, and you can use it in a variety of places. We spoke with Dan a little bit this morning about telehealth. So instead of just being 6 feet away, let's talk about being 6 miles away.
So,
how does one get started doing this, I guess is the question.
Well, the first thing is I would encourage people, if they haven't already investigated telehealth, they certainly should. COVID has obviously accelerated the talk of telehealth. It was already gaining steam even before COVID, but it just really took off at warp speed once COVID hit. And just look at a product that's used in general for general health practitioners like Teladoc. Their stock has gone up 50% since January of this year. If that's not a sign, and when you start to see that people are using this at general health, they're going to start to be asking whether that's available at eye care. And I think that investigating it and learning about it is number one. Number two, there's all different forms of telehealth. If somebody says, I'm looking for a telehealth solution, you really have to dig deeper and understand, well, what is it that you're looking for? What do you consider telehealth? Some people are just looking for telehealth, for the emergency, eye issues. And that's a lot what was used, once COVID hit, that people were wanting to do this. And then there's other people who are looking for full service, where they're having somebody do an entire comprehensive exam on your behalf when you're not there or at one of your other offices, and they provide refraction services and things like that. Physionics itself, we're uniquely positioned. And how we're uniquely positioned is that our products can all be remotely controlled and can be done, I guess I could call it kind of a do-it-yourself if you wanted to, that you can actually control a refraction from 6 miles away on our VX65. On our iRefract system, you can train a technician to do a complete refraction and deliver the full results so that you don't have to perform a full refraction remotely. And from that, you're able to decide, do I want an asynchronous telehealth platform or do I want a synchronous? Synchronous means that you're actually going to, have a video conference with the patient, while asynchronous is going to be, I'm going to review the data, and from reviewing the data, I'm going to make my decision. So there's a lot of different forms of how telehealth can be pursued, and I think it's really important to determine what's best for you in your practice. And again, talking to us on what you want to accomplish, we certainly can deliver solutions that I think will provide people in today's times who are really being forced to see less patients per day to manage multi-locations and be able to get the most out of those locations with our technology.
Absolutely. And it's, I've noticed that you have, a variety of products in different levels as well. So it's not like you have to just go all in with the kitchen sink to get started. You can start slow and then build up.
Exactly. I think that's a really great point, Adam, and I'm thank you for pointing that out. I think that's the real key is if your challenge is just exam capacity and being able to get more patients per hour, okay, what's your existing workflow? We'll go through and define what's your existing workflow, and we try to look at it and see where we can gain. And we've worked with locations that have been able to add, one patient per hour very easily with the implementation of our products.
Absolutely. Cool. Well, good stuff. So I guess, the one thing we didn't actually mention, and I wanted to just ask you about this because I always thought this was the coolest looking device, the Nexi. So,
yeah.
I mean, I always thought it was,
thanks for asking about Nexi. Yeah,
because I mean, I've always seen it at the trade shows, and now you guys have acquired it, so it's a pretty cool thing. So now you now own it and are distributing it. So maybe you could just let everyone know a little bit about it.
Yeah. So Nexi is a fully automatic retinal camera, and with the Nexi camera, what's unique about it is it has the ability to do a retinal screening, and then we also have a true telehealth platform. If somebody wanted to actually do a diabetic retinopathy screening and being able to screen patients and take a retinal photo and have another doctor look at it, or have a colleague look at it, it's very, very easy to do that, or implementing a telehealth diabetic retinopathy screening process with it. So when the camera is purchased, you have our cloud-based application. It's HIPAA compliant, and it's a great device because it's, again, tablet-based. So you can operate it at a distance. You can operate it through the internet, and it's fully automated. It's the camera itself, if the patient's not aligned right, won't even shoot, and it's very, very easy to align the patient. So it fully aligns, focuses, and takes quite accurate and great quality images.
Yeah, the thing that's shocking to me about a lot of these is just how much smaller they've become over the years. You remember sort of in the olden days when these first started to come out, just how big and bulky and scary looking they were. And now, it's almost like a modern piece of industrial design, that you might see a computer company come out with.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, it's really been a great device for us. The camera itself is very, very easy to operate. Like I said before, it does a 45-degree field view. You can see up to a 90-degree view with multiple images. And it's very, very easy to train staff to take quality images. And, you take this product with an iRefract and one of our screening devices that is on the anterior seg. I mean, you have a great platform for screening patients and a great remote telehealth platform.
Oh, fantastic. Well, thank you for this overview. I think we have a pretty good sense now of the product line, and I learned a lot. Steve, did you learn a lot?
Yes, I did. I wish I was in practice.
Yeah,
that last device was great also. It really does integrate fantastic. You have a great array of products.
Poor Steve just retired actually last year, so he used to be the guy who would go in and buy all the hardware. So I'm sure you're going through a little bit of withdrawal.
Yeah, I always got the high-tech stuff before everybody and included everything in my office, and now those are knives and bearskins. They're about 4 years old.
Yep.
Great stuff. Thank you.
Steve, did you yourself use digital refractors in your practice?
Yes. In fact, I bought a Marco 1200 in 1995, opened up a new practice, didn't even have a regular refractor, took the chance, and then kept with the same company. I know you're upset at that. At the very end, we had 4 lanes with all Marco TRSs integrated with the cloud software, cloud DMR, and worked beautifully. So yes, from 25 years I've been using it.
Yeah, I mean, from the standpoint of, you obviously were on the edge in terms of technology, and I think that's the real key is being able to actually utilize technology to make your practice more efficient, and that's what we are able to deliver with our solutions and with our
a lot of things. More efficient, you can see more patients per unit time, more accurate, and then the wow factor. So it's not an ROI like an OCT or a LipiFlow or something like that, but it becomes an ROI of being able to see more patients and having the patients know that you're doing the best for them. Yep.
Yeah, exactly. Well, thank you.
Yeah, well, thank you so much. This has been great. So again, I hope everyone goes over to your booth, at the conference. And obviously, the exhibit hall is going to be running now, from now all the way through October 1st, believe it or not, because CEwire is going to be around that long, at least on demand. But we're going to be back live again in June as well. And so we keep hoping that people will come on into your booth and check out all the materials that you have there, because there is a huge amount. But again, thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you so much. Take care.
You too.
Thanks.
Bye.
Yeah, so Steve, you weren't afraid to actually implement a lot of the stuff in a time when people were really scared of autorefractors and stuff, making them obsolete.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. In fact, it's funny that my father-in-law, my wife's dad, was in the I-frame business, and when I was applying to optometry school, he gave me a few leading questions to ask with these new autorefractors. We're talking about the early 80s now. Was this going to put optometry out of business? That was now 40 years ago, and it's certainly not putting us out of business. It's making us better. So, yeah, I never was afraid. A few things didn't work out. Let me think of one. I bought a molding machine. You know what that is? To make lenses in the office yourself rather than progressive lenses, and that turned out to be a disaster. But almost everything else worked out for the benefit. We bought an OCD. First, we bought a GDX way back when it was $80,000, and just rotated into other things. And really, the patients became aware of the office, and they were willing to pay more for examinations when we didn't have so much third party, and they bonded to you. They weren't. If they did leave me, they went to another place, and a year later they were back because they realized the difference. And most of it was my personality, I think.
Oh yeah. What's the price point of these things? I neglected to ask.
Yeah, so it depends, right? Because they had a full line of devices there. I can bring it back up again. Anyone who's really interested can walk into their booth and get a quote straight away about each one. But each of the devices is so different. I know, Steve, you bought a wide field camera a couple of years ago. How much was that?
Gulp. That was $90,000 then, and I think you could probably get one used for about 10 that's better than mine. And we bought a second, third generation one, so we bought a very good one. In those days, the interest rates were really low. In fact, they were charging no interest, so your payments were exactly, I can tell you, $1,500 a month for 5 years. You do the math of 12 months, and so, but day one, to give you our return on investment, we were charging $39 to do a photo. We would get about half the patients to do it. And let's say we saw 40 people in a day. So let's make that 20 times 40. That's $800 a day, 20 days a week, 20 days a month. That's $16,000. So is that good for a $1,500 a month lease? It's crazy.
Sure.
And you get the wow factor, and you owned it after a certain period of time, and you got the 174 election where you can deduct the whole thing from your taxes the first year. So people should not be afraid. I used to lecture on this all the time, but don't be afraid to buy technology because it's going to improve your practice, you get you more patients, you're going to make more money, and everybody's going to be happy, you and your patients. So win-win proposition. But you can't be foolish. You don't buy a LipiFlow for $100,000.
Right. Yeah. I mean, what's interesting, what's interesting too, Steve, though, is how this technology is moving forward. I mean, I have a picture of Nexi up here right now. It's, you can tell just by looking at the size of the tablet next to it, just how small it is. You remember how big these things used to be, and now everything's getting smaller and smaller.
Footprints were horrendous, even on the cameras and even the visual field. Getting better. Offices are getting bigger, group practices are forming, but square footage is to a premium, especially, the New York, the area. 1,000 square feet is not what it is in Butte, Montana.
Hey guys, Dr. Hammond just got on.
Oh, hey, how's it going, Eric?
Good. How you doing?
We're good. We're good. So, Jocelyn, are you here yet? No Jocelyn yet. Bummer. So Jocelyn will be joining us as well from Marco. And in fact, Steve, you were just reminiscing about your Marco lanes in your office. How many did you have?
Who am I speaking to?
Oh, so you have Eric Hammond on the line from Lakeline Vision Source in Cedar Park, Texas. Yeah, if I got that right,
Okay.
Eric.
But I owned a practice, two large commercial practices, sold them in 1995, opened up cold with all Marco equipment. TRS, I believe 1200, a visual field tester, a topographer, everything was Marco. We had a lovely sales rep, you probably don't know, his name was Ralph Memley, and Alan Amsel also helped me out for Marco. I think he might even still be with them. So I was a Marco man from day one, almost like a Marlboro man.
That's hilarious.
So
So Steve, is any of that equipment still running is the question, because I know that Paul always used to talk about how his old Marco stuff would never die.
$1,200 I bought. They said this thing will never die. I don't know how old it was then because it was 1995. It couldn't have been that old. It's still working in our 4th room. So all of them still work. Literally no maintenance was required for anything over the years except for the Epic dock in the box died once, and we segued it to a regular chart. But absolutely great company and everything I bought, and I stayed with Marco through my whole career.
That's hilarious. Yeah, so Jocelyn from Marco should be here soon. I think we're going to be talking to her at about 2:30. So we just had a couple minutes. We jumped the gun a little bit, but it is interesting. You know, you have this history. And Paul, I know you have a history that goes back with David Marco. I don't even know how many years.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. All the way back to the, who knows when, 80s, 70s?
80s, maybe, 70s. Yeah, I mean, a really long time. Yeah, and it's just kind of interesting that as the company evolved, he still stuck with it. You know, and he's still around to this day, even though the company is now part of Advancing Eye Care.
And the biggest reason I went with them, prior to Paul also, was that it was service, service, service. You knew that if you had a problem, they'd have a loaner in your office the next day, and they'd solve it. And we had very little problems, but they were always a great company from day one to, I'm sure, today. I know they were involved with a few other companies together, but highly recommend them.
Yep. One thing that I didn't realize about Marco when I started working with them a while ago was the fact that a lot of times they'll take equipment that's, you know, made by somebody else like Nidec, and then they're the ones who resell it and then back it. So what you really, like you said, what you're really buying from Marco is their service, right?
Correct, yes. And they also have a good service group around the country. I remember I bought a lens edger to make glasses, and all the companies' reputations were terrible, and we found they were terrible. They had one service rep. This was I won't mention their name because maybe they'll be a sponsor one of these days, to service the whole country. And so if your instrument was down, it was down for 3 months, and I certainly segued into something else after that. Is David Marco still around?
Yeah, he's still around. He's still a consultant to the business, so he comes and helps. By the way, before Jocelyn gets here, and Jocelyn, you're still not here yet, right? Good.
Nope, I'm here.
Oh, you're here. Oh, okay, there we go. So we can keep going.
So good things about you. I'm sorry.
We started a little bit earlier, a few minutes early, but we were just reminiscing about the old days of Marco, the very old days of Marco from the 70s, apparently. So yeah, Paul was talking about his experiences with David way back when.
Oh yeah.
Well, yeah. Well, thanks for coming back out again. I know that Jocelyn, you were here, or I guess it was last month that we did this, or it feels like Groundhog Day. We keep doing this over and over again. So in the month between the last time we spoke, how are things actually going? I know obviously back then, every practice was really shut down. No one was really doing much of anything except maybe showing up to take CE and trying to plan out their next move. What have you seen since?
Yeah, so, it's definitely, like a lot of people, it's been a transition phase. So we're focusing on doing a lot of education. And now the last couple weeks with different practices from different parts of the country opening up, we've actually been incredibly busy working with practices and trying to help them. So that's been on, with a lot of them, it's been assessing what equipment they currently have and helping them develop a plan for disinfecting and cleaning and guidance that are in line with the manufacturers. In addition, with our existing customers, like you guys were just talking about, that have our refraction systems already in place and have been using them over the last few years, we're reaching out to them to educate them and introduce them to some new software that we have, which is called Infinity software. And what that would allow those practices to do, any of the practices that have a TRS or Epic 5100 or 6100 refraction system, it would allow them to control the 4-opter remotely from anywhere in the practice or even from their homes if they wanted to.
Oh,
and then
cool.
in addition,
wow.
Yeah, it's really cool. And then in addition to that, practices that don't have that technology yet, we're coming up with customized ways to make it very affordable and easy for them to make that step into the refraction technology, even just to gain the basic 6-foot social distance during the exam. And then also, obviously, we can include Infinity with that purchase also to give them the remote capabilities. And there's another product for the slit lamp, which is called Ion, which is an add-on to the slit lamp, and it's an anterior segment camera that utilizes Apple technology, and it fits on not just the Marco slit lamps, but on many other slit lamps as well. And what that allows you to have while you're doing slit lamp is a heads-up display, or you could have it on a monitor, which gives you a little bit more distance from the patient, and you're not, breathing directly at each other. And all the technologies I mentioned sync into EMR, making it very efficient, and additionally, they will integrate with I think you were talking about on your previous interview with telehealth. So we'll integrate with some of the third-party telehealth companies out there for doctors looking to do additional coverage or assistance with rural locations or different options. So really just partnering and doing everything we can, implementing technology to help the doctors be able to safely open and make it safe for themselves and their patients.
Yep, absolutely.
How about PRS array does that go back to? Will you be able to work from home? I can't imagine a 1200 would work.
For the 1200, we would have to come up with a really good trade-in program for you. But we could do it.
Just asking. But, you just lit a fire in my mind. We were talking about telehealth all day about doctors in the office seeing patients at home. With your capability, I can imagine it going to wide field cameras, autorefractors, et cetera, field testers. We have an office that's not meant by anybody. The patient goes in and you're working from home. Just the opposite of what we're talking about.
Right.
Yeah, I think they refer to that, Steve, as reverse telehealth. I believe that is the trademark term for that, right? Where the doctor just sits at home and the patients just come to the office.
They have to disinfect everything in between.
Right. So, we have Dr. Hammond here too, and Eric, I think that you have integrated some of this technology already into your practice. So I'd really love to sort of get your experience and hear what's going on with you.
Yeah, so we've got all three. So we've got the TRS, ours is the 5100, and then we were able to have the Infinity software for one of our exam rooms, as well as we've added 5 Ion cameras to 10 of our exam rooms. So we put the Ion cameras in the room that have the automated phoropters. So how we're using it is more for using it in office. So even though the Infinity software, you can use it from home, I'm actually using it from my office. So what I can do is, the technician will bring the patient in, they'll loosen up the phoropters so they can move it easily in front of them. And I will actually so for me, I use Microsoft Teams, but you can use Skype, whatever your favorite webcam software is. And we'll actually webcam in from my office to the exam room. So the patient can see me. I can take my mask off so they can see my face, and they can take their mask off. So that kind of allows the patient to be a little bit more comfortable, breathe a little easier. And same for me, right? Wearing the KN95 mask all day is, can get to you after a while. So it gives you that time. And they can move the phoropter in front of them, and I can start using the Infinity software from my office. And we use the webcam to be able to talk and communicate with each other. And as I'm refracting, it is changing it instantly from the exam room. So we can do the refraction. Then I can share my screen from my computer via the webcam to show them their OptiMaps. So we talk about their OptiMaps. Then I can go over their medical history and everything that the tech did during the workup. And so the only thing I really have to do when I go in there is the slit lamp. And we've already kind of had our talk and chit-chatted about life and kind of let them get that out of their system, because we've noticed a lot of these people, this is their first fun thing they've gotten to do in about 2 months. And they want to tell you everything they've done over the last 2 months and how they feel about coronavirus. And it's a little hard to be able to try to keep that exam in a short amount of time to reduce that contact time. So getting it all kind of out. And so when I say, okay, we can put our mask back on, I'll come in to finish the exam, it kind of creates this feeling for them that, this is now it's time for business. Let's wrap this up. And they don't feel like they, are doing all their talking. So I go in there and I can start with the Ion camera. We use a software where you share your screen from the iPhone camera from the Ion to the actual computer where I can look at my slit lamp exam without being in the oculars. So I don't have to be actually directed towards the patient. I just do the slit lamp and my head's turned away from them as I'm looking at my monitor during my slit lamp exam. That's kind of, and we've also needed an anterior seg camera. So I've been petitioning for an anterior seg camera for the last 3 years. So I finally get to have one. I just get to blame coronavirus for it, which is totally fine. So it does that and it uploads into our EHR super easily. You save it to a folder on your desktop and then you upload it to your EHR, and it's super easy. I've taken some videos of some foreign body removals. As subtle as a subepithelial infiltrate, you're able to see really well with the optics out of the camera. So it works great.
Right. So if you were a doctor just sort of dipping your toes into the water and getting started, where does one actually begin in this entire process? I'm showing pictures here. You got the whole thing kitted out, right? I mean, you got the system down, but for someone who's just getting started back, what would you recommend they do first?
So first I would do is the TRS digital refractor, because you can, for a bunch of different reasons. So from a coronavirus perspective, is you can set the screen wherever you want to refract the patient from. So you'll at least be able to implement the 4 to 5 feet if you want to refract on the other side of the desk from where the patient is. So that makes that easier for one. Two, you're also, just the amount of time it reduces having the automated phoropter versus the manual phoropter. So the owner of our office, which is my mom, her favorite story to tell is, when I started, did not want an automated phoropter because I'd only used manual phoropters my whole life and in school. And I said, hey, don't worry about putting an automated phoropter in my new room. I don't need one. I'm going to stick with the manual. She's like, well, we do everything nice technology, the newest and greatest. You're going to try it for 3 months. And if you hate it, fine, I'll switch it out. So begrudgingly, I said, fine, because she's my mom. What else are you going to say? Mom and boss. It's kind of a nice little combo there. And now I refuse to ever even touch my manual phoropter. I don't even remember the last time I've even used a manual phoropter because A, it just saves me a lot of time. 2, it wows the patient. And 3, it reduces errors because I can submit all the information from auto refractor to their glasses prescription to what I actually do for their subjective refraction. And 2 clicks of a button, it gets automated or automatically put into my software without me having to retype it. And so if you imagine over the span of 18 patients, how many keystrokes that saves you throughout the day, it actually adds up to a good amount of time.
Absolutely. What do patients think of all this, by the way? Do they think it's kind of strange, or do they think like, wow, this is really high tech, like that I'm able to stay so far away from this doctor and still get the exam done?
So I think the people who aren't being impressed by it are ones that aren't really scared about coronavirus anyways, and they're going to go wherever, right? They've accepted that this is something that they are just having to get used to their new normal, and they don't really care either way. Then you've got the people in the middle on the other side who are really concerned about everything that's going on and won't go somewhere unless there's safety measures being implemented. So I think for the people that you want to use this on to impress, they're very thankful. I don't even know if impress is the right word. They feel very thankful that we're considering them and we're considering our employees when we're thinking about how to keep them as safe as we can during this time.
Right. Yeah, it's and let me just put up another photo here just to show you. You had a picture of you with the slit lamp, I think, if I can bring it back up. And you said that's the one sort of danger zone that you have in your practice. How quickly do you try to get through that exam now in terms of like, is it just like a couple of minutes? Is the chit chat totally gone when you're there?
Yeah, so we installed the breath shield plus the ion camera, so it helped me get me a little bit more wiggle room. I would say I try to keep my actual time in a room for under 10 minutes. And we actually kind of have that as a rule for our whole staff, is to try to keep every interaction to be under 15 minutes. So like we have opticians where if you are face to face longer than 15 minutes, that they're actually going to hand off to another optician. So that way they are reducing their total contact time with one person, because there's studies that show that's kind of your best way to reduce your risk.
Right. And I can see the shield there and the ion. And I guess the other question is from if someone's a non-techie, you mentioned that this can actually transmit to the TV across the room. How difficult is all this stuff to sort of put together?
Well, very easy. First off, they've done a really good job, and they bring someone down to help install everything for us. But you're downloading a software that allows your computer to get the share screen from the iPhone. That takes one button click, and then I swipe on my iPhone to hit share screen, and then that's done. The Infinity software, it looks almost identical to what is already on the TRS digital refractor, so that's pretty easy. And if you don't have any of them, then you're getting used to the TRS digital refractor, in which cases you're just learning where to click buttons, and that's kind of about it. So I actually feel like it requires so much less effort that the small little learning curve it might have is negligible.
Right, and so that's actually a real iPhone, right? So the software itself is an app, I guess, that gets downloaded to it. Is that how it works?
Yeah. So it's the iPhone, and then they literally have an app that says Ion on it. You click it, and it starts the program where it has a camera and it has a video and it has a gallery where it saves all the photos. And it also saves all the photos as anonymous, so there is no identifying factors on it. So you can kind of keep them on there and not have to worry about them, which I enjoy as well. And we also use it as a teaching tool. So I've got some optometry students and some interns, so we use that as a way to be able to see how their slit lamp skills are improving or not improving.
Very cool. So I guess the big question now is, I know, Jocelyn, that we, like last month, we weren't even really talking about, acquiring the stuff and sales or anything like that, but now people are starting to get back to work. And I know I was actually on a conference the other day where one doctor was saying, yeah, I'm about to go buy 10 lanes worth of equipment. And I almost fainted. But people really are getting back into buying stuff. And so I'm kind of wondering if people want to dip their toes in and get started again. Can you give us a little guidance on what they can do?
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, we're seeing a lot of people that had probably never thought about giving up their manual four-upter and going into a automated system, but they're definitely now, because of COVID, looking at that option. But then, as we're going through it with them, they're blown away about, oh, wow, I never knew that. Oh, I always knew this was out there, but I didn't know that, you could press one button and all the information goes into your EMR, not having to enter 60 different fields. So they're definitely seeing a lot of benefits even beyond that. But the things that we're offering right now to assist with doctors to be able to implement it and take advantage of all the safety benefits are several different programs which we're allowing practices to combine. So on everything that we've been talking about, as well as additional technology, we have instant rebates that are just taken right on the top of the sale, so just right off the top of the sale. We're also, with any of the refraction systems, we're including the Infinity software to allow for the remote capabilities. And then on top of that, anything that's purchased, we have a very strong financing program that includes a 0 money down, 6-month deferral, and it's less than a 1% interest rate throughout the term. And we're doing, to help practices, depending on if they're open or seeing consultants, we're doing virtual demos, on-site demos, virtual consultations, practice analysis. So all the direct reps across the country are all fully back to work. They actually never stopped, but fully out there and willing to help anybody wanting to see what we have.
Excellent. Yeah, because that's the big question, right? If you can't really feel the equipment at a place like Expo, and I'm convinced Expo is not happening, right? Because Vegas is a little bit scary for people to go to. You can actually get demos where people can test out the equipment for themselves.
Yeah. So, yep, we could do everything virtually using the software that Dr. Hammond was referring to, and you showed it on the screen there a little bit ago. But we can do that, and even where you have the audio, so you can hear the clicking of the lenses, and little things that people were wanted that you would normally see, like you said, at a trade show, hands and feeling it. So the virtual demo is actually really, really good. It's definitely the next best thing, as well as the practice analysis to show the ROI and the other benefits of the technology.
Sure. And if someone went ahead and wanted to take the plunge and go and do it, how long is a typical lead time to get systems like this installed?
We're 100% operating right now. So, for example, an order in today would be there in probably 3 days, and then the installer and Marco rep would be there, shortly after. So the whole thing could happen in a week.
Oh, wow. Okay, so really fast.
Yes.
Excellent. All right. Well, thank you so much for this and filling us in on everything. Do you guys have any parting thoughts for us before we go?
Dr. Hammond, how about you?
I appreciate it. Nothing on my end.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah. Have you ever given the patient the TRS laptop, let's say a high cylinder, 6-7 cylinder, and let them rotate it till the split prism is equal both for axis and power? It's a really nice thing for this engineering type who wants to be really precise. You ever done that?
Oh, yeah. That was one of my favorite things to do on the manual 4-opter, have them kind of reach around and do that. So, I've got some of those engineers that have always done that. And they're like, hey, can we do that on this automated one? I'm like, heck yeah, we can. So I put it on their lap and they mess around with the knob and works just as fine.
Fun. And then if they make a mistake, it's their problem.
Exactly. I'm like, hey, you twisted the knob. I just wrote the prescription. I don't know what more you want me to do here.
Oh gosh. Well, guys, thank you so much for being here today. And again, I'm going to urge everyone who's listening to go into the Marco booth. Check out everything that you guys are doing and make contact if you want to learn more. That's the best place to go and get more help. So again, thank you so much for being here today.
Absolutely.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Fine. Well, you have 15 whole minutes before our next guest, the guest of honor for the grand finale.
Yeah, when you interview Craig, all you have to say is, Craig, how you doing? And then for an hour, that's it.
You can lean back. You want to run through our sponsors?
Sure. Yeah. We have 15 minutes
for this month.
Yeah, this is going to be it for the end. So here we are at the end. So let me run through all this one more time, and most importantly, say thank you to everybody who showed up as well, which is the critical thing, right? So thank you for making this the largest conference in optometry so far. I guess we're going to keep adding more people, I would imagine, over the next month, right? Unless we've totally tapped out the audience and everyone's sick of us. We're going to be coming back in June, at the end of June, right before the deadline is up, so you can get more live credits. But thank you everyone for turning up. And again, we've been through the schedule and stuff and talking about how to get credit. If you have any problems, by the way, just contact us at support. You know where to find us, and we'll be there. So let's quickly running through the sponsors. You can see we have like a bazillion of them this year. Really grateful to all of them who came on board. The best thing to do is to check them out in the exhibit hall. So you can see what deals are running, because each one has their own little twist on what they're doing as everyone's reopening. And so I can just quickly run through. So again, thanks to Marco for sponsoring the live stream as usual. Marco's been sponsoring this conference since the beginning. And in fact, this conference probably would not exist without Marco's input. Because I remember when we were kicking around the idea of doing it, which is almost 6 years ago, I was in Jacksonville and I asked one of the VPs at Marco, I said, hey, do you think this is a good idea? And they said, yeah, this is a good idea. And I said, well, would you be willing to try to sponsor this good idea? And they said, yeah, sure, why not? So they really gave us the kickstart we needed to actually put this into motion all those years ago. So without Marco, this probably wouldn't exist the way it does now. So thank you so much to them. Optos, makers of the wide field cameras that you all know and love, including Steve's unit. Or Steve's X Practice, I guess. It's kind of weird to think that you're not going to be buying these giant things anymore.
I might buy one for home. I just like it too much.
It's a good piece of furniture, right?
Yeah.
So they had a talk here actually, I guess yesterday. There was a talk all about wide field. So you definitely want to check out what they're doing and see what their specials are as well, as everyone's getting started again. Conan Medical, again, we also had talks. We actually saw a talk about the ret eval device that Craig Thomas did on ODwire, and I think one of his talks might have something to do with their equipment as well. So Thank you to them for sponsoring the conference. MacuHealth, again, we were speaking about supplements before, and Steve, again, you use them in your practice. So high quality product, and check them out as well. Luno, we had the folks on from Luno before, so you may not know the name, but you certainly know their brands. So Luno is the parent company, they are French, and they own all of these brands. And as we've learned over the past 2 days, they have a bunch of high-tech products. I guess what I didn't appreciate about them before really starting to look at all their stuff is just how high-tech all of it is, and it's all networked and ready for the cloud, and really sort of purpose-built almost for the social distancing phenomenon that we're all experiencing. So again, right place and the right time for them. So definitely check out their stuff. Hog, so you know them for the octopus, among other things. Again, they're running specials at the conference, and to see them all, definitely run over to their booth and check them out, and then contact them in the booth. That's the best way, again, if you want to take advantage of these specials, is to just type right in that box, or if the email form is up, if they don't have any reps around, you can just fill it in there. Neurovisual Medicine Institute, and I think we had a couple of the folks there at a lecture today about PRISM and the techniques that they use to prescribe PRISM and how they use it to treat a variety of conditions. The Institute itself is actually a place that you visit. So this is an intensive program that you go take. It's several days long, where you can learn how to integrate what they do into your practice. So it's not just clinical, but it's also practice management. So you can check them out, and they are in suburban Detroit, I believe. TearCare, we heard about I believe it was called the Olympia study, of where TearCare went out, and there was an actual clinical trial measuring their product against a leading competitor's product to see if they were equally efficacious, and according to their trial, they were. This was a blinded study of over 150 patients, so they proved similar efficacy. But TearCare, of course, their product for MGD is a lot cheaper than the existing product before. It's also easier to use, apparently, and it's an open eye procedure. And according to Sue Resnick, people like it. It makes them feel pampered. So, according to her this morning. So I don't know. I mean, I looked at that thing and I got a little nervous, but people tend to like it. I guess it feels warm. So definitely check it out if you're interested in meibomian gland dysfunction as a treatment. VTI Natural View. So again, this is a soft contact lens, multifocal contact lens. And I can say it, they won't, but people use it for myopia control, including Steve. So this is one of his go-to lenses for achieving that, even though obviously it's an off-label use. So definitely go to their booth and check out the discounts they have running as well. And Zeiss, of course, has been a sponsor for quite a while. Make a wide line of equipment, including wide field cameras and OCTs and so on and so forth. What you may not know about what they're doing right now is they also are doing a ton of education online. Let me see if I can actually bring that up so you can see it. In addition to they're giving away these slit lamp breath shields. So if you look right here, you can fill out this form and they'll mail you one that you can put on your slit lamp. It doesn't have to be made by Zeiss. It can be anybody's. It's sort of a generic thing. So if you need it, that's the place to go. But what they've also been doing over the past month is doing an absolutely unbelievable number of webinars. And they have this med support page where you can go to learn all about what they're doing, for practices and tons of education. So you can check that out by going to Zeiss's website. Yeah, they're doing a huge number of education programs. So if you have any free time, it's an interesting site to go visit and just check out. And, whoops. Okay, so AB Max, the device for anterior blepharitis treatment. Again, you can sort of tell by the design of the picture there. It's got a tip and it's almost like a Dremel tool. You put it up to the eye and it gets rid of all the cruft that are on people's lids. Important to note, it's a second generation product. The folks at AB Max actually developed the first generation product, which is sold by a different company under a different brand name that you all may know. But this is a second generation product that has different modes of operating as well. And the critical thing about it too is that it's cheaper. The tips are significantly cheaper than the other product. And right now they have a trade-in program. If you have the older generation product and you want to trade in for a new one, they're accepting trades. And economically it makes sense, right? Because the tips are so much cheaper on this one if you use it a lot.
I had both in my office. I got the AB Max after the other product, and it definitely was easy to use. The tips are better. The designing even more tips, and it's cheaper. So side by side, it blows it away.
Yep. So definitely check it out, because if you really use it, it'll pay for itself very quickly, just in cheaper tips. NeuroLens, so we had a little discussion about them before as well. So they create lenses that have this prism built into it, and they give you this device that actually helps you diagnose how much prism to put into the lens. Gretchen, you're actually using a pair right now, I think, just for your computer lens.
I've been wearing them all day looking at my laptop.
So there you go. So it helps, people, it treats a variety of conditions, and it also just, do you feel more relaxed when you wear it? Do your eyes feel more relaxed and less tired?
They do. I don't feel the same kind of eye strain because, well, my job, all I do is sit here and look at two monitors all day long. So I do feel less eye strain, and I'm not getting as many headaches as I had in the past. I will say that sometimes I feel kind of weird when I take them off, just because I've been looking through the prism for a while and I simply need to adjust. That's not a detriment or a downside. It's just something that happens. But yeah, I do feel less eye strain wearing them.
Cool. So check them out. Oculus, of course, makers of a wide variety of equipment, including the Pentacam, which we were talking about earlier as well. The sort of Swiss Army knife. And if you're doing things like specialty contact lenses, you definitely want to check them out and check out their equipment. Again, running specials at the show, go to their booth and check out everything that they have going on. They're a great company. They're actually local to me here. You'd think Oculus is a big German company and it would be kind of impersonal, but it couldn't be further from the truth. Their U.S. headquarters are right up from me here in Seattle. And it's really run almost like a small family business, which is kind of cool. I remember I was at one of the trade shows and I saw the CEO of Oculus USA just wearing jeans, setting up his booth. Working away next to everybody else. So really, really a fun company and great to work with. So definitely go check them out. Science-Based Health, we had Zach from the company on before talking about the supplements and Hydro Eye and how right when the COVID thing happened, people started buying it left and right. And critically, they have no supply shortage. So they've had no supply chain disruptions. It's available. So if you want some, you and your patients can still go to the site and order Hydro Eye, and you will receive it. So definitely go check it out. Covalent Careers, again, the largest job site in eye care. If you're looking for a new position or you're looking to hire an optician or optometrist, definitely go to their website and look at their listings. Important to know also, they have a lot of advice about COVID and reopening, and a lot of management advice. They've been studying a lot of what the government's been publishing, and a lot of the assistance programs helping you make sense of them. So the content on their site is fantastic. Definitely go check it out. And iCare Live, we had Beth from iCare Live on earlier. So they are a telehealth platform, and she obviously went over how the platform's exploded over the past few months as people are looking for a solution to come online, different from something like Skype or Zoom, in that it's very structured and built for eye care. So it captures the necessary data that you need if perhaps your third-party payer comes back to you wanting evidence that you actually did what you said you did during your telehealth visit. Obviously something like Zoom or FaceTime does not. So if you're worried about documentation requirements, having a structured platform like this is probably a good idea. At the very least, you want to go check it out and kick the tires. They're constantly online giving webinars every week. And go to their website to get details about that if you want to see how the product actually works. iCare Pro, so if you have a website or social media presence, and just about everyone does, you probably don't want to leave it to chance at this point. You want to engage a company like iCare Pro to manage it for you. We had Sue Resnick actually this morning talking about what they've done for her during the pandemic and how they've really helped her keep her profile high online without her having to work at it. Which sounds like it's very important to her, sort of delegating, tasks to people who are really good at something and letting them handle it. She's good at that, and she's been really happy with the way that they've worked, so you might want to check them out too. La Rivera, maker of punctal plugs, and they have a huge number of discounts at the show. Hit up their booth. There's a PDF in there with a laundry list of discounts that they have exclusively at CEwire, so head on in. And Optometry Times. Gretchen, what do you want to tell us about Optometry Times?
Optometry Times. I want everybody to read it, and I want everybody to tell us what they like or they don't like about it. And if you're interested in writing for Optometry Times, I'm always looking for new authors, whether it's a more dense clinical piece or a lighter essay like a blog or a first person piece, we aim to please. So we send our print issue every month as well as our email newsletters 3 times a week. You can find everything on our social media channels as well as our websites. And we design our content to be easily consumed and easily digested. So you can sit down and read an article between patients. You don't have to let it stack up on your desk because it's heavy duty reading for a glass of whiskey or a plane ride.
Will you help the writers? Those that are not too comfortable writing?
Yes, I do think that helping to mentor people to write is part of my job. So I'm happy to hear from students. I'm happy to hear from residents. I'm happy to hear from people who haven't done it before. Yeah, not everybody is a great writer, and that's okay.
And we have many, many people where English is their second language.
Exactly.
They're not comfortable, so you can help them.
Well.
Yeah.
Absolutely. We aim to please.
Well, even if English is your first language, I've submitted some press releases to you, Gretchen, that you've torn to shreds and rebuilt into something that people could actually read. So it is appreciated.
Well, I wouldn't have said it that way, but yeah.
Oh my gosh. So optometry time. So everyone definitely check it out. And finally, vision equipment, Leo Hadley's company. So again, this is refurbished equipment, of which he gets a lot. And especially these days, unfortunately, because of the practice closures that have been going on. If you're looking to inexpensively outfit an office, this could be a good way to do it. Or if you want to have a second or third lane or whatever, you might just want to check out what he has. You hear refurbished and you think old, but that's not necessarily the case at all. So he does have some classic equipment. And in fact, when you go to a trade show, and I wish we could go to trade shows again, but anyway, when you could go to a trade shows back in the day, you could actually see some of his older equipment, and it was fascinating because it looked almost like it was from a movie or something, because intellectually you know that you're looking at a piece of equipment that's old, right? You can see like a CRT in it, but it looks brand new because he refurbishes it, which is really cool. But he also has very modern equipment as well. So definitely check it out. There are bargains to be had, certainly, from practices that bought state-of-the-art stuff just this past year and couldn't make it. So check that out as well.
And also, he's a privately held company. So when you're speaking to him, you're speaking to the boss.
That's true. The buck stops with Leo. So, yeah. All right, so it's just about past 3, and I wonder if our friend Craig Thomas is here. Craig, are you here?
I'm here.
Oh, man. How you doing?
Hey, LCP.
Well, man, I've been working hard trying to remake my office for my pandemic optometry. Trying to been working on it for a whole month. It's wearing me out.
Yeah, I'm sure. I reran your pandemic piece, that webinar that you did for us. I reran it during the intermission here today so people could watch.
Oh, really?
Yep. Yeah.
Well, it's becoming a classic.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, what I've seen, for good or bad, up or down, I've talked to, a couple of dozen optometrists past few weeks. It really depends on what part of the country you are, and even within a state or a city, what part of the city or state you are as to really how much this has affected you. And it's almost the full spectrum, where you can conceivably, and I've talked to people in this situation as recently as yesterday, where you could be in a corporate practice and you're in a mall on the East Coast that's still closed.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I mean, you've been out of business 2.5, 3 months. I mean, You're out of business.
Yeah.
I've talked to 3 guys in that position that are not going to come back. They've got enough money. They're like, okay, I'm done. You just can't imagine the drama involved in trying to restart a business that's not even been providing urgent care. If you've been in that corporate environment where you're in a mall that's been closed, I don't know what you could do. Get a trailer, go out in the parking lot, like a place burnt down.
Yeah,
that'd be creative. But you got no records, you can't get in there.
It's interesting because you're right. Every region is different. Like here in Oregon, we have been closed since March 13th, and our counties still are not open yet. They're just now, maybe next week, going to just start. So how many months is that? Right. So I don't know what it's going to look like. I don't know. We've all been trapped here for months. I don't know what it's going to look like when things really do get started next week.
Well, I've talked to people where it looks like it never happened. See, that's the deal.
And
I've
Sue-
talked to guys and ladies so busy they don't know what to do. That never really got slow or never got real slow. And once, they got the all clear in the state or the county, it's like, hey, we're ready to get out and spend money. And it's like people going to the beach or something like you see on those pictures a couple of weekends ago. So some guys are real busy making money hand over fist, and some guys are out of business. And it's almost anywhere in between. I mean, I'm a
Sue
guy.
Resnick was complaining. This is a problem that most of you should have. That if she handles the 1% of the famous 1% that don't even stay in the city, they go to their second house, and her fear is they're not coming back during the whole summer. So
I believe her. I would lean towards that.
Yeah.
That's the feeling I get. It just depends because she's in an urban environment. You got people there that may know people that have actually been sick or passed away. It's a whole different vibe than if you up in Abilene, Texas, and there's 3 cases in the whole county, and you're looking at TV and like, what are these folks talking about? How come they got me closed down? This ain't right.
Right.
And then if I was living in Abilene, because I done talked to people from Abilene, I'm not picking on Abilene. They haven't been affected. It's not their fault. I'm glad for them. But until you've been affected, I don't think you quite understand what it's like to be affected. And, I don't know if it would ever get to everybody, or if we're always going to have kind of haves and have-nots, or affected and unaffected, or infected and non-infected. But it's pretty different. So it's hard to get a consensus on what the profession's going through, because it depends on where you are.
Right.
And so we're going through everything. Some people are going through practically nothing. Some people are shut down, out of business, and will not reopen, just like all the other businesses we've been seeing about on TV. It's really all the restaurants and stuff they say not going to reopen. There's going to be some optometry practices not going to reopen.
Yeah. Well,
I never would. 3-4 months ago, I never would have thunk it.
Yeah.
Never, ever.
Well, tell
It's
me
incredible.
Tell me how's Dallas doing? I mean, in general, what's your sense as you drive around? Like, is everything okay? Is it not okay?
I'm in an urban area, and we are still practicing total, maximum infection control as far as people in the office. And I wouldn't say that. I went to a guy's office a couple of weeks ago, and he was more stringent than me. I don't know how he's going to maintain it, because he was still locking the doors, people coming in one at a time, checking everybody's temperature. And I was like, okay, man, I'm not going to stay in business like that. I can't stay in business like that. I can't make enough money. I can't see enough people.
Right.
I got a big place, a lot of overhead. I just can't stay in business like that. And unfortunately, my place is big enough. We figured it out. We can keep 10, 12, 15 people in here scattered around in all the rooms and stuff without anybody touching each other. So we're not going to do that. The problem we've seen is that people are still scared. And I base that on my astronomical no-show rate. I'm in the urban. I'm 15 miles from downtown. So imagine Dallas, like any major American city, where you got the central business district. Like Steve McDaniel on the website, he's like half a mile from downtown.
Right.
I'm 15 miles south. But that's a big place. I mean, there's a lot of people here. So I'm in the outer urban ring. And then there would be a northern ring 15 miles north of downtown. All of that stuff, from what I could see, talk to a few people, especially north, up until they started, rioting 2 days ago, was pretty much trying to get back to business as usual. Down here in the southern part of the city, you got an older population, poor population, and looking at the maps from a couple of days ago, a more infected population, just like every other city. So you got Black and Hispanic people, higher density, living close together, multi-generational, working at jobs where you're close together. You got the perfect storm, 5 or 6 things that increase the risk. And lo and behold, if you have increased risk, it appears you're going to have increased cases. So people are getting sick, getting tested. And this morning, it was like 212 cases here in Dallas County. Still. We've gone, it's a month of that. It ain't going down. It's everybody's still, I'm not comfortable. There's 220, 230 240 people every single day in Dallas County testing positive for the disease. You know, it varies between 5 and 10 people dying every day. So it's still here. It ain't really going down. It ain't going up. So I mean, it's flat, but it's been flat for a month. It ain't going down. You know, so we had a couple of days, a week or so where it went down, but it hadn't gone down yet. So we're still, you know, what we're doing, and this is what I think everybody should do, or at least something close to it. You know, our doors are open, so we're not locking the doors. You know, that I don't think we need to do that. Our place is big enough to where we don't have to do that. But we would, at some point, we would say, hey, y'all stop coming in here. We haven't reached that point being open for a month. I've already talked about, you know, the volume being down. So even though our schedules are fairly full, we changed our schedule. You know, my associate's not here anymore. It's just me and Dr. Burton. We work 3 of the 5 days alone now, where I either work all day by myself, I got all the rooms, all the staff to myself, or he works by himself the same way. Kind of limit our exposure, and just have patients coming in one after another, no double booking. Like on Wednesdays, I come in at 7 in the morning, and I stay here till 6, and I schedule 34 patients, just one right after another, every 15 minutes, boom, boom, boom. But I got 6,000 square feet, and it's like I'm going to put them in, you know, I got 5 exam rooms, I got 3 or 4 holding pens, I got, you know, a couple of other rooms. I could have 7 or 8 or 9 people in here at the same time, and they'd all have their own room. So I got enough leeway to do that. So I'm going to practice like that.
You just bounce from room to room then to see what patient needs to be seen.
Say that again?
I said you just go from room to room and see patient A, patient B, then go back to patient
Correct.
A.
You know, and if I can, you know, the best case scenario, I've done it a few days. It's pretty intense, where every time you walk out the room, you toss your mask, wash your hands, put on a new mask before you walk in the next room. You know, but I mean, I was burning through 15, 20 masks like nothing, because I'd be going from room to room. You know, I might see 3 or 4 people at the same time. I'd burn through 15 masks an hour. And you know, when I was still buying them for $1, $2 a piece, I was like, hey, wait a minute. You know, this is so I started keeping them a little bit longer. You know, I got my fancy kiosk posted up. People like that. People really like that a lot, as opposed to just having a bottle of Purell on the counter. We took out all the magazines, all the brochure racks. I've got spacers in between the seating now. We've totally redone everything. I've made it much more calmer. I've got these aromatherapy diffusers. I got 3 of those scattered around the office. I think I posted on the website. I saw this at that guy's office I was telling you about. You always got to get out and see optometrists. You got to do that. So I'm at this guy's office. You know, I'm still picking up stuff from a guy that I used to teach. And so I walked in, and he's got these air disinfection systems going, these little boxes. And I'm going, hey, man, what is that? And he goes, oh, you got to kill the virus in the air. I go, yeah, what are you doing? He goes, well, these new machines with the UVC that filters it degrades the virus. You know, it exposes the air to the ultraviolet C, it degrades the virus. So if you got any kind of airborne stuff, you know, you suck it out the air and run it through these disinfection units. So I bought 15 of those things the day I left his office. I got one in every room. Got it. So I mean, we're really clean. You know, we're wiping it down, disinfection everywhere, signs everywhere. You got to wear a mask. We'll give you a mask if you don't have one. You know, I heard a few guys selling masks. I think that's rinky dink. You know, we'll give you a mask. And, you know, because we're trying to stay safe. This doctor I visited, I was going to copy it. I just hadn't had time. I asked him if I sold it, you know, did he want a cut? He said, yeah, just give me a cut. So this guy figured out, he went down to Home Depot and bought some polycarbonate, a little piece of polycarbonate, little sheet of it, and cut it down. And he made a protective flap, just like a slit lamp, breath protector, you know, big shield. And he made a protective polycarbonate flap for his pupillometer. So when his opticians are measuring PDs, you know, I mean, you're like 3 inches away. I mean, now you might as well be kissing on them, really. Right. You know, and I'm thinking, man, that's about as risky as it gets. You know, I've done all this other stuff to try to minimize my staff's exposure, you know, unless you're doing it at arm's length with a PD stick. You know, if you actually try to use your $400 pupillometer, you know, you're 4 inches away, man. If somebody coughs on you accidentally, you're done. So I'm like, man, that was a good idea. So I took a picture of it. I was going to copy it. So it's all kind of stuff. We're doing all kind of stuff. So
Frank,
it's going to be different. But I think the people are going to notice that, and what's going to happen. You got 3 or 4 things. This is unprecedented. This is unprecedented. I mean, they'll be talking about this 100 years from now. If we still an independent profession and haven't been folded into medicine or something, they'll be talking about this year as the year that changed the profession. Because you're going to have 10% of the practices just got bought by private equity. Those guys are so happy they don't know what to do.
Well, some guys retired this year, whoever they are. Craig, I have a question. The what if scenario, which all practices have to go through at this time and coming months. Let's say 1, 2 of your employees test positive. What's your plan going forward from there?
I'd send them home.
And would you all be tested again?
I don't think I'd shut down, to be honest with you.
But you would test everybody?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they'd have to test positive for me to go crazy. So if I had 2 of them tested positive, especially if there was no symptoms, I might. I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know.
Because
we had one lady that was sick when this all started back in March, and we sent her home 20 minutes after she arrived. And she went and got tested, and it tested negative, and she came back after a couple of weeks. Yeah, good question. I don't know, man. I don't. What would you do?
I would have everybody tested in the office, and if they tested negative, I'd wait another week, test them again, and go on from there. And the employee would have come back whenever the doctor said they could. Probably, it's usually like a month or so.
No. I mean, would you shut down during that waiting period, or would you just forge ahead?
We're in New Jersey. We can get tests. The 15-minute test the same day. So get everybody tested that day. They test negative, not the antibody test, the actual virus test. And if everybody tested negative, we'd be business as usual. Clean the whole place wherever she or he was. I would, of course, disinfect as much as I could and go from there. I think that's what all businesses, whether they be restaurants, OD's offices, or whatever, are going to do. You just can't. Even the Major League Baseball or all these major sports, what's going to happen when a basketball player tests positive? Are you going to close down basketball because he was on his team and they played other people? You can't. It's just impossible.
Well, I think if you have the test where you can get same-day results, then you can make those kind of decisions. Right. The employee that we tested back in March, it took 18 days to get her results back.
It's better now. At least we're in a hotbed. So we can go to Quest or LabCorp and get.
Well, that we are now too. I mean, I would consider Dallas. I don't want to say a hot spot, but it's steady. It's not going down. It's not after. It's 5 or 6 weeks where every day it's 200, 250 cases every day. Till that goes to 175 and 50, and you can't say it's really changing yet. So I think that's we're pretty sensitive about looking at each other. We've had a couple of staff meetings about it. It's like, hey, we got to protect each other first. Because we're close to each other too, even though we're still wearing a mask. I'm like, hey, I'm with you all day, and that intensity factor appears to be a deal in the transmission. So if I just whiff by you, even if you got it, it seems to be low risk. If I'm standing next to you 4 hours a day, that seems to be a much higher risk.
Yep. That's the way the math
works. So we kind of scrutinize each other at the beginning of every day, almost like some kind of college game. Hey, you okay? You okay? You feel okay? We check. We got the temperatures. For real, we do it. So you got to get a little group huddle. And we don't. Huddled in the sense of we all kind of look at each other. Yeah, not too close. And then we got 2 of the infrared thermometers. We got it from Mackler. So we kind of check each other. I stopped checking the patients though. I just think it's such a low yield. We just assume everybody has the virus, and we just go from there. Because there's no way to tell.
Yep.
How are you going to tell?
Yep. And by the way,
unless I'm testing people in the office and making them wait 30 minutes, how am I going to tell?
Right. If you look on the screen, by the way, I just put up a universal fit removable pupilometer breath shield kit. So if you're not skilled enough to get your own PVC, you can apparently purchase these things now. So there's a kit that's out there that'll do it. It looks like it's $40 Canadian. They'll ship to the U.S. So, anywho, I guess it's capitalism at its finest, right? It's filling a need. So there you go.
No, I mean, we're going to have to. Those of us that are still here, I'm not too worried. It's going to be. I think it just depends where you are. Here, where I am, it's going to be another month or 2 or 3.
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking. Hopefully, maybe. Whereas again, I could drive 70 miles south, and man, it's like it never happened.
I mean, I think most urban areas or places where people circulate, it's really going to be with us for a while, right? Like for instance, Expo West in Vegas this year, no way. I mean, Vegas is probably one of the second last place I would ever set foot. The first right now being, Manhattan.
Well, I mean, it's interesting you bring that up. I mean, I'm scheduled to speak there, as many of the other CEwire speakers are. And I spoke to one of the sponsors today, like, hey, what are you going to talk about? I'm like, are we still going? And they were like, yeah, sure. I go, really? And they go, yeah, sure. We schedule a meeting. The meeting is planned. I go, okay, so we're planning on having a meeting where we're going to get on an airplane and fly to Las Vegas in the middle of September, 3.5 months from now. And they're like, yes, we are. I go, okay, all right. I mean, put me down, but I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
You might be the only one there.
You thinking 50-50?
Yeah, I mean, I personally don't feel comfortable until there's a vaccine. I mean, I would really have a hard time going to a place like Vegas. I mean, even just going there in flu season's a dicey bet, right? But now it's like, oh boy.
Yeah, I mean, I just it's too far away. I mean, every prediction I had 2 months ago has been wrong. I knew this would be bad. I didn't think it would be this bad.
Yeah.
I mean, my business was down, 80% last month. It's probably down 50% this month, and we were supposed to be open. Next month if I could get to 75%, I think I'd be happy. I mean, it's not coming right back. Not for me, and not for a lot of guys. But the good news is I still pretty bullish on the future. For guys that hang around like me, again, I think you're going to have 3 or 4 things working in your favor. You're going to have a small percentage of practices that don't open back up. Well, those patients got to go somewhere. You're still going to have the private equity thing hanging. I can't imagine that this 2-month paid vacation has done a lot of good motivation for the optometrists that are watching the clock as we speak.
Right.
So I mean, those guys, they're like, hey, can I get out now? So again, I think that's going to work to my advantage. And you went, 2.5 months with people not getting regular eye care. People still got to get glasses and contacts. The only thing we sold last month was contacts. We did a decent, it was about 60% down, maybe 65%. But, we sold, I'll put it this way. My lab bill, was $7,000 for contacts instead of $20,000. So I'm like, okay, well, at least we sold something.
Right.
So people did call in to buy contacts. But, I mean, it was stunning. I mean, my contact lens bill, which ordinarily would have been $20,000 a month, it was $7,000. My frame bills, like the same thing, I spent $155 buying frames in the month of April. I think that's what, 2 frames? I think I spent it was $155.
Wow.
So what do you think?
Large practice.
What do you think this means to Essilor and Luxottica, right? I mean, how are they doing right now?
Well,
I haven't even checked in.
I think my lab bill was $228. So I spent $400 buying lenses and frames and $7,000 buying contacts.
Jesus.
So I mean, whatever you take from that, that's an aberration. Hopefully, it won't ever be repeated. But it was an interesting finding that through all of this, if you're out of contacts, you're out of contacts.
Right.
You're going to get some contacts somewhere.
Yep.
And I know at least in the beginning, from reliable sources, the 1-800 contacts business was booming. I mean, just off the charts, like 100-200% increase. And I warned guys, I'm like, hey man, don't close down. It's better to lose money. If you close down and your people call and they don't get an answer, and you get some kind of voicemail for 2 weeks, they're going to go get some contacts, okay? And they might not come back. And that's exactly what I think has just happened. I think guys just lost 5-10% of their business being all scary. Again, we were scared. We wasn't too scared. We never closed. And I paid the price for it. I lost a lot of money. I hope I'm gonna get it back. I think I'm gonna get it back. I'm pretty confident. I ain't worried about it.
I like it. I like your optimism and I like your confidence.
Yeah. Hey, people always got to go to the eye doctor. Okay,
Yeah.
I mean, they just got to go.
It'll just be interesting to see what happens over the next several, weeks and months. We saw the TLC declared bankruptcy today.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yep. So they went Chapter
It's all
11.
good for me, man. It's all good for the guys that are left. It's all good.
Yeah.
It's better for me. I hate to sound like that, and I don't wish any ill will on anybody. I'm always trying to help people. But if you don't want to play if you don't want to play no more, hey, okay, you don't want to play no more. It's a tough game. There's a reason people go to the gym and work out to play sports. I mean, it's tough.
Yep.
If you don't want to do it, don't do it.
Yeah, and I mean,
there's a reason guys like me do this stuff. Okay,
Well,
I like it and I make a lot of money. Okay, that's why I do it.
So the second wave of attrition, of course, is going to be in the malls. Paul alluded to it earlier, right? So they're done.
I feel so bad. I just don't even know what to say yet. I mean, it's not dead, because the malls are going to open. I mean, it's but I don't know. I don't know. I mean, those guys are they may be out of business 3 months.
Yeah.
I mean, that's like having your place burned down. And the guys that I know that have had that happen, if they're smart, and I've seen this a couple of times, they just go rent a trailer and do it in a parking lot for till they get their office rebuilt.
Right.
But they never stop.
Some malls are not going to reopen. The mall where I live, they lost a Nordstrom's, a Sears, a JCPenney, and a Macy's is hanging by a thread. Once the anchor stores go, the little stores can't
Yeah,
make
so
it.
goes the whole mall then.
Right.
So what's going to happen to that guy or that office?
It's a lens grafter. It's a Pearl. It's a Cohen's.
Yeah.
I have no idea.
Yeah.
So they're going to lose half their business, 50%. It's like a restaurant trying to stay open at 50%. They got no chance.
Yep.
They can do it for
no one's talking about the people that were rioting and very, very close together in so many cities. You don't know what's going to happen 14 days from now. There may be a whole group of people.
There are only a few thousand.
The word is out. I mean, they caught them by surprise. They caught them flat-footed up there. The government didn't know what they were doing. I don't think it's going to happen. They caught them here in Dallas.
Yep.
Flat-footed. They burned some stuff up here. I'm a little surprised. I mean, I know all the guys involved. I'm honest. We have competent leadership here, locally. I don't know at the state level, but the city leadership is decent. I'm surprised they let that happen. I think they're scared. They don't want to shoot nobody. They don't want to hurt nobody on TV.
Right.
And they overreacting.
Yeah.
But I'm not gonna let anybody burn my building down. I talked about it on the website. Shoot. Come over here if you want to. That's all I got to say. I'm gonna go down swinging, and I don't mean chasing nobody with a sword. Okay.
I was talking about the COVID virus, though. With this close contact of people, there should be a whole bunch that.
Paul, stop it! Stop it! Nobody care about that. That people's not caring about that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it was a very weird.
Rational.
It was a very weird sight to see, though. I mean, Portland has been like a ghost town here, right downtown, and then seeing it last night and seeing all those people down there. It's like it's a contrast, right? Because up until now, it's been literally deserted, and then all of a sudden, you get this huge group coming together of young people who are just pissed off and tired, and they don't want to take it anymore. So it'll be interesting to see what happens now, going forward.
I don't know. I've been predicting pretty wrong mostly. As far as what's going to happen with the virus. Who knows? I mean, I don't think those people that are doing that stuff care too much about getting sick. If I was them, I probably wouldn't either. So I mean, I just don't let that affect me.
Yeah.
So once you push that to the side, then all they're doing is, you got some of them protesting and you got some criminals.
Yeah.
The only thing is that the criminals almost like looking at some kind of the Vietnam War movie. The Viet Cong is blended in with the Vietnamese citizens. So you got the criminals blended in with the protesters, and the protesters don't say nothing about it because they'll get shot or hit upside the head or something. So they know who's standing next to them. What they gonna do? Raise their hands, say, hey, Mr. Policeman, hey, there's a knucklehead over here, getting ready to throw something at you. Why don't you go ahead and take care of that for me? Yeah, okay, that's gonna work. And so all you're gonna do then, it's like shooting a bazooka on the battlefield. All you do is give your position away. That's why nobody wants to do it.
Yeah.
So nobody's gonna do that. Nobody's gonna say, hey, National Guard, these 5 guys here, they're getting ready to throw a rock at you. Would you please stop them before they do it? Okay, you saw what'll happen.
Yeah.
And it's like TV guys saying, hey, we're pressed. No, you're not. We don't care.
Right.
So you can't expect that. You can't expect the protesters to police the crowd. Okay, that's the job of the police. The police got to police the crowd. If the police don't want to police the crowd, there'll be no policing because the protesters ain't going to do it.
Right.
Clearly. Okay, and you can't blame them. Okay, it's not their fault.
Yeah, I mean, it's
the government's fault.
The difference between the different cities is really interesting too, seeing who, which leadership is decent and which isn't, and it's really sort of coming out, right, in different places, just how prepared or unprepared many cities were.
Well, I don't know. I don't. You see it happening. Most urban areas have Democratic-centric leadership as opposed to Republican. Most of the time.
Right.
Especially in the cities that are being affected. So, I don't think you've got political leadership that's not sympathetic to the basic cause of the protesters. That's why it's a little tiny bit puzzling. It's not really an antagonistic relationship. There's other things at play. So based on my observation and seeing these things play out through the years, you got 3 or 4 things going on. The first and probably the foremost is, some decision, being made by 3 or 4 people. Hey, we don't want nobody getting shot on TV in Dallas. Hey, we don't want nobody getting shot, even if they're breaking the law. Hey, we don't want nobody getting shot. I mean, I think that's what they're saying.
Right.
It's the only thing that makes any sense.
Yep.
Okay, we don't want anybody getting shot because then it'll go crazy. So I think they abandoned, the rule of law because you would have to start shooting people to enforce it. So I think that's what that's the only thing again makes any sense because that's what I would have to do. So let's say the rule of law broke down and somebody like you saw on ODwire with the video that they posted with the guy chasing them with the sword. So let's say 85 people tried to come up here and burn my building down. We've lost the rule of law. I got to change everything. So I think that's what's going on. Unfortunately, is that they just said, "Hey, we're not going to shoot people, and we're going to let them break the law." And if you happen to have a business there, I'm sorry.
I hope you're not staying at your office. I hope you're not staying at your office at night, like on the roof, looking and waiting.
No. I'm 15 miles from downtown. The only time it would happen here, and again, without sounding stupid, I mean, I thought of it. You'd have to have total breakdown in civil order. I'm not close to downtown where you would have stuff, or you'd have to have some event. I'm within a half a mile of quite a few Section 8 apartment complexes, a bunch of knuckleheads and criminals here. Mm-hmm. There's 15 hot spots that the Dallas police have identified within a couple of miles of my office. I'm in an urban area. And so if somebody, let's say the police busted in, and shot somebody down like we've been watching for the past 2 years, and they killed some lady and her baby or something, okay, these fools would go crazy over here. I'm telling you that. They would go crazy, and I don't blame them. Now, since I'm a half a mile away, if they got real crazy, I might have to come load up here, and Dr. Burton would have to get on one side of the building, I'd have to get on another, and I'd have to get my son up in here, and we'd have to lock and load and say, hey, I know you're pissed off, but you can't mess with my stuff or you're going to get shot. So I would have to start shooting people because the rule of law had broke down. They would have to start shooting people to enforce the rule of law. They don't want to do it on TV.
Mm.
I think that's all it is.
Yeah.
Now, to me, I would have just gone in with force, and I'd have shot 2 or 3 of them and say, okay, y'all gonna act right, or we're gonna keep shooting you, because they ain't acting right. I mean, you can't burn stuff down. I mean, if I got to shoot 2 or 3 guys to stop that, then I'm gonna shoot 2 or 3 guys to stop that. I mean, stop it, okay? I would take the heat of shooting 2 or 3 guys, but again, now you're telling soldiers and policemen that you can't control. We just saw these fools; you can't control them. So now you're giving them permission to shoot people. Well, you don't know if they're going to do it right. That you don't know if they're going to follow the rules. We just saw guys breaking the rules. So you got especially up there, the police up there. You can't trust none of them. That culture up there is horrific. They've been messed up for years. That's why Klobuchar is not going to be on the ticket. That history up there is poor. So that's what's I hate to say it, man. I just think the government decided the lesser of two evils was to let these guys tear stuff up and burn the place down, which I don't agree with at all. I think they should have gone there, shot 2 or 3 people and stopped it. Says, hey, we ain't gonna have it. If you want to keep coming, come on. But because I mean, at some point, some people, right is right and wrong is wrong. At some point, that's the truth. I mean, right is right, wrong is wrong. All I was thinking, and I know it too. I saw Mike Ware's post and some other guys. I was thinking that movie Precinct 13 or Assault on Precinct 13, where they captured the police station. I'm like, man, we're in fantasy land. This is, we're in the Twilight Zone. We are watching history in the making. In an American city, a police station being abandoned to criminals. I'm like, wow. What day is this? Like, what day is this?
Yep.
It was unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Well, I'm old enough to remember how the Bronx went from a middle-class neighborhood into a place that was abandoned. And the final touch was the electricity went out one night in 1979. Con Edison, which had control, there was no electricity in the Bronx, and the rioting just about destroyed every small business in the Bronx. And after that,
wasn't that the one they call that the Great Blackout? Wasn't that?
Yep, that was a great blackout, and
I remember.
And it was, and
Paul,
it was
why do you
pretty
think
much.
I've got 25 guns laying around?
Okay. Oh yeah,
right.
and that,
you ever been to a gun
it was
show?
terrible.
It is terrible
Yeah.
when human beings are released. I mean, we try to follow the rule of law. I don't know why God made us like this, man, but we're pretty crazy. As far as animals go, we'll kill each other, do all kind of crazy stuff, and just all we need is a little tiny excuse. Don't need much. You let the banking system go down for about 8 days, and people can't get their money. Okay, you let the water supply get poisoned. You let the power go out for 28 hours. Shoot. Man, it'll be like some kind of horror movie, The Purge or something. Okay, we done proven that. And if the power's out, the National Guard ain't doing nothing. Nobody's doing nothing. You on your own. Okay, you on your own by yourself. I got walkie-talkies. I got all that stuff. People, my friends used to think I was crazy. Now they all say, "Hey, Craig, can I come over if something happens?"
Fortunately for us here in Portland, we do everything smaller than everyone else. So the only thing that happened downtown, I have put it up on the screen here. They attacked our Apple store. So I know everyone is just absolutely terrified, right? Because the Apple store got broken into. But yeah, it's just a crazy situation. Hopefully people will just start calming down over the next several days and cooler heads will prevail. We can only hope.
No, because it's not a deal of cooler heads not prevailing. I think you mischaracterized what we're seeing. What we're seeing is more than one thing at the same time, just running a parallel course. You got cool heads that are already there. There's no way they can prevail anymore. They can't control the criminals. That's just not their job. So to somehow thinking that it's the mob that would rise up and suppress the mob, that's just not logical. There's nothing rooted in history that suggests that's what would happen. You can maybe say that the guys that have cooler heads would stay home, which is what the political leadership is asking everybody to do. And again, it's almost like watching some kind of modern terrorist movie. Say, hey, so the strategy now is to clear all the good people off the street, so the only people on the street are the criminals. So we'll just kill all of them. It's like like what's that? Olympus Has Fallen, one of them movies.
Right.
That's the strategy now. It's like, okay, all the good people, all the people of goodwill. Okay, all the people with cooler heads that are going to prevail. Okay, all you guys stay home and stop protesting. And then whoever's left on the street, we know they're criminals. Man, that's you're putting the onus on the protesters to do stuff again.
Right.
That the police ought to be doing. That's the way I look at it.
Yep.
That's not fair to the protesters. And it's not going to work. So to assume that you could say if the protesters stay home, that the criminals will stay home too. And I do believe that's true at some point. But do you have to suppress the rights of the law-abiding citizens to catch the criminals? or do you just go catch the criminals?
Right.
And they're right there on TV. Everybody see them.
Well,
I mean, really think about it.
I'll keep my fingers crossed for tonight. So it's always interesting. So anyway, Craig, it looks
Yeah,
like it's.
I drove around doing a little shopping today. It was pretty normal around here, but I didn't go up into downtown or anything.
Right. All right.
Yeah.
Well, it looks like we're getting to the end here tonight. So wow, it's hard to believe that another CEwire live event is coming to an end. I guess we're going to be doing this again in June, huh?
Yeah, I think it went well. I watched some of the stuff. The people were registered. I thought it was a good weekend.
So yeah, Craig, I don't know if you saw, we set the record, right? I'll put it up on the screen again just to remind everyone.
Oh, no.
So CEwire is now officially the largest CE conference in eye care history. So I'll put it up there. Ta-da.
Is that cumulative or just this weekend?
So altogether, we're counting it as one event. So we've had 5,000 ODs come through the event. So compared to Expo
Well,
West,
I mean,
which is
I've said it a couple of times, man. I mean, you had 22,000 people look at the virus thread. I mean, this is the voice of the profession right now.
Yeah,
really.
And Craig, you're a little bit humble. You know how many accolades you had in your lectures. People loved it. You had unbelievable interaction, by far away more than any other doctor, because I got all the lectures. So thank you, and I know you saw the people saying how great your lectures were.
Well, I appreciate it. It's all, it's funny when I listen to them again. I always want to stop it and change something. So, I was like, but it's. I appreciate it, man. Appreciate it.
All right,
it's
Craig.
a crackle. Can you speak louder?
yes, I'm here. I'm good. I just said I appreciate the words, and I always have fun doing it, so that it shows.
Awesome. Well, Craig, we're going to welcome you back here, I guess, in June. We'll do it one more time, and hopefully Arbo's rules will stay, we'll go back to normal after that, but who knows, right? We may be doing CEwire forever.
Yeah, I got some land in Florida I want to sell you.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, we'll wait on that.
Well, I'd also, I'd like to thank Paul and Gretchen and Steve also for doing a great job as usual today, and for coming out here and sitting here and listening to this stuff all day.
Well, you did the heavy lifting, Adam, so kudos to you.
Well, yeah, I don't know. I mean, it was my stuffed animal here helped me out, so he's the manager. So
wasn't a 10-second block of time where it was silent. Let's put it that way.
Yep. All right. Well, thanks, guys, and thank you everyone for turning up. And we will do this all again in less than a month. So for now, we are signing off. So bye, everyone.
Bye, everybody. Thank you.
Bye.